Okay, you'll now see on the top left that we are live on YouTube. And I'll return the host powers back to you. And you are all good to go.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day at reviews. See you.
Thank you.
What are you trying to do?
People need
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Uli. We are trying to figure out one little thing with the passcode.
Yeah, I know. I had to find it because usually it automatically just kind of logs you on. I had to hunt for it.
Yes. 1 second.
I just texted the code to Joyce because she wasn't able to get on it either. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I heard from Elizabeth that she's trying to get on, so that was my fault. There we go. Great.
Thanks, Claire.
Sorry about the passcode thing. I didn't realize.
That's okay, and I think you have it on it's on the sheet. I just was going by your email.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, my fault.
Let's do it.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Sure. Great to see you. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Uli.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, good to see you.
I know. It's like so exciting to see people.
Well, we really appreciate all three of you being. Oh, you just turned my computer off. Okay, I'm sorry. We are having some technical difficulties this morning, but we are really excited to have all three of you as reviewers this morning. We really couldn't have asked for a better group. For the students, we'll just briefly introduce you. Uli, you all know because you've had him before, and he's also come to our class, which we're very thankful for, to give you guys the structural tutorial or session. You may not know Elizabeth Alford, who is my boss and someone who I have really learned so much from over the years. I also took a studio from her when I was in my second year at UT. Elizabeth is the principal of Pollen Architecture, and here in town, she's worked in New York for many years, and then moved to Austin to start Pollen. And I know you guys are all a little familiar with our work because I've talked about it this semester. So we're really happy to have her. And Andrew, you want to introduce Joyce?
I do, yes. So Joyce, you all know her. If if you don't, I don't know how that's possible because she taught you Viscom 1 and Design 1. But as you know, Joyce is a great teacher. I've had the opportunity to take her studios, one of her vertical studios. I've worked with her on Viscom 1 a couple times, and I took a well, like self-study, I guess, like kind
Independent study.
of independent study. That's what it's called with her, based on drawings, and actually a lot of ideas that came out of that will be something that we're kind of talking about in this studio. So yeah, we're really glad to have Joyce here as well.
So we thought before we would begin, Andrew and I have been on a lot of reviews, and we're realizing they usually give quite a bit of background on the studio. So we decided to kind of revisit our lottery presentation. And I think we'll kind of go through a little bit abbreviated version of that. So you kind of have the introduction that the students had to the course. Uli, you have definitely seen this before, but I think
Uli
it's,
can go grab some coffee or let his cat out or something.
but I think it's you know, a good way
I'm
to
low.
sort of frame all of the ideas that we have, you know, tried to address throughout the semester. There, you'll see there's definitely a lot going on in terms of the site and the program. So let me screen share and get that pulled up.
I will listen while I get coffee, so I won't.
Okay, no worries. Oops. You? Okay. Okay. So as Andrew and I were putting together the brief for this studio, we were really thinking about, you know, the unique situation we're in with the pandemic and teaching entirely online. And we started to reflect on the fact that there's really no greater illustration for the subjectivity of human experience than the coronavirus pandemic, where we've really been divorced from space and time in a lot of ways. As architects, we communicate three-dimensional ideas with two-dimensional drawings, a skill that has never been more important as we're really viewing the world through a flat computer screen. This semester, we tried to embrace and lean into the online format and focus heavily on drawings. We did do some study models, but you'll see that they were not required to create, you know, the typical final model, given sort of the just situation that we're in. But we focused on drawings and really creating exceptional drawings that communicate both information and ideas. 2D4D Studio, which is the name of the name that we chose, is specifically designed to challenge students to express four-dimensional ideas through two-dimensional representation, engaging the idea of superimposition of space, time, and scale.
So superimposition, as you'll hear a number of the students talk about, it's traditionally a two-dimensional concept where you layer things together in a way that that each is still evident. But in quantum mechanics, the idea actually moves into ideas about space and time, and the word changes slightly to superposition. So quantum superposition is when things can exist in multiple or even contradictory states at the same time. So as architects, we have to use this kind of pluralistic thinking all the time. In this studio, we're superposing a space-time sensitive program into a richly time-sensitive context. This image shows it's a historic image of 6th Street layered onto a current image of 6th Street. So looking at that idea of layering in such a historically important district. So our site is located here on the right. It's Most of it's a parking lot. There are a couple existing buildings which students had the option to keep or demolish. They're not part of the historical buildings. So you'll see. I think the people this morning mostly demolished them. But this site has a lot of really complex issues going on. So first of all, the public presence within such an important urban context, as you know, the importance of 6th Street to the city, and also the changing nature of the site. It's a site that's very much in flux. We've talked with people who are working on the project to bury I-35. The Waterloo Greenway is going to exist just to the west of our site. So there are lots of complex issues. And another thing is dealing with the Capitol View corridor, which covers most of our site except this small corner. Another historic image here showing Congress and 6th Street. So of course we all know 6th Street as Dirty Sixth, but it actually has a really rich history as one of the most diverse and vibrant mercantile centers in Austin. And it's been home to many thriving businesses over the years, owned by African Americans, Jews, Lebanese, and Chinese immigrants. And many of the original buildings still survive, including some of the very first African American owned businesses in Austin.
Another factor that the studio contended with is the site's proximity to I-35. I'm sure you all are aware of this, but just as a refresher, the highway first opened in 1962, creating an intentional physical and racial barrier between downtown and East Austin. And we thought this historic image really illustrates the weight of that barrier. So in keeping with the idea of exploring space and time, this studio examines the damaging legacy of I-35 as well as the future opportunities for the area. Another important topic of consideration for the studio was the prevalence of homelessness around our site and especially under I-35. Again, as I'm sure you're aware, the population has become more visible since Austin City Council lifted its ban on camping in public and its vulnerability more palpable with the coronavirus pandemic. The project for the studio combined two civic programs. The first is a reimagining of the downtown Austin Community Court, which is currently located in what they self-describe as an outdated and overcrowded building that's right across the street from our site on the other side of 6th Street. So for a little background, the community court is a branch of Austin's municipal court system that started as a new model for restorative justice about 20 years ago. It manages the Class C misdemeanors and it specifically serves the homeless population. But rather than focus on enforcement, punishment, penalty, it works to break the cycle of homelessness by providing comprehensive long-term services, which include case management, counseling, and housing placement. I know as Andrew and I kind of dug into this a little more, we are really impressed with the work that they've done and how successful they've been through the years. So this is kind of an exciting opportunity to think about expanding that. The students had an opportunity to speak with the staff of the community court at the beginning of the semester, and they expressed a real desire to actually relocate their offices and build a larger building.
So another really significant portion of their program is devoted to relocating and upgrading Austin's Central Fire Station. This is an image here of the current downtown station, which is actually the city's highest call volume station. So this is not too far from our site. It's a historic building, but we've had the opportunity to speak with the chief of facilities for the AFD on a couple of different occasions, Chief Tony Hayden. He's been a big help to the students in this studio. And we've been working with him and kind of hearing what their needs are, and they want to add another EMS unit. And so in this studio, we're looking at kind of reimagining a fire station as part of a larger civic building, and kind of upgrading the facilities to accommodate changing technologies in firefighting and changing needs, which some of the students might talk about this. So another really significant part of the studio, as Uli knows, is that we're talking about time and thinking about the future. So we spent a lot of time in the studio investigating mass timber, and students were asked to use a significant portion of their structural system to be mass timber. So you'll see kind of some exploration of those ideas as well.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, part of that is, looking at the future of sustainable construction, and then also exploring the symbolic and cultural implication of designing a fire station in a prominent location out of timber. So a final slide just to kind of wrap up. By combining fire station number 1 and the downtown community court into a new civic building, students were asked to not simply relocate these two essential programs, but they're challenged to reimagine the possibilities born from their combination. In particular, the integration of the fire station's high alert tasks with the community court's more peacemaking, mental health functions was a central topic of exploration. In addition, bringing together the community court and the fire department has allowed students to consider the timely issue of how authority figures interact with the public and how architecture can play a role in shaping its future. So thank you. That's just meant to kind of give you a background, but we'll go ahead and launch right into the presentations unless you have any questions. Great.
All right, so we are going to have about 33 minutes per group. We have 3 groups this morning, and we will start off with Shakiri and Nina.
Okay. So as previously mentioned, our site is located in downtown Austin at the intersection of 6th Street and I-35 Frontage Road.
I am so sorry to interrupt, but I do want to ask the reviewers if they have the chance to log on to Concept Board or view their project on Box, as long as you have confirmation of that. Okay, I'm sorry, Shakiri. Go ahead.
It's okay. So from our site analysis, our primary takeaway was heavily focused on the social aspect of the area. As we mentioned, the east side of Austin is characterized by increasing levels of gentrification and a large homeless population, and there's an apparent neglect of these marginalized demographics that we wish to help alleviate.
For our mission statement, we want to design spaces for people within worlds within a world, aiming to promote a sense of presence, belonging, and identity. And through creating these micro-worlds, our building advocates for a socially just environment in which inclusion and equity is found across skills. The synthesized community court and fire station is a referential piece along Austin's historic 6th Street, directly reflecting and servicing its context. The building upholds its civic responsibility by extending accessible, appropriate, and equitable services to the homeless population.
And so these preliminary concept drawings are a graphic reflection of our thesis and mission, and they serve to reiterate the main idea of shedding light on the social context of the communities in which we build and bringing to surface these otherwise hidden or ignored worlds. And oftentimes the individual tends to get lost in the larger context. So it's important that we hone in on the smaller scale. And so with this in mind, we wanted to provide a home away from home to serve as like a shelter for those who have been displaced, voluntarily displaced for the firemen who lived there, and then involuntarily displaced for the homeless people. And we felt that this could best be captured with the gable form and in the timber structure. And so gable and wood is often associated with this home and warmth. So we chose to implement a move of nesting these gables to formally promote the idea of superimposition and interconnected worlds that may seem disparate at first, but actually aren't. And so this is the southeast view, and this is northwest view of the massing of our structure.
So the main entrance is on the east facade facing I-35, creating a direct dialogue and inviting pedestrians and the homeless population under the highways bridge across the street to the public courtyard of the building. And we also emphasize this connection with a customized crosswalk. And directly connected to this courtyard are service spaces such as public restrooms that would be readily available to the public, and a kitchen that's shared by both the court and fire programs as well as the public.
And on the 6th Street facade, we placed another primary entry through the apparatus bay for the fire station function of the building with the trucks on display. We wanted it to be indicative of a civic presence along the major road of 6th Street, but still have an inviting and approachable reading on the facade.
So the microworlds located within our building are on the upper levels and provide a more intimate experience. On the second level are the courtroom and community court offices, and we used an inverse gable operation to create customized workspaces with built-in desks for a comfortable counseling or working environment.
Here's detail of the built-in features. And on the next level is firefighter housing. There are 18 rooms in total, and each pair of rooms are able to share a restroom as well as their own individual heating and cooling controls to better accommodate the individual scale.
And on the third level are the community center and semi-private balcony connected to the firefighter housing. And so the community center maximizes the gable form and has its own balcony as well, which is visually connected to the firefighter balcony on the other side of the building.
And this is an overview of the form in the 6th Street elevation. That's pretty much the gist of it.
Okay, so Shakira and Nina, are you're wanting to just open up for questions at this point?
Yep.
Great. Well, I do think you kind of skipped through quite a few drawings. So Elizabeth, Joyce, and Uli, I'd encourage you to open up box or concept board so you can maybe take a closer look.
Can you talk about the systems that you chose, both structural and environmental controls, and how that integrates into your design or supports your design decision, your design process, or your design intent?
So for structure, we decided to use glue-lam beams and columns, and we just use it in irregular grid and kind of expanded it and minimized it to fit the programmatic spaces. And then for the floors, we used the CLT panels.
I think formally, like the structure responded to like the shifting of, the shifting of these gable forms, kind of reiterate like our ideas of promoting these interconnected worlds that have different services within them, but they're all like still connected by a holistic view, I guess. Like, that makes it.
I have a question, guys. You mentioned that the community center, that the space, something about maximizes the gable, the open gable roof, but you showed that while you were showing that rendering. Okay, maybe in the section it shows more, because in the rendering I couldn't see how that was happening.
So it's on the uppermost level with the tallest gable, and it's
Gotcha.
the only one that's really like an open plan. Like it's the most open, and we wanted to celebrate the gable roof form in the structure.
Can you also go back to one of your sections just to see the relationship of the different levels and different programs?
So on the first floor, there's the apparatus bay here, and there's also the kitchen, which is a shared space, and a shared courtyard, and a resource center where the homeless can come get access to resources that they need, like toiletries or things like that. And then we wanted the bottom level to be the most public and inviting. And then as you go up, there's the offices for the community court, and then there's a half level with the housing for the firemen, and the uppermost level is the community center, and there are private balconies that go across to promote the interconnectedness between the firemen housing side and the community center side.
I think this section is a great drawing, and you're describing a lot of different communities using the same building. And I guess one of the key questions would be in terms of access, like can everybody go everywhere, or are there certain levels or places that only the firemen can go, or and the one I'm very curious about is the community space up on the top. Is that something that everybody, is there meant to be a mixing area, or how do you see the different accesses happening?
Yeah. So the first floor, I guess, oh wait, sorry. The first floor, I think, is where we wanted it to be the most accessible. So like everyone would come into like this shared community, shared courtyard space, and then you have a shared kitchen and resource center area, and then the gym also. And then as you go up, it gets increasingly more private, I guess. On the second level, there's offices for primarily for the homeless to come and get counseling. And then the level above that is restricted to just the firemen housing. So that would have to be selective entry. And then the uppermost level is back again for public, for the community space and the balconies, where we wanted to promote interaction between the firemen on this side and then the community center on this side.
So are on the ground floor, are you like where would the firemen relax if they're not out on the call?
Well, we put that on the top.
On the
Is
top,
that the shared space?
On this balcony here.
on the balcony?
Ah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, do you have an indoor space? Do you have a lounge for them where they can put their feet up? And I mean, it's obviously a pretty stressful job. Where they
They
can.
could use the kitchen on the first floor, and then there's also like a small lounge on the second level.
So the kitchen.
Yeah.
The kitchen is also like who's the target population for the kitchen? The homeless and the people using the community center and the community court. and environment, everyone together, or what's your vision for that?
For the kitchen, we wanted it to be more of a service space to the courtyard, which is shared by everyone. But the kitchen can be used by like everyone that's able to access the courtyard too.
You know, go ahead, Oli.
I mean, I think it's kind of maybe kind of a noble or optimistic gesture to have these different populations using all these same spaces, but I think, I was actually a voluntary firefighter in my previous life, and it's a really stressful job, and these are professional firefighters, and I think they need to have some separation in spaces that they can just kind of be amongst themselves. So I feel like that's kind of a component. I think it'd be great to have spaces where they can mix with the public, but I think you also I think there needs to be more of a buffer between what they do and the general public. I'm also like just looking at your floor plan, there doesn't seem to be anyone could walk off the kitchen into the apparatus bay. And that seems like not an ideal scenario with all, because you have to have your equipment ready, you have to have your personal protective equipment ready, and you really, and if there's a call and they need to go out, then you can't have other people in the way that might pose a hazard for either the firefighters or the people that are visiting. I mean, I think there could be something where you maybe have a big viewing window from a public space into the apparatus space, so that could be observed and is transparent to the general public. But I think you need to have a better separation between those two functions, based on the job description that isn't in. I'm presuming I'm going to stop here just in a second, Joe. EMS and EMTs and firefighters obviously deal with, obviously interact with those vulnerable populations a lot, but I think you also need to give them a space to retreat and just kind of recover and relax.
Yeah, I have a similar thought totally, and I think as I really appreciate the amount of work that you put into this. There's a lot of thought, a lot of work, and as Elise said, I appreciate the idealistic sensibilities of trying to kind of bring these populations together. But I think given just even from all the questions we were asking, you can see that sort of how that overlap occurs maybe isn't at this point fully thought through. And one population is dependent on the other population. Really, I think every day I see a fire truck or an ambulance dealing with a homeless situation, whether it's someone sick or just going to the hospital, whatever. I mean, I literally do see it every single day. And so I think sort of how that separation occurs and how the forms of your building could be dealt with in terms of maybe explaining that hierarchy a little bit more. Like, is it, you've kind of got this pitch roof, a residential scale element at this larger scale, which I think it kind of has a warehouse type sensibility, which I think is, could work. But I think that how one program is either embedded in the other, or what hierarchy is, what hierarchy you establish between these two programs would help you then in terms of how the form could be varied, or is a program nested inside another program, or are they very separate and you read that in the architecture? Because I'm not sure even somebody would know, there's a community space up on that top floor that's public. So those are some of the issues I have, in spite of a lot of really good work that you guys have done, and some really interesting drawings and analyses.
Yeah, I would agree with those comments. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to comb through the drawings, and want to really commend you on the quality of the drawings. Especially, I'm really intrigued. I got sidetracked with some of your early concept drawings and analytical drawings that are really strong and interesting and well crafted. And I guess I'm wondering if you could apply some of those techniques in the final drawings, or in a sort of analytical drawing of the final project that would help explain the idea of interaction and intersection of these communities, to make it quicker for people to understand your intent. And I guess the one thing that concerns me a little bit, and I'd like to hear how you're thinking about it, is just all the fire trucks exiting over a major sidewalk on 6th Street. Is there a concern about, pedestrian safety there?
So I guess the main reason that we oriented the building this way was because we wanted the I-35 road to be inviting to the homeless population underneath the freeway. And so we thought it'd be better if the apparatus bay was here. And I guess we just have to implement like extra precaution when they back out, but I think it should be okay. I'm not really.
6th Street pass under the freeway, or do you have to jog?
No, 7th Street does, right?
Okay, that's like
Or not? Where am I wrong? Well,
6th Street goes under, but
yeah, but in one way. Yeah, one way.
Yeah, it's one way.
Goes west.
so you can't. Yeah.
I mean, that's, I guess it's just an issue you have to deal with in bigger cities. I mean, I remember living in London, that was the case, and it's the same in New York, right? That they just kind of have to kind of go over the sidewalk. Is there a reason that you've reduced is there a reason that the sidewalk doesn't line up with the sidewalk of the next block? I was just like trying to look at your site plan. You kind of have it cut back. You asked if you're implying there's parking there, which I probably wouldn't, right? Just in your site on your ground floor plan, like what's the reason for that jog there?
I think there is parking currently in that area.
Yeah, but I mean, once you have the curb cut there and the apparatus bay, right, you wouldn't have that. So. Is there no parking in the next block? I'm just trying to understand the alignment of the curbs there. Not 100% sure.
No. Are you talking about this one, this block?
Yes, yeah, I'm just wondering. I mean, I drive down there once in a while, but I can't.
I think there is, Oli. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure there is.
I mean, I do like the way you're opening. I do like the way you're opening up your building on the east side to the population, inviting that vulnerable population in, and I do like the customized crosswalk. If you can zoom into your site plan just a tiny bit there. I'm a little, and I also want to echo Joyce's comments.
Hey, which
what is that? Yeah, that ground floor. If you just zoom into
my internet connection was stable. Sorry.
Oh, okay, got it. You can just leave it like that. That's okay. I also want to add to Joyce's comments. There's obviously a lot of work on here, and you've given it a lot of thought. Yeah, this is good. I mean, you obviously you would be coming from here, but then you're envisioning the entrance to the court would be over here, right? That's kind of your idea there.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's something you could do here, which is somewhat of a bottle. I mean, you're kind of stepping the building, you're opening it up. I'm wondering if you could do something to make that a little bit more of like right now, this seems to be the more obvious entrance to the building if you're coming in there.
Mhm.
But I'm wondering if there's a way you can more kind of purposely funnel, because I mean, you're not going to want people, like I said earlier, walking straight into the apparatus space. So I'm wondering if there's a way to funnel people a little bit better into your courtyard space. I mean, there might be, and then also if you can you just move it down a tiny bit so we can see a little bit more? Yes, great, thank you. And I'm also wondering, I mean, you have that courtyard and it's open to the feeder road, right? I'm also wondering about the quality of that space. I mean, could there be, could be something that kind of functions as a filter, and you bring in people, and then you kind of in that space. That's, again, I think there could be a visual relationship, and it's probably also okay to hear the street, but just a little bit of a buffer there might work. I mean, again, it's a fine line, because on the one hand you want to open up, on the other hand you also have, the context there, which is, in terms of noise and dirt and it's also safety, right? Where you might want to offer a little bit of separation. I mean, ideally what you do, you just have a crosswalk mid-block, right? Where they can just kind of straight go in there, and maybe, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
not
think
feasible to have another traffic light mid-block, but in the end, that would be kind of the ideal solution to that.
I think if you had more time and you could kind of go back and revisit it one more time, really looking at those issues of separation, togetherness, overlap, because also, like Elise said, I mean, I can see the homeless population that's under I-35 kind of coming over to use the kitchen. The firemen are also trying to use the kitchen, but it's such a different population, and there are going to be times where it's not going to work to have homeless people, and also just, I mean, even forgetting the COVID situation right now, many of the homeless have mental issues, physical health issues, and so just how to bring those two populations, or where you bring them together, I think is such a big question on your project. And that's where, if you had more time, that's where I would suggest maybe going with it and thinking about how can you give both of those populations what they need and still maintain your goals for the project.
So are you not sure? I'm trying to reconcile your structure with your drawings. Like, shouldn't there be columns in that apparatus bay? Like, based on your structural diagram?
That was one thing I wanted to ask about too, is if you had an overall structural diagram, because yeah, that's the drawing I want to see right there, is that sort of axon structural. It's a curious combination of using a gable for its sort of homey reference, home-like reference, and helping and using that to help the building feel approachable, or like a resource for the community. But then it's also a very grand, like a giant gable is actually a very grand space spanning type of structure typically. And I think that works. I get what you're trying to do in this section. I really like the all the clerestory windows you're showing, and light filtering in from different places. I like that sort of nested quality quite a bit. So if you could just speak to that for a second, is it really, were you choosing the gable because of the references and the spatial quality, and how does that translate into your structural idea?
Yeah, so we chose the gable at first for like the symbol of home. And then in terms of structure, like we used the framing and the columns. So like aligning with the grid, there would be like columns in the apparatus bay, but also thinking about the trucks having to like back in. We didn't want to have the columns like blocking them. So we chose to take the columns out of the apparatus bay. And then we also like tried to make like or like descale the big gable with like smaller gable cutouts and like smaller scale frames, I think.
So it's not, with the columns that I'm seeing, it's a gable form, but it's not like, I guess my mind was going to a giant sort of glue lamb beam making a gable, and you're not using it to span in that way. Is that correct?
I think it is spanning.
It is, yeah.
But it's held up by intermittent columns, so it's not doing the structural work of spanning the entire width of the space, which is what you often see gable structures doing, like, you know, for example, in a giant industrial shed building.
Yeah, I think I think what Elizabeth's saying is, you know, a good point, because you could take advantage of the depth that you're creating there with that gable. And because right now you're telling us that you took the columns out of the apparatus bay, but they're in your drawing, like they're in your structural drawing, but they're not in your floor plan. And I don't think it's an issue to have some columns in there. So I think you just need to reconcile that. But I think, excuse me, Elizabeth brings up a good point that you could use the depth of that gable to kind of span the large distance if you want a clear span for those apparatus bays. So I think you've got all the ingredients there. You just haven't made the soup yet. You know, it's just, you know, it needs to cook a little longer. So you kind of almost there. And I think, Nina, as you said, your intention was to remove the columns. You're still showing them. So, you know, it's just, and you've got the form. You just take advantage of the form that you have created to help you do those structural gymnastics that would be otherwise hard to do.
You know, one thing that might be an interesting drawing, Elizabeth, you were talking about kind of bringing some of the ideas from the conceptual drawings, but a drawing that looks at how, you know, Claire, when she introduced it, talked about space, time, and scale, and a drawing that kind of marks out kind of the spaces, how they get used at different times, and the scale of use. So you could really, I think that might help you also study that overlap, or where you don't want overlap, kind of looking at those three elements simultaneously in the project.
All right.
I mean, overall, you know, guys, we're picking it apart here, but you've got a lot of work, right? There are a lot of drawings we haven't even touched upon, you know, 75% of them. So you know, they're really nice drawing. It's a coherent presentation. And there will always be some questions, but we, you know, definitely appreciate the work you've put in. This is obviously unusual circumstances. And it's a difficult studio to begin with, even if you are, you know, have the opportunity to be in person. So I just want to commend you on that. So, you know, the things that we're talking about are, you know, little improvements that could really help clarify your concept. One thing I would urge you to do is maybe for your portfolio is, like, if you're designing a fire station, I really want to see a perspective of that apparatus bay. I mean, I want to see some fire trucks. I want to see some chrome, you know. It doesn't have to be chrome, but, you know.
And they can still be black and white, Shakira.
They can still be black and white fire trucks. We're okay with that. But and that also gives you an opportunity to test I mean, you've shown us the community center or the library space. It seems like there's two major program components, the community or court, and then the fire station. And I think kind of getting a sense of both of those spatially, and it would also give you an opportunity to test what you're doing there. It's like, because then you would have been forced to put those columns in there because they're a new model, and it's like, oh crap, we don't want those there, or like, oh yeah, that's okay, or we'll take this one out and that one out and leave the other, and adjust our structural system accordingly. So it's also a design tool that helps you to kind of check your design intentions.
You have time for a quick question?
Yeah.
Just was keeping everything black and white a priority for you guys?
Yeah, mostly for Shikari.
Well, I wonder, that could have been a way maybe to look at the different programs is sort of, where the programs are separated, they stay black and white, where there are programs where the two come together, maybe those become color drawings. So you maybe could think about how you can use that idea to reinforce how you're designing the building. Just a thought.
What happened to the long elevation though? Did you fall off the wagon there, Shakira?
Yeah. Nina fought her on that one.
Or was this a group drawing that you guys adapted?
Yep.
I like that drawing a lot. And
drawing.
I think the thing you're doing with scale is really nice in terms of finding something that fits with, that doesn't overwhelm the historic fabric that's right there, but definitely sort of increases the buildable space that you have available and makes a strong presence on the street. The drawing that I think you had a section perspective when I was looking on your concept board that I don't think you talked about in your presentation that looked like a really strong drawing, and it could potentially be one that helps sort of define the larger concept a bit, and maybe with I guess the other drawing that I think is really resonant for me was one of your earlier concept drawings of it's sort of like an axon of the nesting. Yeah, that one right there. That I think would be really interesting to bring sort of somehow marry with your structural diagram. Like I'd love to see a drawing that brings that idea back around. And so I guess I'm wondering if maybe some of the smaller spaces have their own sort of smaller version of a gable that my mind starts going to, you see the ubiquitous sort of pop-up tents for events or tents for the homeless. Like, are there sort of smaller scale temporary structures that get nested into your larger structure? Or are some of your smaller spaces you're talking about, your micro worlds expressed with their own gable that start to sort of bring that concept to bear on the structural diagram a bit more? But overall, I mean, I think the depth and breadth of drawings is quite remarkable, and the sort of intensity of the earlier studies, especially as well as the rendered drawings, is quite impressive. I feel like there's one I'm going to complain about though, which is the interior perspective of, I guess it's a fireman's quarters or something, and it looks like a deluxe hotel somewhere. It doesn't quite. I mean, it's very well done. You've selected a great lamp and a great rug, but it doesn't feel appropriate for this project necessarily. So watch out for your facility with importing different blocks. So anyway.
Yeah, thank you. These are lots of really good comments, and I agree that the reason we're able to have this kind of detailed discussion about your project is because it is the clarity of your drawings and the amount of stuff that you have allows us to get to that level. So
Want to say, Shakira and Nina, we've really appreciated your very kind of quiet persistence and diligence throughout the semester. It's been a pleasure to work with you. With that, should we move on?
Yeah, we're gonna move on now to Tate and Anya.
It's just so great to see these guys having not seen their work since first year.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyways, so we're actually gonna screen share a like a presentation and then move to the concept board afterwards to like free roam. So yeah. Uy died. He left.
No, I'm here. I'm just feeding a needy cat. I'm listening. I just can't be at the desk.
There it is. Okay. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. So our project is titled Hearth. It is a combination of two distinct buildings, Austin Fire Station 1 and the Austin Justice Center. An atrium space and courtyard. Located on the corner of the iconic 6th Street and the I-35 frontage road, Hearth seeks to create a new source of community for 6th Street, East Austin, and a historically disenfranchised homeless population who currently use nearby Waller Creek and the I-35 underpass as refuge. By breaking the building down into its three conceptual parts, protection, light, and resources, the Hearth applies those concepts to its three distinct buildings. These forms and their structures are devised with regards to existing buildings on culturally rich 6th Street, which have traditionally been long wood frame constructions with exterior veneers of various materials, parapet and gable roof lines, and sometimes containing communal spaces that are either open or tucked away from the hectic public life of the street.
Hearth also closely examines the controversial past and present of the area, including segregation, redlining, and police violence, all of which have become nationally regarded issues in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests. This is especially true in Austin, where the APD faces a series of lawsuits related to injuring peaceful protesters, in addition to the city's previous attempts to make homelessness a criminal act. These issues, alongside the health and environmental injustices created by an unsustainable interstate system, bring about a troubling contextual framework in which the project must address. So these two maps right here, Anya can explain this map better than I can, but.
Yeah, so this one's looking at mostly like it's called the justice map. That's what we titled it. And it kind of just shows how like the redlining practices have impacted East Austin and how Black households and Hispanic households have migrated from all around Austin then to the Red Line district. And then also I-35 creating more inequality on the site. And this is more of just a preliminary drawing and research that we did.
And this map is analyzing like the kinds of like forces that are acting on like disenfranchised populations in Austin. And so what it found was that one, Austin police has a very large like imprint on the city. It expands like super deep into like a lot of neighborhoods. And generally like their locations, which are marked in red, are like pretty frequent. And then the purple dots are representing like resource centers that exist already. And you can sort of see that like, even though Austin has like a very large amount of resource distribution and like potential for like giving homelessness like a way to be solved, it's not happening necessarily. The homeless populations are still like occurring and like, especially underneath the underpass and like closer to downtown in the river. So Austin's it's clearly having an issue placing like a solution onto the crisis, even though the means for it are like do exist. So this drawing is like showing our building on 6th Street, which we've acknowledged is like a very like historically rich context for a site. A lot of it which like relies upon like the gable roof lines mentioned previously, as well as a lot of like fenestration techniques. There's like tons of different window and door types, and they're all like
It's like
very.
they're like
yeah.
regular, but also irregular in how they're mashed together. And we didn't want to challenge this sort of like language of the site. We wanted to really play upon it and create something that was very contextual, but also not trying to just copy exactly what was there on the site.
So in terms of the actual building, so as we said, the building is separated into like its 3 distinguished parts. So this left strip here is like the fire station, and then the middle strip is the atrium space, and then the right-hand strip is the community center. So we started with like conceptual drawing of like what a fire station necessarily does, and like kinds of spaces that a fire station would need on 6th Street when we know like space is tight, and we know that like we're dealing with mass timber structures, and we're trying to make like a lot of things come together all at once. So so the fire station, which is the protection of our project, expresses a brick exterior which builds upon the rich context of 6th Street and promotes the fire bay as an integral part of the facade in order to establish a positive relationship between the Austin community and its authoritative and protected figures. On the ground floor, Fire Station 1 contains, oh boy, sorry, I'm gonna skip past some stuff. So on the ground floor, Fire Station 1 contains an apparatus bay holding 3 fire trucks, 2 EMS vehicles, and a chief unit, as well as a decontamination zone and a day room. Offices, administration dorms form the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors in accordance with their functional needs. The dorms on the 4th floor keep fire crew, oh, someone just called me. Sorry. The dorms on the 4th floor keep fire crews as far away as possible from the noise of 6th Street, underneath the gable roof, indicating the dorms as a home and mirroring the shelter as a justice center. The fire crew's shared space creates a zone for bonding amongst a tight-knit crew and opens up to the interior corridor.
Is the screen lagging?
The screen is lagging.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
You can't. Okay. So the atrium, or life, is an open air zone between the buildings. This sucks. I just want to go to the other page, and it takes like a minute. Okay, well, it creates an expansive space where flexible use is enabled, and programs such as the Resource Center, Community Center, and Cafe can utilize it for overflow. The quadruple height space allows for a wondrous intermediate and transitional space between the surrounding programs and a long windowed view into the fire bay, as well as mezzanines on either side of the atrium that establish both a visual and spatial connection between the fire station and the Justice Center. A brick floor and plantings bring a human sense of scale to the large space, and a hanging staircase delivers users to offices and community center zones throughout the building. The atrium leads to an inner courtyard where materials from both the fire station and the Justice Center harmoniously frame an open view of a pond with trees and small plantings, creating a serene space tucked away from the ruckus of an active 6th Street on the south side and a roaring I-35 on the east. We can just go on to the concept board.
Well, yeah, we're good now. Okay. So similar to the fire station, there was also like a concept drawing of the Justice Center and like what kinds of like outreach it would need to have, and how can a building necessarily like facilitate like a solution for homelessness, not just in terms of like sheltering, but also in terms of like providing opportunity for like personal growth and like creating a space for maybe like mental health or counseling. And so this drawing was like sort of the basis for how we started to design that portion of the building. So the Justice Center, representing the resources of the building, works to provide a space for community healing and growth, containing a community court, case manager offices, counseling offices, and 15 temporary shelters for the Austin homeless population. It pushes back against the harsh conditions of I-35 with a public and transparent bottom floor, a warm and inviting wooden exterior, and intimately scaled spaces. In line with the studio's overarching theme of superposition, the Justice Center also takes inspiration from the mobilized service of the fire station. It contains 2 service trucks, mimicking the iconic Austin food truck scene, but delivering commodities and office space instead. By adopting this concept from the fire station, the Justice Center's capacity for change expands outside of the site boundaries, and the center instead takes a more active role in defining the city. Spaces like the cafe and community center are highly flexible and can be used in tandem with the service trucks to assist in resource distribution during conditions such as drastic weather, pandemics, mass evictions, and spikes in mental health crises, which are all happening now and are projected to occur more frequently in the future. And sort of going in line with like how our building is actually like providing these like safe and comforting spaces for this disenfranchised population. A lot of like the structure and details were focused on like very human scale and like warm interior colors, and ensuring that like spaces are as simple as like possible, and not like overly designed or like, I don't want to say fancy, but
Not intimidating.
yeah. So the materials are like really simple. It's like steel, brick, and wood, and it's very like down to earth. This is like a column detail that I enjoyed making, but like the columns are like lots of like little parts that are all like visible, so the structure is very expressed. Yeah. And like these shelter spaces themselves are like start with like a high-pitched roof going downwards to a balcony, and like a very cozy plan. And then this was the food truck, which is like shown here, sort of servicing, like driving out underneath I-35 and like, servicing the homeless population that exists there.
Yeah, and also thinking about like the superposing programs, like we kind of pulled that the fire bay and how the trucks like take the service away from the building to other places. And so we were thinking that it might be a good idea to have kind of like a reflection of that on the community center side, where you have like these vehicles that leave the actual like building and then go help people outside of the actual like site itself.
And then just like a final note, we were asked to make like a sort of like a mind map drawing at the end of the semester, like as a sort of like a one last thing before we like dive into final drawings. And so we revisited like a lot of our original concepts in this drawing and just like to think about like how they were developing and like what they were performing. And we sort of came to realize that like throughout the semester, our project had like, it had deviated like a lot from our original concept, which was this drawing. But as we like introduced more like complexity to it, a lot of the like ideas we had in our original concept drawing started to like manifest themselves in the building. In terms of like in this drawing, for example, like one thing was that the structure of like the fire bay is sort of like extending out and reaching over to the homeless like tents on the side, and like implying that the building is like sort of like leaving it's leaving its site boundaries in order to like accommodate for things instead of just like hoping that people go to it and use it. So that is the end of our talking.
Yeah, we can go to the concept
So
board.
I'm going to move to the concept board and we can just talk about that.
Maybe we can go to the ground floor plan that wasn't loading.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, so here's like the atrium space that I was talking about you couldn't really see. And it has a very like accessible way to get into the courtyard with this open air atrium as like an intermediate space to get to it. And it also kind of serves as a buffer between community center and the fire bay or the fire station.
Could you just point out where is North, where is 6th Street, where's I-35 to orient?
So North is right here with this little north arrow, and then 6th Street is along this side, and then the I-35 is along this side.
That's great. If you could keep going, showing us the drawings, I think that's really helpful. And in particular, I'm curious to see the concept that you were just talking about with the structure from the fire bay reaching over. I thought that was a really interesting idea. Can you sort of show us how that manifests itself in the section or in the plan, either one?
Yeah, so what I meant by like the structure reaching was more of like a conceptual thing, like indicating the building was like the building's functions weren't necessarily like rooted inside of like the site boundary. And so the structure was more about like, that's what sort of manifested with the like these like service trucks, like where the fire base structure of like service is like the fire trucks leaving and like putting out fires or like delivering emergency medical services. And so like the structure like crossing over was actually more of how the community center has like its own version of
The
like fire
bay.
trucks by
Yeah.
allowing for these vehicles that can like buzz around the city and like create change in Austin like more tangibly.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you just show that in plan so that they're clear about where that other bay is?
Oh yeah, it's right there.
That's going out this way towards the I-35 side.
Can you go over to the next floor plan?
Yeah. So on this floor plan, many of these spaces are double height, and in the community space or community center, there's like a double height kind of space where you can look down and back into the lobby. This is kind of like the floor where there's a lot of like, I don't know, like service type programs where it's a community kitchen, community laundry, community shower, but then you get over here and there's more of like sociable type programs. And it's on this floor very separate from the fire station side. They really only have an opportunity to mix through the courtyard at this level. But then as you go up, you get more of like the quieter and more unitized programs, and we start superposing some programs where there's the childcare over here, sharing between the fire station and the community center, where if people are working but maybe they have kids, they can actually have like their childcare within the building. And then, was there something? Oh yeah, so there's also these programs that are sitting on top of the bay, and mostly because we needed more square footage just to like have that, but it also kind of symbolizes like some of the programs that the firefighters might also want to use, and so they have easy access to those. And then on the top floor, you have the living spaces. We have the temporary housing units, shared living space, a patio, a private office for if they need to do maybe like online interviews or just need their own space to work. And then on the fire station side, there's the dorms, the fire pole, like very close to the rooms, just to get down to the bay more easily, shared living space, a gym, and then a superposing program that occurs between them is the rooftop garden, where that can be used to cook the food that they make in their living spaces. But again, they're mostly separate, and to get into these buildings, you would probably need like some kind of keyed access so that you're not going back and forth too much between programs.
And you guys have a section that cuts through all of them that goes east to west, yeah.
Yeah, this one actually cuts through the atrium space.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see.
So, I mean, you obviously have, I mean, I think you have a lot of the, you know, I mean, the program is pretty complex that you've incorporated here, and it seems like you've maybe you've incorporated some of the program elements that we were maybe asking for in the last project. So I think, and I think you've also handled the separation and the togetherness of those two different programs well. I think that all seems relatively well thought out. I do have a few questions. So like, I'm on the 4th floor in my dormitory as a firefighter, and I need to get down to the apparatus bay. How do I get there?
Oh, so the way that we did it is there's like a fire pole that goes down one floor, and then you kind of hop off, and then you go down another one.
Yeah, because one thing we learned was that fire poles that are too long result in a lot of broken ankles.
Yeah, you can't go down 4 floors.
Yes, you need to separate them like pretty frequently so that doesn't happen.
Well, but so, okay, there it is in your apparatus bay. So you've got one, and then you transfer on the 3rd floor, and then.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go straight down?
Yeah, because the bay is double height, so it's
okay.
Okay, yeah, and then you go straight down to the, okay, that's good. Yeah, I couldn't see that.
And you have an elevator as well?
Yeah, but firefighters typically don't take the elevator because the wait, like they take the stairs before the elevator just because like the waiting time is like sort of critical.
But the stair, you like, I'm confused. Okay, I didn't see that door here. Okay, got it. So you've got 2 sets of stairs that you could get down into. What's happening with your solid facade in front of that very, yeah, what is that? You were right there. What is that? Is that just showing a closed door, or what is that showing us right there?
Well, he's talking about the garage door.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like,
here, go to the elevation maybe.
Okay.
So that's this is like a pretty significant span. So what we came up with was like, instead of having like vertically retracting garage doors, we actually had a sliding one. And so this door would like slide open this way, and then
allow for all the trucks to come in.
Yeah, but also like the actual like the spacing, like the mullions for this garage, like when it would roll out, it would actually match up with these windows, like so that it doesn't block off any like light coming into them.
so what? So the whole thing slides over on the front of the garage?
Yeah,
front of the building.
And this is the alleyway side.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound very practical. I mean, alternative here would be bifold door. I mean, it would take way too long for that whole door to open for those 3 bays. You know, you might want to consider bifold doors. I mean, rather than up and over doors, you could have bifold doors for each bay that would allow it to be opened a lot faster. That's also pretty common. I'm wondering, I really like the articulation of your plan on the ground floor with, but like there's kind of a sense, you know, you're kind of playing with the solid and more transparent parts. But then when I'm looking at the elevations, I'm really not getting that. It seems very,
It's like one larger block.
seems very opaque. I think it's more successful on the south elevation than on, but the east elevation where you, it just seems very, I feel like you could, where's your east elevation? I guess here it is. Maybe I was looking at the wrong drawing. Yeah, maybe it's just the way you've represented that, but it seems like it would be really transparent on that ground floor, right?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. You had a perspective of the facade that was really dynamic and looked like there was a lot going on, and it would be great to talk about that a bit and understand your ideas on elevation.
Yeah, so I think like a lot of what we're going for was acknowledging that like the primary people like that are using this facade are the homeless people who are going to the court, people who are like using the community center. And so we know that a lot of these people are coming from the I-35 side, and their experience with I-35 probably is not a positive one. It's probably like, if you're homeless, it's like your shelter where you're hearing like 100 decibels every like moment of your life, and like cars are roaring by and there's like pollution. And if you're like someone in East Austin, it's like your perception of like super traffic. And so we actually wanted to make this like east facade sort of like open up from that side and then like be like a barrier between those people and like the I-35 like interstate. And I think it actually is shown better here. So
yeah,
this
I mean,
is
you're kind of almost showing us the building. I really like. I mean, I think what I'm looking for is if you have this axon of the overall project, that large drawing that shows you building colored, where it starts to, like you really want a south in a perspective from the southeast corner there.
Yeah.
I think that would really speak to both of those transparent side, the apparatus bay, your court, your community court entrance. I think that's just, I think you have it there, you're just not showing it to us. Like you have all the ingredients, and I think because in the beginning I was looking at your diagrams of those 3 bars and how they weren't very articulated, and actually it's really articulated on the ground floor. It gets more kind of monolithic and solid and fills the block on the upper levels, but I think that's okay. And I think that one little colored axon, you need to have another, yeah, that one right there. You need to have a view at kind of pedestrian level scale that shows you that and how you experience that building. So I think that's your homework for the break, is for your portfolio.
Yeah,
that you need to have that perspective.
100% agree with you. That was like, if I had an extra like hour, that's the first thing I would do. So.
But it's really, you've got a really nice project. You've put a lot of work into that. It's like, at some point you have to prioritize what's going to sell your project, and which drawing is going to sell your project and which one isn't. And that's a really important drawing. So just keep that in mind for the future. I mean, I know there's times always a limit, but at some point you have to prioritize. Do I draw another detail, or do I, the perspective are just always kind of like the icing on the cake, but they tell you so much about your building. So just keep that in mind going forward. The one thing is, you don't have a structural diagram, do you?
No, that was like one of the, like, I know we need it, but like I was prioritizing the other things first. But the plans do have like a pretty like comprehensive like grid system.
Well, but like your apparatus bay there, how do you where's the structure there? How do you span that distance?
Yeah, so the fire bay actually, we designed it working on like a separate structural grid from the main building. So the main building is utilizing like 20-foot spacing with like some 10 feet spacing just for like whenever it's like needs to happen. Yeah. But the fire bay actually has like a much deeper like girder beam system. And that's like shown here sort of like where there's like a normal 1, 2, 3 gird, and then the fire bay has like its own F1, F2. Because we do know like the fire bay of course needs to be like as open as possible. And so
but I think you're making it like
that's why it was double height.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works, because you're actually making your life harder because you've got the 90-degree, entrances or exits, right? So trying to resolve it structurally, like I'd really like to see that 3-dimensionally, how you resolve that and where your beams run and where you're supporting them, because unless you're taking, like you said, unless you're taking the double height space. Where's the section through that? Does the section flow show any of that?
Section, yeah, so these were like the normal, like over here was like the normal beam and girder system, which was like a pretty like small based on like the the loads and stuff. And then fire bay had like much deeper, like more expansive beams and girders.
So do you have it? Is this like, well, go back to your plan, sorry. I guess there's a lag.
Oh.
Do you have it?
Oh boy.
I'm assuming this is whoa.
I think you got out for something.
Things are getting stuck here. like, is this a beam line here? Like, I'm assuming that's a major beam, and then these guys, I don't know why my lines are disappearing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't see anything here.
Yeah, they're disappearing.
Yeah.
Okay, weird stuff happening. Now they're all there. I can see them now, but it's a mess. Okay, never mind. Really not working right now. Yeah, I think you just need to show us a diagram of that, because that's probably structurally, that's probably your most complicated space. And again, you have the same issue as the other group. I really want to see a perspective of that space. And you also kind of, I mean, you're showing us a space of the perspective of the community court. You're kind of showing us almost showing us the exterior of the building. You're almost showing us that beautiful atrium that you've created, because you're talking about the suspended stair. I really want to see those things and not, you know, I mean, you're showing us the hallway there, or the corridor of the community court wing. So just kind of keep in mind that show us the pieces that you're really excited about.
And the ones you have shown us are really nice drawings. I mean, they give us a sense of the space. It's a warm space. It's a space that looks like you want to occupy it. So yeah, I think more of those would only benefit you.
Yeah.
I also, I agree with all of Lily's comments. I think you guys have done a ton of work. It's, overall a really nice project. Claire and Andrew, did you guys assign the storyboard drawings, or was that something Anya and Tate, you guys? Yeah, I love those. I think that's
after.
Yeah, we did this after I think the SD. We assigned us like an experiential storyboard of walking through the project, and we my brother's a cinematographer, so we had him come in and kind of like review these from a perspective of how they compose images in film, and how you get a sense of the space using light and texture and scale and things like that.
I think that's great. It's because I think, you guys, when you get into these projects that have so much program that you have to deal with, and you're dealing with details and materials, that sometimes the experience of the place gets lost. And that, to me, when I saw this and I saw your perspectives, it was really exciting, because I know that you're thinking about what it would be like to actually be in it, rather than just kind of designing it from a distance. And yeah, it's a great assignment.
Yeah, these were super helpful. Like we were kind of like stuck for like a little bit, or like in the middle of the semester, and these like got us unstuck a lot. Like thinking about the space, not like in terms of like the like 2D plan, which is like it's kind of like how we're all in like an online semester, and it's like your brain stops on like a computer screen. It's like the same thing as like when you draw on plans, it's just like kind of gets monotonous. But whenever you get to switch over to like more like tangible things that aren't necessarily like so strictly bound to like a rule set of a plan, like it helped us a lot in like actually advancing our project. So like
great. Well, they're really nice drawings. I do have one question. What's the exterior material? Is it wood?
Yeah, I just wanted to actually talk about that.
Oh yeah. So on the east facade side, yeah, so the primary material was wood. So we used like a super like thin batten system, and then like shaded the windows more with like these larger fins.
Mm-hmm.
And then just to break up the facade, so it's not just like one giant wood piece. We made like our circulation cores be clad in like brick instead. So like pulling some cues from the fire station side and like using like the brick in addition to like this sort of like push and pull of like the roof line to break it up.
Are the arched windows in the brick facade or in both? Like, I'm curious about the arches.
So the arches were taken a lot from like 6th Street. I should probably go to the concept drawing for that actually. So in our concept drawing, we show that too. It's like sort of like this arched window that's like just dragging across 6th Street, and it's like if 6th Street kind of just like grew onto our building, what would it look like, and like how would it fit in? And so so the arch windows do, like, this is a 6th Street facade, so those arch windows do exist both on the like brick building in the fire station as well as like the wood building in the community court.
I kind of question the wood on a building like that.
Yeah.
It's, it's a public building. It's, it was also a very urban building. And so I kind of question the appropriateness of the wood on, I think the wood on the inside is a structural system where it's protected. I think it's fine. I'm questioning it on the outside. It's not, that for me, I think it works in a rural setting, or, if you're, somewhere in Alpine Austria, but I'm not quite sure whether I would, there's kind of a contextual question about that in terms of the material. And then there's also a maintenance question and how, this is obviously a public building that's going to have a limited maintenance budget, and how that would weather and age over time. I'm wondering if you could limit, and you have these nice cutouts on the ground floor. Maybe it's just limiting, wood kind of maybe where you have those overhangs, maybe the soffits of those overhangs are wood, and even the wall somewhere like these entrances that you've carved out where the wood would be protected. There would still be wear and tear from people.
Well, also, I think given you've made the wood facade the one that's on I-35, and it seems to me like if you were going to use brick and wood, that would be the one that would be more in onto 6th Street rather than the one that's the I-35. But I agree with Uli. I think both parts could be brick, and then you could think about that wood screen, which would need a lot of maintenance, but I'm not worrying about that part.
This is, for some reason, my highlighting is not working, but like where you have these, cutouts or overhangs on the ground floor where you get into the building, those would be ideal for kind of a, a more.
You're talking about here, Uli? Can you see mine?
Yeah, no, mine just. Now I see my markups.
Yeah, we don't see any of you guys on the.
Now I see my markup from 10 minutes ago that I tried to clear. I don't know. It's just
yeah, mine won't clear now. So there it is.
Where you're talking about, I think you were talking about human scale, right? You bring the scale down of those spaces. Maybe the materials are kind of, warm to the touch since it's wood, and it's kind of something that people interact with, and really limiting to those areas where a little bit more protected. Again, like I said, you're still going to have the wear and tear, but it's also then more manageable to maintain over time, versus it being up, on the 3rd story facing 35.
Yeah.
Our COVID project has been scraping and resealing our wood exterior, so I can for the fact of that it's a real thing, that wood requires a lot more maintenance. And I think that it definitely, it seems like in your project there's a kind of latent idea about making spaces more relatable or personable by bringing down the scale of both the spaces and the articulated elements of the structure and the facade. I'm curious about, I did want to ask about, there's several places where you have modular looking elements, like on the, let's see, that would be the southeast corner, for example. There's these sort of carrel looking spaces that happen down, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but down here. And then on the 2nd floor, looking into the atrium, there's these sort of bay window looking things. And I'm wondering if you could talk about that for a minute, and how that plays out across the building.
Yeah, Tate and Anya, go ahead and answer that, and then I think after that we'll need to move on to the next project.
Okay. Are you talking about these kind of like notches?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll start talking about them on this 1st floor. So I wanted to, oh, it's freezing. Okay, so as like a condition, I wanted to do something interesting and plan for this. And like I was thinking about how like this face, I guess, could be used on the inside and the outside. And so it's like a double bench separated by the actual wall of the building, just like a window. So people can just occupy the space, and it's kind of like a zigzag in a way. And then the same thing happens on the second and third floors, where it's like a planter which opens out into the courtyard, and then a little like cut in window where people can use as like, I don't know, a little lounging space or like a reading nook. Just to make these hallways a little more interesting and usable instead of just like dead space.
Well, I think that's a really strong idea relative to, you know, maybe you're not providing home. Well, actually, you are providing some homes, but like helping people to find a place for themselves, like even if it's just a place to sit for a few minutes within this larger sort of political building, I think is a really nice concept. And I guess in my mind, I was also thinking that there was a potential tie-in relative to the structural drawing you were showing with the steel working with wood coming together and having a structural member that was also bringing together, I don't know how far to go with it, but that bringing together disparate elements had a structural component that I think would be visually very striking, as well as an idea about bringing different populations together. I think I really appreciate the sort of urban gesture of the shed buildings, the sort of tripartite organization. I feel like it doesn't necessarily play itself out in your plan. I mean, I know it does on a superficial level, but I feel like it's in some ways counter to your other idea of having the intersection of populations. So I don't know how to, I like this scale wise very much. I think it works really well in this setting. And, but it seems like there's like a level of editing that needs to happen. Like, is the main idea discrete elements? And so the wood structure is used to make smaller spaces that come together into a larger piece. I think Lou's comment about what do you then do about the larger spans required by the fire bay is a really good one. And I understand why it's like you have all these sort of discrete decisions that you've made. And I think part of the pleasure of it is that it's hard to understand the overall organization. But I do think a round of editing some of these decisions and letting, finding the sort of larger connective pieces is something that I would look for, maybe just as a sort of comment for moving forward. In other words, it's like a giant buffet of things, and how does it have a larger presence or a larger message that connects everything, or that, you know, is the sort of core idea in the project. There's so much good work. I almost feel like it would help to like let some things go or to edit some things out. But
yeah,
overall, yes, great drawings, many beautiful moments. I mean, we didn't even talk about. I know we're running out of time, but it seems like there's a lot of thought about connecting to nature, like in your perspectives down there in the bottom, with the spaces that are looking out onto a contained garden, or is that on the right, is it a homeless, is that a living space for a homeless person that has a contained garden? Is that what?
Yeah, this was like the first draft pass at this. And like in our design development, we basically were told like balconies are probably a more realistic and functional idea than like this plant light well. But I did want to include it because I enjoyed it. So.
I think how do you the idea of introducing nature, so this is essentially like a microcosm idea of your atrium idea, where it's in an urban space, but you're introducing a connection to nature as a way to help introduce calm, relaxation, all the things that you get from connecting to nature, but doing it on a very tight urban scale. Which I think is a really interesting part of the project that you didn't even really talk about, but I think these are some of your most compelling drawings right here.
Yeah, it was definitely something we considered, but we talked about quite a few things, so.
Yeah, this is a really good discussion, and I hate to kind of cut it off here, but we got to move on to our last group here. But yeah, good project. Lots of great comments to move forward with, I think. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Nice work, guys.
Thank you.
Anya.
Okay, I just put the last group for the morning session in the chat, their concept word, and Marisol and Alvaro, take it away.
Hey guys, I need a 2-minute bio break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do we start? Anyways.
Go ahead and wait for Uli.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. So if you're looking at our concept board, it's going to be the set of drawings to the right.
Okay.
To the right, not the one on the left.
Yeah, I see him.
Writing it on there.
Sorry, I'm holding up the whole show. Is there, I know in Mural, you can capture views that you can then navigate through when you present. I don't know if you can do that in concept board, because then you could just stay in concept board. It's just like almost doing a slideshow in concept board.
I am not familiar with that.
It's because in Mural you can do that, or in Mural where
In
you
Mural, yeah.
in Mural you can save the view, and then you just you have a menu on the side with all the saved views, and then just move from one drawing to the next one, which is
Yeah, I haven't even tried to do that, so maybe there is a way, but I'm not sure. Yeah, well, I think if you haven't ever tried to do that, let's just go ahead and proceed as you were planning, Marisol and Alvaro.
Yeah.
But
it's not nothing to do now, it's just for the future.
Yeah. Okay, so go ahead and present. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marisol.
And I'm Alvaro. And so our project is located on the corner of the historic 6th Street and I-35 in downtown Austin. And so our project deals with the merger of two very distinct programs in a fire station and a community court, and how those two spaces interact with each other, both indirectly and directly, and opportunities for the two to meet. And so starting with a brief overview of these external factors that influence the design, so traffic, surrounding context, and how we struck a balance with the relation of 6th Street while still establishing something much different than normal, as these two programs never really combine. And so then using these aspects to inform our programming and our design.
Yeah, so that includes like a climate analysis, we did a transportation analysis, photograph diagram, and traffic as well. And so we started our design process by allocating all of the functional requirements. And so that meant for like both programs, it helped us find the overlaps between the two. We did this by creating a program data sheet, as you can see here, as well as an adjacency diagram and a diagram. And after our program comparison, we decided that we would give a great importance to how these two programs would interact with each other, since this exercise really helped us see that there was a need to really take focus on that.
Yeah, so we moved on to like a concept drawing, and we wanted to represent how the two programs come together while still respecting each other as their own entities. Obviously, they're different programs, they have different needs, but there are moments where they come together, and we wanted to use that as like a driving point for our project moving forward. And then so that's kind of like what led us to what we are now. And here's just a brief 3D axon of how the project sits within the site and its proximity to I-35 and the surrounding buildings along 6th Street.
Could you just zoom in on that for a second, please?
On this one?
On the axon.
I have a big screen, so it might show smaller than I actually see it. I might see it really big and you might see it really small. So let me know.
That's good. Thank you.
Further at any time.
Yeah, and then the next few drawings, it's just kind of showing the site context in 2D and how it sits within the site and its interactions.
Yeah, so here we just have some roof plans and ground plan. But further on, one of the main things we wanted to accomplish with our design was to create a space that respects the two civic functions. And so the community core, which is more public, and the fire station being a more private and like high alert program, our thought process for allocating the space programs has allowed us to integrate the community core and the fire station without having them interfering with one another. We have a massing diagram and a few like plan program diagrams to show before, just to get a better understanding or show a better representation on how our programs are interacting. We were able to do this by incorporating a large public atrium, as well with limited access to the fire station, while the courtroom is easily accessible to the public. We spent a great deal of time determining the program by making logical and very particular decisions about hierarchy and the functional programming, how these two programs would interact with one another, and as well as the experiential quality and structural system, which we'll go into a little bit later. But here on these floor plans, we can get a better look. Alvaro?
Yeah, and so in regards to like the community court, we want to respect the closed off and serious nature of the courtroom, but also provide moments of break. So we added like clerestory lighting, which you might see, and atrium access. And so we want to like free up the space while also be particular about the seriousness of the courtroom, which we can see on the second level a bit better. So giving access to it, but also understanding how it does serve a particular function.
Yeah, so for the apparatus, we placed it strategically so that the units can enter and exit in one direction and exit in the same direction without having to back into the apparatus. And so that avoids a lot of interruptions on the actual street, and there's no need for that, as well as
We allocated directly immediately off of the apparatus, the decon room, workshop, gear wash directly inside of the apparatus to avoid any of that cross-contamination whenever they come back from fighting fires and they have chemicals on them and their gear. And so we wanted to keep that separated, as well as in the living quarters. We also created in the second floor, we created a direct path from the living quarters and the dorm rooms, a direct access path to the apparatus. And besides that, the placement of the stairs and the fire pole really allow that. We also gave everyone privacy by creating individual dorm rooms, as you can see along this edge here, and private restrooms. They're all combined here in the center with some lockers as well. And we also wanted to incorporate a low maintenance garden, which is directly visible from the dormitory hall, and a balcony and additional space to serve the firefighters' mental health, as well as a gym on the lower floor and outdoor recreational area that they would be able to access directly from the exterior of the apparatus and do workouts out there and so forth.
Yeah, and then it's in terms of section, we really thought about the experience in regards of the apparatus and this interconnectivity we're talking about. So on the second floor of like the upper lobby and the fire station living, we gave the opportunity to see out over into the apparatus bay. And so that gives us the opportunity for the structure to go past these spaces and the people to kind of like jut into them without actually interfering. So it's like connectivity into the space, there's transparency, but there isn't a clash of like program in that sense. So it provides a visibility without like actually getting in the way of what the firefighters would particularly do if they're busy and things like that. And so here is just like showing how it's above, you have a view down below, but it's not like getting in the way, yet you do feel like they're showing off, you know, this is our fire station, you know, come and look and things like that.
Yeah, it really makes you feel as if you're inside of the fire station, yet you have no direct access to it, but it's very visible from both the exterior and the interior quality. Another important aspect of our design was really activating the 6th Street intersection. So this is our south elevation. And since we are located in the entrance of basically the most historic street of all of Austin, we want our building to celebrate Austin's culture and community. We want people to think of the building as a landmark and not be afraid of the community court. People are able to see through the apparatus as well on the service road. This is our east elevation from the service road. And we also included a bright firehouse red in the garage doors and the north and south facade, as well as a large wall art installation, as we saw over here as well. And we wanted to do something like this so that we can help get rid of that negative stigma that the community court has, and wanted to be an inviting space for the entire community and not just a place where people have to go and get punished, if anything.
Yeah, and then when it comes to exploring the materials, we decided to reveal the timber structure selectively to heighten that like view effect. And so what we did is we incorporated a brick veneer as a callback to 6th Street and what's usually done, and kind of stick to that like native section, but also use a wood panel to differentiate the two programs and have moments where the structure bridges between the two and kind of show that like they're linked together, but they're not necessarily getting in each other's way. And so using the building's material and structure to emphasize the connectivity while also showing like the differentiation of two programs. And so along the east elevation, or actually we are here on the south elevation, so you can kind of see how that like structure kind of bridges over past the wood out over into the brick and showing this like linking of the two programs. And then over on the east elevation, to kind of show the like, emphasis of like revealing the structure over on the apparatus space, having the curtain wall where you can kind of see the shiny red fire trucks, you know, as you're walking along the service road or driving past, kind of like really showing off, this is Austin Fire Department, you know, we're like here for you guys, and kind of really showing that openness to the people.
Here we have more of our elevations, the north and our west elevation. On here, you can see how our dorm rooms are located on this upper side. So they all have windows from the dorm rooms. And then
here, just providing some of those like actual views to get a feel of like what the spaces would be like approaching the site, getting a view of the fire trucks and the apparatus bays, and then with the interior.
Uli, there's your view.
I'm sorry?
I said, Uli, there's your view.
Oh, yeah, the fire trucks.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then also like providing an interior look from the overhang or the mezzanine level out into the fire apparatus space, and kind of showing how like you can see that openness without actually being in the space, and how views from the atrium kind of differ like that. So here are just a few views from below and above the atrium space.
So I'm sorry, could you go back to the atrium space for a second? Is that for the court, or is that a mixing space for the firemen and the court?
so it is, the atrium is mostly open to the community court, and the firefighters have access to this area, but they don't necessarily have to walk through this area to get to their living quarters. So they have access through the back or access through the apparatus directly. And from here, you wouldn't be able to access the living quarters. Like anybody who is visiting, just anybody, they would have to have like access to the living quarters.
Yeah, so it's like a public thing where the public can walk in, but the firefighters also do have the chance if they would like to interact. I know that when we spoke to the fire chief, they said they're very like personal and private, so they don't interact as much in terms of like in the open spaces, but the opportunity is there if there's like ever public events with the fire department.
And then here's from an overview from where the community space, an open community space above is there as well. And we'll go a little bit into our structure quickly. Initially, we had started out with a traditional post and beam structure on a grid, but then we further developed it into a dynamic structure that would enhance the experience of our interior. So we found a very good precedence, like the sports complex in France and a swimming pool that I will show you in London. And so they have beams of different lengths like we've used here and at different angles to create a structure that looks very dynamic from the interior and as well creates a beautiful experience. And
yeah, and that also might be, I think, visible in the sections as well. And here, just like a brief look at some of the details of how we think some of these pieces might come together.
And so specifically from our precedents that we were like, well, how do we create this? Because we had the idea and then we actually came across these precedents that was, this is it, this is how we do it. And structurally, and it's very dynamic and beautiful at the same time as well. So that was part of the inspiration, was how you create this dynamic structure with different lengths and beams that are at different angles.
Yeah, that's.
Can you describe what you mean by dynamic exactly? Do you mean your gable, your section changes across the length of it, or like what do you mean exactly when you're saying dynamic?
Yeah, so it does change throughout. Let me see.
Go to the section maybe.
Or maybe even in the elevation. So here, the structure on this side is lower, but the actual on the other side where the structure is connecting is higher. So you can see it in here.
Yeah, so we didn't want to just do like a flat kind of like roof kind of thing. We wanted to give it some like change in height, and that also allowed for like different lighting conditions to play out, especially in like the atrium space with the overhead lighting. And so using that as like a uniqueness to like just the regular post and beam structure.
So this facade here is angled up like a gable, and then the beams, the beam goes out and up, it's angled up, and then it goes straight. And then it merges into over here in this structure. The rest of the structure is over the atrium and the community court. And it's also, we also include a similar effect above the atrium.
Can you zoom into that one more time? That last drawing. Is there, so you kind of have a ridge that's moving across. But let's see if the annotation tools work. But can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, but you're switching back, right? I guess that's the way you can actually do the gable here. I'm wondering, in the community court, though, you're using a different strategy. You're kind of having that continuous ridge along the entire length of the building. I'm wondering if it would have been more powerful, and I don't know if this is something you've tried, where the ridge actually travels diagonally across the entire length of the apparatus bay rather than to the halfway point and then switching back. Just in terms of, if I'm looking at, I guess I need to look, I'm familiar with your precedents. How do your precedents do that? I'm not saying that you have to do what your precedents do, but I'm just wondering if that would give you kind of a more powerful rhythm for your structure. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it probably would have been, if it was the rigid through a longer axis per se, that would have been more visible and better represented than cutting it in half per se.
Because I think it also creates more of a gradient, because that way you offset, you know, from beamline to beamline is not quite as, you know, obviously halving that offset by stretching it over the entire length. With the offset, I mean where you know, where you seam, like where you seam the beams, right? This offset would obviously be obvious. Offset between the individual beam lines would obviously be halved if you stretch it across. Just the thought. I mean, not what you do. What you did isn't, you didn't do anything wrong, right? I'm just asking.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I like that you guys are thinking about that and thinking about what, I mean, Marisol, you mentioned quite a few times what the experience would be like on the inside. And I think that's great that you guys are thinking about the structure, not just as structure and how this thing's going to stand up, but how that'll impact what the experience that you have when you're on the interior.
Although I find those diagonal lines a little distracting, I'm wondering if you should just, like, if you should just let where the beams are spliced, let that register for people along the length of the apparatus bay, rather than having those, you know, rather than having those secondary beams. They also seem kind of very,
They seem too small.
they seem very unsubstantial.
Yeah.
Like maybe if that's your desire to highlight that, then that ridge beam needs to be, you know, more substantial.
Yeah, they seem more decorative than structural. And, you know, maybe they don't need to be bigger, but you make them bigger just to reinforce.
Yeah, initially we didn't want them, but we kind of went off of our precedents and how they included that secondary structure.
But your other precedent does, the swimming pool doesn't have
It doesn't,
that.
yeah.
And even if you have to have it structurally, you can conceal it. You could conceal it. I mean, this, we don't know what's happening above the ceiling there. It might have a beam there, right? But it's being concealed by the soffit there. So there's ways to get rid of it if you want to get rid of it.
This makes a much stronger statement, I think, that precedent.
Yeah, I think our initial focus, or like primary focus, is like more on the beams rather than like the secondary and tertiary like structure. So hiding it would totally like benefit us more than anything.
Yeah, then just follow the swimming pool precedent and just make it happen. I mean, I do like, there's a lot of things I really like about your project. I really like how you're placing the program on the site and how you're nesting those two program elements against each other. I like that there's a visual relationship. I mean, I've talked about that in a previous project. You know, you've got this big glass glass window that looks into the apparatus bay for both the public and then obviously the firefighters. I think it's a really, I think the program really works. I mean, there's a question about, and I also like the fact that you have a drive-through apparatus bay, that you don't have to back in, which is a big disruption for traffic. I think you'd have to check how close you can make a curb cut to the intersection. That's obviously a concern. But I think overall, I really like the way you're placing the program on the site. And again, you've done a lot of great work. If I can be a little bit critical for a moment, I think you really mastered the program and how you arranged it on the site three-dimensionally. I feel like some of your, like especially if I look in your elevations, there's and also in your plans, like the program is arranged based on the grid that you figured out, but I'm wondering if you could, now that you've established this rigorous grid, could you get a little bit more playful and start maybe shifting things a little bit to get more compelling spaces? And then also on your elevations, there's kind of a certain flatness to it, which I think is part of the representation, but it also has something to do with the architectural resolution. I think your plans and the programmatic develop is really sophisticated, but I don't see that sophistication on that elevation yet. I think, and I don't know if that, I don't know if that was an issue of, having enough time to finish these drawings, or, is it kind of a more conceptual understanding of your building? So I would kind of ask you to revisit that. Also in these elevations, are you actually intending to show, it seems like you've highlighted that in that light color, are you exposing that wood on the outside?
Yeah. Yeah, up above, that's like the long continuous beam, and that's where we wanted to show how like the structure kind of like overtakes past the apparatus into.
Again, I don't really have a sense what's like, it's such a flat drawing, you're indicating a little bit of a drop shadow there, but I don't really have an understanding what, I guess if you go to your perspective, maybe that's the better drawing too.
And here you can see it from the east elevation a little bit better, that it's overhanged here in this area.
Yeah, I understand that. It just, your two-dimensional drawings should probably read a little stronger, but you do have the perspective, if you can go to your perspective for a minute. Okay, I think that perspective is very helpful.
Yeah, it is. You can start to see better what's coming out from what. And
yeah, I mean, I think that exposing the columns and beams underneath there on the lower ground floor works. I think there's a little bit of a flatness, like here where this beam is so important, like it's not clear what sits in front, like is it the facade and the wood cladding in the same plane as the beam? Like seems like there would be more thickness somewhere, and it doesn't seem to be very three-dimensional. Everything, like your structural diagram, it's a very three-dimensional structural system, but then when you clad it and you put the envelope on it, there's kind of a certain flatness. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. It's like it blurs itself a little bit. Yeah,
I mean, it's like, you've got the cladding on the top there, but there, if there's an insulated facade behind it, that might actually stick out much further and cast a shadow on the column. I guess you've got a section somewhere. I think all your wall sections, they're going to be a lot thicker and chunkier than what you've drawn right now. Like if I'm, like if you're going to the apparatus day wall section, it's just this is a very conceptual drawing still. There, you don't have any insulation in there in the wall. We don't even know where the glass is on the ground floor, right? I guess, you got the curtain wall in plane of the columns. To be honest, you probably want to push the envelope to the outside of that and protect the wood and make it visible through the glass on the inside. That solves a lot of problems for you right there, because the wood's just gonna need maintenance on the outside if you just push the glass out. But then, pushing that whole envelope out. Oh yeah, and actually, go back to your perspective on the apparatus bay. Okay, see, your drawings don't match. No, the interior perspective. Interior perspective, like here you can see the columns all the way going all the way to the top, and your cladding and the wall envelope is everything seems to be on the outside. But if I go to your wall section, that's not the case. You column, you know, you've got the glass and the plane of the column down below, and then can you go back to that wall section, and then your column just kind of dies into that insulated panel up above. But that's actually not the condition you have. What you want to have is what you have in your perspective, which is much nicer than this condition.
Right. Yeah.
This is is this the apparatus bay cross section or not?
This would be from the apparatus bay. Yeah.
What's the one next to it to the left?
So they're both from the apparatus bay, but this one's cutting through where a window would be, and this one cuts through the entire column in the beam.
Well, you never cut through a column in the beam to begin with. Well, there's actually like those two drawings don't match up.
We wanted to show like where this one was coming from, so it was like the steel connector bottom detail of how that would.
Yeah, I mean, you would see that in an elevation, but like those two drawings don't match up. Like you don't ever cut through a column or a beam, cut through anywhere else, and then you see the beam.
You can cut through the beam
in elevation,
but
right?
Transverse.
Got it.
Awesome.
I know we're running out of time. We're kind of out of time, but I agree with everything Uli has said. I just want to pick up a little bit on the elevations. I like the fact that you guys are really trying to study those elevations and look at how you can bring different materials and different textures, colors together. I think it does still need, like Uli said, it does still need some more study. But you're really looking at, in these, just three-dimensional compositions. So you could really go back to kind of, not to plug first year, but go back and look at your line, square, rectangle compositions. What happens in those, both 2D, 3D, the reliefs, all of those kinds of things, because that's really what you're dealing with here. You've got the added layer of, some of it's structure, some of it's you want to reflect program, or you want to hide program. But I think it's a great opportunity, and you guys are already starting to do that. It just needs some more time and some more work. But I wouldn't say that they're finished, but I also wouldn't give up on that. The idea of trying to, you've made it harder for yourself. You could have made it all just one material and that's it. But I'm excited by the fact that you guys are trying to look at how you can bring these things together. So I think I would keep studying that and in future projects.
Yeah, I really appreciate the double nature of it and how you're connecting the fire truck side to I-35 very directly. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And then I really appreciate that you're exposing the fire trucks, the workings of the building to the street for passersby and for people driving by. I think that's a really nice connection. It definitely has a more suburban scale, I feel like that, or actually I think the scale is kind of bigger than that, but there's something about the way the drawing reads that it feels like it's lower than it actually is. So that's, I think, something kind of interesting about what's going on here. It's really the scale of something more like a sports hall or the swimming pool that you showed. These are sort of larger structures, but having the, so like, for example, the height of your window where the fire trucks are, what is that?
15 feet.
That's 15. I mean, it looks like it's a single story. 15 feet is higher than a single story. And I guess that sort of scale play, I think is pretty interesting in your project. And I really like what you're doing with the structure. I really like the overlook. I think that's your key drawing, is that interior perspective, showing the overlook and showing the expressive structure. I think that's a great drawing in that it's a beautiful space, and it also explains your concept really well. The drawing that I would love to see is a similar drawing in the in the courtroom. I feel like I don't have as clear a sense of what that space is like. And I think it has a lot of potential. I guess the atrium is your corollary. But it's hard not to, when, thinking about court buildings, to go to like the Alto building at Sanyat Salo, where there's the expressed wood butterfly beams, or to think about how can this kind of expressive structure really make a sort of stunning space on the on this side as well. In other words, the atrium to me doesn't feel the same as the fire bay, I think, because it's a transition space. It's not the sort of destination. I sort of feel like there needs to be something of a sort of culmination point for the community court side. And I guess the other thing I really question a bit is the use of brick over the wood structure on that side. Feels like it would require a lot of steel actually to be able to hang a brick facade off a wood structure. And I feel like it would wind up getting a lot more complicated than would be beneficial, really. And I sort of feel like while I get that you're trying to express the two different types of program in the facade, I wonder if there's another way to do it through maybe even like color, or it feels like for the structural system to remain the same, the skins can't be so completely different, I guess is the bottom line that I'm thinking. And that there are potentially other ways to bring that out that would allow you a more cohesive playing out of the skin relative to the structure. And I like your elevations, the sort of playful nature of it. I really wish that one that we're just seeing now facing I-35 were an asymmetrical gable instead of a symmetrical gable. Just in that I think your building is actually quite dynamic. Like you're saying, you kept using the word dynamic as a sort of positive that you were going for in terms of increasing the interest in the space, or the experiential nature of it. And I feel like the facade making it symmetrical tends to make it feel more settled and quiet and not dynamic. Obviously seeing fire trucks going out somewhere is always like a very exciting moment. And so it's sort of an interesting place to have a very facade, I would say. Anyway, very nice work in general, though. Oh, I'm sorry. The other thing that's bugging me on your other facade, I'll just mention the side facing 6th Street, when you have the expressed wood beam and then it lines up with a corollary line of little clerestory windows going down on an angle. Yeah. That is very sort of confusing to me structurally. Like I know that's not a structurally cohesive place when I see it in 3D, but in the facade, it reads like that. That being said, I really like all the different, I like the collage nature of this. And I think that part of the drawing is really nice. And I appreciate that you're, using that collage technique, and definitely see a whole lot of skill and hard work in this project in general. So thank you.
Yeah, it's great to see
that.
Thank you. I appreciate all the drawings we've been asking for all morning, that you have them, the perspectives and the structural diagrams. And despite some of the things that,
Where's your storyboards?
We resolve.
We have it over here, actually. It's on.
Okay.
I had a question. Are there no CAT cells for American fire trucks?
No. We've
I mean, you
been
can't tell
looking
me
for.
that you can't.
I'm
find
sure
those.
that there's some. I'm
Then
sure
you
that
have to
there's
draw
some.
them. Yeah, you're the third project, then you all had these European fire trucks in there, and they're like 2/3 of the size of the American one. So make sure you've got them in the Photoshopped in there in your perspectives, but
I had found some, but we had to pay for them.
yeah, well then y'all need to pitch in together or to redraw them yourself or something.
Right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a great criticism. Really useful for us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. We're gonna let our reviewers get going here, but we really appreciate your time and very helpful feedback, and so thanks for being with us this morning.
Yeah, thank you for teaching it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. Great studio.
Yeah, I just want to say, knowing that y'all are teaching for the first time, they gave you a really hard one to teach, and I think you did really well with it. So congratulations on that.
Trial by fire, haha. By fire station.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Students, we'll see you back here at 12 or at 12:30. I mean, sorry. Hello again.
You came back. That's a good sign. So we're going to give it a few minutes here for our other reviewers, and then we'll do a brief kind of introduction to the studio.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Claire. Hi, Andrew.
How's
Great
it
to
going?
see you.
Yeah, you too. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Great. We are waiting on Michael Garrison. He's our last reviewer for this session. So
Okay,
maybe give him another minute or two.
sounds
Text him
good.
and grab his number.
Right.
Elizabeth, where are you joining us from? Are you in Marfa?
I am, yes.
Great. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not as up to date with your bio, so you might have to help me out on that.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
It's exciting though.
I can jump in. How's the virtual review format working?
A few technical glitches, but overall pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, some
Good.
lagging, annotations and stuff, but that's
Right.
to be expected.
It's great to be able to have reviewers from like literally all over the country, though. That's kind of the advantage of it.
Right. Yeah, I know. It makes it a lot easier than the school doesn't have to like fly people in and things like that. So yeah, happy to be able to be involved.
Okay, well, maybe we'll go ahead and introduce the two of you while we hope Michael will join.
Yeah, maybe he'll join in.
Yeah.
He does kind of know the studio a little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, first, I want to say thank you so much to our two reviewers for the session, and Michael's joining. Elizabeth Farrell is someone who we both cross paths with a little bit in school. She was actually a TA of mine in my very first semester. But after school, she has gone on to do really great work. And I was also fortunate to have her work at Pollen while I was an intern there. So we kind of overlapped there too. And she's always provided such great feedback, especially to drawing styles and conventions. And so I really appreciate her feedback, and I'm happy to have her. And she's joining us from Marfa.
Right. Yeah. I moved to Marfa last year, and I have a small architecture business here called Mud Lab.
Great. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Cool. And I'll go ahead and introduce Tim. So Tim Rosenberry is joining us from Springfield, Missouri. He is a longtime family friend of mine. I've known him since I was a kid. When I was growing up, he was like the only guy I knew who was an architect. So in a lot of ways, I kind of blame him for this career path. He wasn't able to talk me out of it somehow. But we're really glad to have Tim joining us. So Tim, I think is uniquely positioned to be able to talk about a project like this because he has worked as an architect for many years. He founded a firm, BRP Architects in Springfield, and now he actually has since, I think, moved away from that and taken on a new position as Director of Quality of Place. Is that the correct title, Tim?
Close enough.
Yeah, for the city of Springfield. So he's very much interested in civic engagement and how architecture can impact communities. So we're happy to have him with us today. I don't know if he has any embarrassing stories about me as a kid or anything like that, but hopefully it won't come to that.
No, not unless we have to stretch time or something like that, but no.
Vamping.
We'll have a lot to talk about, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what, Andrew and I are, so we're going to start off with like a little presentation to kind of orient you, the reviewers, to the studio, some of the things that we're talking about, and we're hoping Michael will join in, but he is very familiar with the studio format, so it should be fine. So as Andrew and I were thinking about the thesis of the studio, we were thinking a lot about sort of the particular situation that we're in with, I'm sorry, he's going to share the screen. With the coronavirus pandemic and teaching online, connecting online. And we're thinking about how there's really no greater illustration for the subjectivity of the human experience than in this pandemic, where we have this very jarring divorce between space and time. As architects, we communicate three-dimensional ideas with two-dimensional drawings, a skill that has never been more important as we're forced to view the world through a flat computer screen. This semester, we really leaned into that online format and focused on producing exceptional drawings. Modeling was part of the process. We did some study models, but really kind of poured our efforts into the drawings. So what we're calling 2D 4D Studio is specifically designed to challenge students to express four-dimensional ideas through two-dimensional representation, engaging the idea of the superimposition of space, time, and scale.
So the idea of superimposition is something you'll hear come up a lot this morning. So it's traditionally a two-dimensional concept where you layer images such that each is still evident, but so in quantum mechanics, that idea actually moves into 3 and 4 dimensions, thinking about time and space, to where it becomes the idea of quantum superposition, in which two things can actually exist in contradictory multiple states at the same time. So as architects, we use this type of pluralistic thinking in our projects. And in this studio, we're really looking to engage these kinds of ideas by superposing a notably space-time sensitive program within a richly time-sensitive context. And so this image here shows the same point in space, but at two very different points in time. And this is the 6th Street area of Austin, which is where our site is located. So here's kind of a site plan. If you're familiar with Austin, the way I orient people to this is it's across the street from Easy Tiger, one of the best bars in Austin. But yeah, you can see our site there on the right. Basically right now it's mostly taken over by a parking lot. There's a few existing buildings there. Students had the opportunity to try to save those or demolish them. It was left up to the students. They're not historically significant buildings, so it was kind of their call there. There's a number of really complex issues with this site, thinking about I-35 and the future plans to bury I-35, maybe try to stitch downtown together a little bit better. There's also the Waterloo Park development right here on the west side of our site. Another restriction being the Capitol View Corridor, which covers most of our site except this little corner up here where the building height is not restricted. So here's another historic image of 6th and Congress, actually. So we all kind of know this area as Dirty 6th, but actually the area has a really rich history as one of the most diverse and vibrant mercantile centers in Austin. It was originally home to lots of successful businesses owned by African Americans, Jews, and Lebanese and Chinese immigrants. So a lot of these original buildings survive to this day, including one of the very first African American owned businesses in Austin. So 6th Street really was the original heart of Austin's diversity.
Another factor that the studio contended with is the site's proximity to I-35. Just for a little background, the highway opened in 1962, creating a very intentional physical and racial barrier between downtown and East Austin. The weight of this barrier we felt was really well illustrated in this image. And it's, similar kind of massing right next to our site. So in keeping with the idea of exploring space and time, this studio examines the damaging legacy of I-35 as well as the future opportunities for the site. And as Andrew mentioned, there's some talk of burying it or somehow changing it in the not too distant future. Another topic of consideration for the studio was the prevalence of homelessness in the area around our site, and especially under I-35. This population has become more visible since July of last year when Austin City Council lifted its ban on camping in public, and its vulnerability definitely more palpable during the coronavirus pandemic. So the project that the students worked on combined two civic programs. The first is a reimagining of the downtown Austin Community Court, which is currently located in what they've self-described as an outdated and overcrowded building right across the street from our site. The Community Court, for a little background, is a branch of the Austin Municipal Court that started as a new model for restorative justice about 20 years ago. It manages Class C misdemeanors, and it specifically serves Austin's homeless population. Rather than focus on enforcement, punishment, and penalty, it works to break the cycle of homelessness by providing comprehensive long-term services, including case management, counseling, and even housing placement. The students had the opportunity to speak with the staff of the community court early on in the semester and ask them questions, and the community court talked to them about their real ongoing desire to relocate and reimagine their facility.
So the other really significant part of our program is relocating and upgrading Austin's Central Fire Department. So this image here shows the current Central Fire Station. It's not too far from our site, but this is actually the city's highest call volume site. So they're really looking to kind of upgrade and add additional like EMS services and things like that. And students have had the opportunity throughout the semester. We've had the chief of facilities of AFD, Chief Tony Hayden, has been really great about working with us and has met with us multiple times to review our work and talk about some of their needs and kind of how they're starting to rethink actually how fire stations work in response to changing technologies. So we're really, part of the studio is examining the perception of time through the eyes of a fireman, where this is their home, this is where they live, but their kind of everyday leisurely activities could be interrupted at a moment's notice by a matter of life and death. So another layer of our examination of time has to do with thinking about the future. So we're thinking about sustainable construction technologies, and we've encouraged students to embrace the emerging possibilities of mass timber construction in their projects. So students will be using mass timber and also exploring the symbolic and cultural implications of designing a fire station in such a prominent downtown location using this technology.
Okay, wrapping up. But by combining Fire Station number 1 and the downtown Austin Community Court into a new civic building, we asked students not to simply relocate these two essential programs, but we challenged them to reimagine the possibilities born from their combination. In particular, the integration of the fire station's high alert task with the community court's peacemaking, more quiet mental health functions was a central topic of exploration. In addition, bringing together the community court and the fire station has allowed students to consider the timely issue of how authority figures interact with the public and how architecture can play a role in shaping its future. So that's kind of the framework that we presented to the students going into the studio, but we'll let them kind of obviously go much more in depth. We're missing our third reviewer. So
I think we should probably go ahead and get started, and then I will try to contact him.
Okay.
And so the other thing to note, Elizabeth and Tim, is we will be sharing the concept board links. So concept board is this platform we've been using. You can kind of zoom around on there and look at their drawings. It's also up on a shared box folder as well. So we will hand it off to our first group, Haley and Kavya.
Awesome. I will go ahead and share my screen. So I guess, first of all, we have kind of a thesis statement that we'd like to read to you guys that kind of describes our overall design intent, and then we'll kind of get into kind of some of the specifics of our project. So our project is entitled The Safety Net, and our thesis is as follows. The seemingly disparate programmatic needs of the community court and the fire station are united through one core value, civic service. Both of these institutions serve the public of the city of Austin. The fire station serves the general population of Austin at large by responding to distress calls and disasters of the built environment. Community court fights the evils of the American justice system from within the system, providing agency and assistance to those who have been left forlorn by the built environment under capitalism. Thus, the guiding principle of the safety net is to unite those who serve the community and those who take advantage of the services through equitable, accessible distribution of space, creating many opportunities for public gathering and the interfacing of people from all walks of life in recreational and work settings. The building's organic curvilinear timber grid shell forms a semi-enclosed central courtyard, which draws in homeless individuals from the 6th Street and I-35 facades and forms a safer foil to the harsh, imposing form of I-35 under which they currently gather. Additionally, the layering of a double facade wall of glass and sun-responsive polycarbonate louvers allows for a biophilic balcony of greenery, providing gardening work for community court defendants to easily serve their community service sentences and be integrated into the community of the building as a whole. Although programs are separated for the privacy and safety of the firefighters and community court patrons in key areas, shared spaces like the rooftop green recreation space provide areas where these two groups can interact and utilize services together. By creating a beckoning form which takes visitors into its own safe microclimate and further draws them into the building to utilize its resources, diverting them from the judicial program of the court as much as possible, this timber building combines the fire station and the court in various permeable layers of outdoor public companionship, which accent its accessible interiors. So I apologize if that was a little long-winded, but that's kind of a summary of what we were thinking. So first, just to talk really briefly about our site analysis, we kind of took a look at this whole kind of area of downtown Austin and 6th Street through the lens of issues of concern to the homeless population and also issues relating to fire, as well as some other general concerns. So this is kind of just a category map of different types of occupation in the area. This is a bit of more of a zoomed out look at different points of interest for the homeless community around Central Austin. And then here we have kind of some relevant information about the City of Austin Fire Department and the way that fire stations and different districts are divided out.
Yeah. You can see like our fire station is like it has a very central location and it serves like a fairly large district.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just, yeah.
Yeah, so pretty high volume. Then here we kind of took more of an experiential approach to map making by taking a look at some of the textures that are in our immediate area of site. So this is kind of the plot of land that we had to work with, and then analyzing some of the existing textures that are already in the area from a site visit that we took. And then here we have just an urban heat map, a kind of telescopic drawing of homeless resources kind of zoomed out. And finally, another kind of more experiential look at kind of a collaged elevation of what things look like along 6th Street. So with that site analysis kind of out of the way, as I mentioned, the kind of general conceit of our project was to create a more beckoning and welcoming foil to the kind of underpass of I-35 that a lot of the homeless individuals spend their time under. So you can see how our project is kind of related to that and cited there with these kind of archways and lifted corners that invite people inside. Here you can see kind of where the current programs are located. So this is the community court. As Claire and Andrew said, it is right across the street from our site. And the current fire station number 1 is just a few blocks away. So in order to kind of achieve this really organic, welcoming, protected form that we wanted, we utilized a system of a timber grid shell, which Kavya, do you want to talk about that structural system a little bit?
Yeah, so we kind of created this form by essentially pulling up the ground plane, creating this almost cavernous, like microclimate feel. And we found the most efficient way to do this was a timber grid shell, because it's just really thin strips of pliable wood. We used Western hemlock, and those are just weaved together to create this ring, or this like vault shape. But we wanted a more rectilinear structure on the outside that was like easier to organize program in, and also just create more of like a shroud kind of front to the 6th Street.
So these two programs, or these two structural systems, are like juxtaposed and mediated through the system of compression rings. And so you can see all three structural systems interacting with each other here.
Yeah, so that allowed us kind of some of the rigidity and almost like normativeness of a typical kind of framing system, and then to interact with the more unique system of the courtyard. And here you can kind of see in plan our member sizing and beams and the compression rings and whatnot. So just to walk you guys through our plans super quickly. Here on the ground floor, we have the apparatus bay for all of the fire vehicles. Everything is kind of organized around, again, this kind of central courtyard, which you could see in that structural diagram back there. And you can also kind of see through these colored scale figures which of these areas are more for the community court and which areas are more for the fire station. So fire station program is designated in red. So we have the apparatus bay and the decontamination zone for the fire station here on the ground floor, and then a resource center with some accessible community bathrooms for the homeless population, and then kind of a reception or lobby area that will draw folks further up into the upper floors of the community court program. So moving up a floor, this apparatus bay is open to below. It's a double height space. But firefighters can come out of the decontamination zone into a kind of common room and a series of dorms. You can also really start to see here our double facade that has this shroud of louvers on the exterior, and then an additional layer of glazing, which again provides this kind of like greenhouse balcony that plants can grow in, and also serves as an alternate form of circulation around the building. Over here, coming up from the community court lobby, we have some caseworker offices and a little community center area, as well as some public restrooms. And moving up one more floor, this third floor starts to become a lot more integrated in terms of the different programs. We do have the courtroom up here, which you guys might have picked up on is kind of not the primary focus of the community court program. It's kind of almost more about a diversionary judicial program, but they do still have court proceedings. And then up here, we also have kind of just this flex space and some administrative, like an open plan administrative office, as well as a fitness center that can be used by the firefighters and the community court employees, which was something that they actually mentioned that they wanted when we spoke with them. And then, of course, the third floor opens up onto our rooftop recreation space, which is a kind of two-level green roof that includes a set of sitting stairs that go up to an upper floor, and kind of just serves as a green recreation space in the kind of pretty pavement-dominated area of downtown Austin.
As well as an outdoor training space for the firefighters, which they requested. So that's why it's split into two levels, so parts of it can be sectioned off for training purposes.
Yes, so there's plenty of room for them. Then here we just have two kind of partial plans showcasing that those public bathrooms and resource center for the community court, and then kind of the common room of the firefighters. So just taking a closer look at those. Here we have two partial elevations that are pulled from our overall facade elevations, where you can start to kind of get a feel for how we were thinking about materiality in this project. So we were primarily using timber and then our polycarbonate louvers, as well as glazing. So the glazing on the inside of the courtyard is exposed, but it wouldn't get too much sunlight as it is kind of enclosed in this shape, and there's just a little kind of oculus at the top, so those aren't going to have the sun beating down on them. And then the glazing on the exterior has these sun-responsive polycarbonate louvers that just diffuse the sunlight and can be opened and closed at different times of the day. So yeah, those are our elevations. Taking a look at the building in section, you can kind of see how prominent and important that central space of the courtyard becomes, we also have a kind of central staircase that goes around that area that allows for circulation up to the green roof without going through the building, as well as an additional entrance to the community center on the second floor. And you can see that again in this section here. And then again in this section perspective, kind of showcasing how the courtyard also becomes a central kind of organizing force on the interior of the building, with the rooms kind of structured around it. Would you like to talk about these wall sections, Kavya?
Let's talk about wall sections. So, yeah, so the wall section on the left is just showing our exterior more like orthogonal construction. And so it has this layer of louvers that are, they're solar responsive. So they have this thing called a temperature sensitive shape memory alloy. So if when it gets hotter, like the louvers will just like the metal will unfold and the louvers will open up. So that's it's like a solar responsive mechanism. And then it has a layer of planters, which act both as like a guardrail as well as just, you know, a kind of a greenhouse. And then you get to our more typical curtain wall detail. And yeah, that leads you to the interior of the building. And the wall section on the right is our wall section for the courtyard. And so that's all about mediating the more orthogonal floor plates with the timber grid shell, and that mainly happens through these like compression rings. And it's also showing our central staircase and how that interacts with the grid shell. Yeah.
Yeah, and here we have yeah, some details, which I guess maybe we should go through these pretty quick,
Yeah.
but you can just talk through them really quick.
Yeah. So the first detail is just showing how it connects to the ground. It has this steel bracket that connects straight into like the concrete foundation. And yeah, we'll move on. Next one. Yeah, this one is showing a more detailed view of how it connects to the floor plate and then how that in turn connects to the staircase, how they're all held together with these pin joint connections. Sorry. This is showing our rooftop garden. A lot of our rooftop garden is straight and so it's just held on to our post and beam system, but there's parts of that undulate up and down, and so that is this is just showing how that sits on top of like a grid shell, which is kind of a interesting detail to figure out. This is our planter detail. So we have in the courtyard, we have these planters and these benches, which have a similar language as our building with glulam construction. And we have a lot of similar motifs with like aluminum capping and yeah. That's you.
Thank you.
This is showing how our columns come down to meet the ground, and we have these pavers that are more porous, and so with the planters and such, they can all just drain down, and so it creates less impervious cover. And this is just kind of a more typical curtain wall detail. And we wanted to have like a continuous floor assembly going past the curtain wall, so we just have like an additional waterproofing veneer layer on the exterior side. You can see right there. And then this next detail is showing in a little bit more detail how these solar responsive louvers work. And so it's just they're held off the building with kind of like a flange that also acts like a drain. And so we wanted to have a space, and so air could like circulate up and vent out, and so like the balcony space won't get too hot. And it's also showing a little bit more detail about how these mullions, how it's held in with this like aluminum casing and the mullions, and yeah, which is another detail. It's pretty interesting. And this is showing how the rooftop garden meets the interior, and so we have this covered rail that like drains the rooftop garden away from the building, just to make sure there's no leakage, and also how the grid shell comes down to enclose the building on that level.
Yeah, so those are just some of our details, a really quick run through. And here we have some rendered perspectives. So this is kind of a look at how the exterior of the building looks, kind of looking south down the I-35 frontage road, kind of seeing how the presence takes form. This showcases the way that the central courtyard might look. This is looking from that kind of east opening, so you can see the central staircase and some of the greenery, and then the apparatus bay is open and kind of accessible, which the firefighters mentioned. They kind of like for people to be able to come and see the fire trucks as almost like an advertisement for the fire station, for them to have more of like a civic presence in the city. So this is another look at how that kind of apparatus bay kind of fronts onto the courtyard. And this is a look at we have these kind of charred timber stair and elevator cores that are at the corners of the building between the glazing, and then we have, of course, our balcony layer with the planters and the louvers on the exterior. This is a look at some of the interior of the building. This is on the 3rd floor, opening up out onto the green roof through this kind of portal. This is a look at the lower level of the green roof and what that might start to look like. And finally, this is kind of the entrance into the courtyard from the 6th Street facade with the apparatus bay off to the left. Finally, we probably don't need to talk about these too much, but we have our take on an MEP plan. We decided to use just some in-room units for the firefighter dorms and offices, just wall units, so that they would have a little bit more control over the temperature in each of their individual rooms. This is how that kind of manifests on the 3rd floor. And then finally, we have just a little bit of process work to kind of take it back to some of our original ideas. So this is a series of physical study models that we made as we were kind of exploring the idea of a central courtyard, but hadn't quite settled on the idea of a curvilinear grid shell form yet. And then finally, this was a storyboard that we made fairly early on, starting to think about what each of these spaces would look like and feel like, and how they would be experienced from the perspective of, in the first one, a firefighter, and in the second one, a person experiencing homelessness. And again, this is a super early concept drawing that we did, just thinking about how each of these user groups relate to the city and how the courtyard can kind of bring them together. So I think that is all of our drawings. I apologize if that was long-winded, but we look forward to hearing your feedback.
Haley, real quick, that was great. I want to introduce Michael Garrison. He has joined us. So yeah, you all know Michael Garrison. He's taught this studio many times. I would, definitely look at his students' work. I believe they had their review Wednesday. Is that right, Michael?
Yes.
But yeah, Michael's got a lot of experience with this studio, and so we're really happy to have him here with us today.
Could you all just, did you all address the question about time in how you thought about your project
I think that in terms of the simultaneity of the two programs, we were thinking a bit about the way that the fire station program and the community court program were separated and where they came together. But I think we weren't necessarily thinking about time so much in a broader scale in terms of, you know, more of a historical scale. We chose to kind of address the current conditions of I-35, which are kind of using this underpass as a place of shelter for homeless individuals. And of course, I-35 might look completely different in the coming decades, and it has looked completely different in the past, but we kind of chose to focus on the present moment.
Okay.
One more thing, Michael, if you'd like to follow along on the concept board, there's a link to it in the chat.
Okay. I have a couple questions. I have one of my best friends is a lieutenant in the fire department. And so I hear a lot from him. And so maybe you could tell me a little bit more about what is the relationship between the fire department and the EMS in your fire station?
In the EMS?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they had asked for us to accommodate 3 fire truck units, one chief unit, which is just kind of a truck, and then for 2 EMS units. And so we kind of planned for the apparatus bay to be able to accommodate those vehicles. But in terms of kind of specific quarters for the EMS folks, we didn't really differentiate it.
They don't mix. They don't mix is what I guess I'm getting from him.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, we had kind of assumed that they would be kind of living in the same dorms together and spending time together.
They have different qualifications, and I don't know. I don't understand the fire department politics all the way, but as he explains to me that they don't mix, they have different qualifications and stuff like that. It's a really strange kind of phenomenon. It would be like, but they're normally separated in the fire department. But that's okay. I understand that you're putting them together. And this is hot bed, cold bed. Did you guys get into that?
We actually have, this is like the project is bringing together the programs of the community court and the fire station. And so the blue scale figures are community court, like who are using the community court. And the red individuals are firemen and firefighters.
I see. So they have different shifts. They have different shifts, and the same firemen are staying in, different firemen are staying in the same bed over that. That's what a hotbed sort of normally.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When we talked to the folks from the fire department, they kind of said that they typically cycle through and not everybody would be in the same room all the time.
Yeah. And so can you just walk me through? So they go from there straight down that corridor to the decontamination room and then down through
so they'll be
fire pole or something that gets them down to the apparatus room.
Yeah, so we just imagined that they would use this staircase here to get down into the decontamination room and then out into the apparatus bay.
Right. And traditionally, in some cases, they're using the fire pole because getting to the fire is critical in terms of seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand the circulation basically coming in. The other thing that they tell me is that before they're even, when they get the alarm in the bed, the fire trucks are already have started. So they're generating a lot of carbon monoxide in that room. And that has to be vented out in some way, because they don't wait till everybody gets down there and then start the car. The cars, they're dressing as they go, depending upon the fire. So how are you dealing with the carbon monoxide?
Yeah, so I don't think we kind of specifically investigated this. Kind of the mechanical systems weren't like super core to the thesis of our project, so we didn't dig too deep into them. But the folks from the fire department did talk about kind of different ventilation systems that they can use. And yeah, this apparatus bay would need to be specifically ventilated in order to siphon those fumes out.
And so that ventilation system, especially since you have so many different types of use in the building in a mixed use, I would have recommended that, in some ways that had become there's a ventilation shaft or something that's really becoming fairly critical in the infrastructure of the building.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point.
Okay. A couple of questions I had. Can you go to the plan, the second floor plan? So I understand that you have I'm trying to find the second exit over for the firemen. If they're over there in the bed portion of the building right here, they have one fire exit that's down to the apparatus room. They need a second exit. You have to have a second exit from every second floor. And I didn't see how they were going to get it.
Okay, gotcha. I guess we thought that we just needed the 2 fire exits in accordance with, the diagonal length of the building.
You would if you had but you close them off. In other words, the two sides of the wings are not connected together, are they?
Yeah, not on this floor.
Yeah, that's the one floor I think you have a little fire issue there.
Gotcha.
And I'm sure that you guys are smart enough that you can figure that out just as soon as I pointed it out to you. I'm sure you've already got ideas working in your head, but just keep that in mind. So it's just like 2 fire exits from in case one's on fire, or the other fire exit, no matter where you are in the building. And you're right, you would only need 2 normally, but if you're shutting off the 2 sides of the building, then that presents a problem.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah. The sort of other nature of this, I think, is I highly recommend that you guys, because we're going to start becoming much more aware of things like the embodied energy use of materials, especially. But I think the polycarbonate is not a good choice now. I know we've done it in the past. I've done it in the past, but I think polycarbonate is going to be banned by the EPA here pretty soon.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It has a chemical in it called BPA, which is carcinogenic, and so there are good polymers and there are bad polymers, and I think we're going to be using a lot more polymers, but maybe a bio fiber reinforced polymer like a ETFE or something like that would be the solution. So I don't think it's a critical problem necessarily in your project. It's one I think you would discover in some feedbacks with the city environmental agencies, and you would sort of begin to make those kinds of changes.
Yeah, we were actually originally thinking of ETFE, but kind of felt like we weren't necessarily utilizing its full potential exactly how we could have been. So we felt like polycarbonate was a simpler solution, but that embodied energy issue is definitely something important to consider.
Yeah. In general, I think it's a very interesting but complex building. It's a very simple building, but complex. What your essential idea is to put this courtyard right through the middle of the building, and to use that courtyard to invite the public to move through the building, and therefore make it quote unquote a public building. And so they come together at different floors, perhaps, but mostly on the roof of the building. And in the process of bringing the public into the building, they actually are able to see the sort of nuts and bolts of how things began to work. And it also, as you said, gives an emergency shelter place for the fire department. And my only question with that would be sort of a philosophical one, in which it's sort of like having to do with these sort of like reactions of some of the cities towards the police department, you know, the sort of defund the police and things like that. And that is that are we asking our critical workers, our critical service workers, to do things that may be too much, that sort of in some ways interfere with their work? And that's the only thing I'm asking here is because it's such an emergency situation when the alarm rings, getting to someone within seconds, it makes a big difference. Working on a hospital at one time, I was informed, you know, just like 10 more steps in a process means 8% more deaths per year. And so, you know, I'm just wondering, are there conflicts? Do you see, you know, while it's a great gesture, a great idea, I think, how do you minimize those kinds of conflicts that I guess I began to see? I think you tried to separate the sort of access. I think that was a pretty interesting idea to sort of have this public room in the front where that's the access to the stairwell. But I'm just wondering, how you think philosophically about sort of mixing those ideas in such a way that it could create conflicts in terms of how fast I can respond to an emergency.
Yeah, that was something when we talked to some folks from the fire department at a kind of mid-review, that was definitely a concern that they had with an earlier iteration of our project, was that there was a bit of potential danger from folks just wandering into kind of fire department programs. And while personally, my philosophy on homeless individuals is definitely one of compassion and accessibility and those sorts of things, I do understand that, you know, I think we started to take into account that there are places where it's simply not practical to have just like a random person wandering through the apparatus bay when you're trying to get a fire truck out of there as quickly as possible. So I think you can start to see just the way that we've blocked things off. There really aren't, you can kind of see the way we've designated it is that there really aren't any of those blue scale figures in some of these key areas because they don't have access to them. And that was actually why we ended up separating these, which, as you mentioned, it does make an issue with the fire stairs, but it also makes it so a person can't circulate using the balcony, just circulate over into the kind of fire department side of things and just start wandering through the dorms. So we did try to kind of mediate the privacy in certain places and then find places where the two groups could mix in other areas.
I think that is a really critical point that we've really talked about a lot this semester. So thanks for bringing that up. I do want to say we're unfortunately running low on time. So if the other reviewers want to have some comments before we have to move on to the next project, that'd be great.
I just wanted to comment on the ambition of this project, particularly in the architectural components. And I really, that's kind of what I expected to see in this project, knowing that it was comprehensive and reading the brief. That I mean, there's a lot of things that, from my perspective, after having done this for a long time, I'm thinking, well, that doesn't really quite work. But that's really beside the point when I look at these drawings over toward the renderings. When I look at those details, the point is that you guys went to the plate and you took responsibility for your design, and I really appreciate that, because that's really what we're asked to do, is to take full responsibility for it. And you guys have gone deep, and that's what you should be doing. But I'm still trying to get your attitude, guys, on how you see these two functions. It looks like you see them basically as one thing. There is no expression really on the outside of the building that these are two distinct things from, or maybe there is. Can you help me with that?
I think that's kind of what we wanted. We wanted to have it from the outside look fairly monolithic. So on the interior, it's split apart, you know, like with internal walls and such. But from the outside, it's very monolithic, and also the courtyard is pretty much glass, and so you have a lot of visual interaction between the programs. And so,
yeah,
from the exterior,
that for you? What motivated you guys to make it as one thing?
I think that we, you know, when we were thinking about it, we didn't want to think about it as like the Austin Fire Department and Community Court. Like, we wanted to think about it as one kind of cohesive building as a citizen, or building as, you know, that just embodies this principle of civic service. And although the two programs are going about those civic services differently, I think that they're united through the fact that they are both doing that. So
so no relative value is assigned to either. It's all about community.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a valid perspective.
Yeah, I guess I just want to say I think your drawings are really clear and really nicely put together, and I think the way that you rendered everything, and even the color coding of the people is super helpful. So it's clear you put a lot of time into making these drawings, and I think they're really clear. And I think, you know, I have, you know, you said that you wanted to have equitable and accessible distribution of space. And I think in the way you were talking about your building as like not being separated, I think I can see where you're going with that. I think my questions are maybe just about that like exterior appearance of the building and its monolithicness. And I don't know if you had to fill the whole site in order to meet the program requirements. And also if you've reached your maximum height limit.
Mm-hmm, yeah, there's a 40-foot height limit overlay over this whole kind of district. Sorry, 45 feet.
Okay, so in order to get all the program in, you had to basically fill the site in the way that you've done.
Especially with creating like this, we wanted to have this like large courtyard, and so to fit the courtyard and also the program, we had to go all the way to the site bounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in that case, yeah, I think your ground floor plan looks very inviting, and I think then when you realize, oh well, there's a building over top of it, it does kind of change your perception of how that space would feel. But I do appreciate that you gave over a large percentage of that your site to that public space. And I think the only thing is I would like to see, you know, you've done all this work of making this space around the edge of the building for the planters, which I think is a really nice gesture. And that was the only thing to me that felt like maybe there's some other opportunities for how you interface with that space. And like, for example, it maybe being a little bit different on different solar orientations, or kind of, are there different ways that your interior programs can interface with that in keeping with your interest in having equitable distribution of space, and maybe how that also makes the exterior of the building, how that connection with the public and like people outside might be different depending on how that space is rendered. So anyway, I think you've got some really nice elements in your project, and it's really nicely drawn, and there's always more you could think about, but yeah, nice work.
Very much.
Yeah, really good discussion with this one, and yeah, Haley and Kavya, your the clarity of your ideas here and the way you're representing it really allows the reviewers to get into the project and really see what you're trying to do. So yeah, definitely commend you on your drawings and kind of the thoughtfulness of this project. So we need to move on to the next one at this point. Who is up next? Cassandra and Alfredo?
Thank you guys so much for the feedback.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, Cassandra and Alfredo, let's see what you got.
Hello. So we're going to start by reading our mission statement.
Our mission through Corona and the architects is to revitalize the local community and city by encouraging diversity and equitability. We aim to strengthen human interaction and civic engagement by designing intimate and cognizant spaces to help prosper a diverse community. Our designs orchestrate fraternization through unrestricted and accessible spaces. We value the uniqueness and growth and ideology of people and wish to celebrate this through architecture. So our project is...
So it reads, the Austin Fire Station 1 in Community Court seeks to connect the historically segregated and economically fragmented community of 6th Street. By superimposing outdoor spaces and flexible domains, we're able to revitalize the dialogue between the local community and the disconnection we have towards the government. And here on the concept board, when we were first analyzing the site, we started looking at just like the fire station typology. And so we looked at really the importance of the location of our site and its relative distance to other fire stations, to the other Austin fire stations, and then even looking at some information that we found about this hazard risk index here in Austin and how we're really prone to both flooding and really the outskirts of Austin wildfires.
So when we look more closely to the immediate site of our project, we notice that there's a juxtaposition between building footprints and community. So you can see on the right, it's more of like a suburban, urban environment, while on the left, there's bigger bases for structure for high rises, things like that.
And then some other things that we were looking at is just its relative location to the original community court building that currently stands, and then the downtown fire station.
And quick little overview of climate, just how exposed we are to the traffic and pollution of I-35, as well as the relationship between greenery and water and this elevation is meant to signify the difference between 6th Street and between day and night. So during the day, we can see that most of 6th Street is inhabited by mostly vehicles, but as night turns around, not only do they close down the street, but also the homeless population feels more comfortable inhabiting the space. So really showing the difference between how we inhabit this street throughout the day. Moving on to concept. So when we originally designed this, we were really thinking about how we can take or give back to the homeless populations that is inhabiting most of this space for most of the time. So we thought about getting or taking a parking lot that's adjacent to our site and giving that back to the homeless, and kind of going through those ideas. Thinking about those ideas, we were thinking about making a green bridge that connects them, and continuing these motives, we decided to create this green area that has these two structures, these geometric structures that collide, that create this one very bold form that really addresses the homeless population by facing the highway, and also as well as creating an unconventional functional, or we approach this as unconventionally to address functionalism and how the fire station can access this, as well as the homeless.
Yeah, so as Cassandra was saying, yeah, the original concept drawings just show like, in a way, we were trying to go to that different site, almost working backwards, and we were being a little counterproductive, but trying to connect these important spaces. We were trying to separate the fire station and the community court and then find a different way to connect them. But we diverted away from that. In terms of programming, since you've already gotten a little introduction in terms of like what types of spaces we have, but we knew that when we talked to the chief and the community court employees, we knew that there were certain spaces that they wanted to remain private, and then there were certain spaces that they had told us that could be flexible or that other people could use, that could be open to the public. And so by doing the matrix diagram, the bubble diagram, we were able to figure out like which spaces we could keep flexible. And that was the fitness center, courtyard, and then some, I believe it's meeting spaces and office spaces.
Yeah. So this is just some of our process work of how we were able to, how we started to see how we could connect these, this adjacent lot through bridging and greenery, things like that.
These are models that we did back when we were being a little ambitious and going on to that different site where the parking lot was. And then this is just a little swatching that we were doing in terms of like looking at just materials that we could use. Of course, we wanted to use timber, but we wanted to have a hybrid construction, so we looked at different bricks as well. And then here in the site plan, you can see the biggest driver in our design was its functionality in terms of the fire trucks. So we knew that it was like a very tight spot that we were messing with. We were on 6th and I-35 frontage road, so then we knew that in terms of like direction, how the fire trucks were coming in, how they were coming out, those were like really important things that we wanted to consider. And so that was the biggest driving force. And 7th Street, we determined that was actually very doable. They could come in through 7th Street, through this alleyway, and then they come into the apparatus bay. And then when they come out to the frontage road, they have multiple directions that they can head out. And then aside from that, on our first floor plan, the chief also emphasized, the importance of having space. They call it this apron, but really it's just a driveway space where they use it for training. They use it for multiple things, just like pulling out the fire trucks, washing them or whatever it is, or just for the public to see. And so we thought it was nice to have that space out front to just be able to pull out the trucks and have them out. And then here you can also see how we have just our forms being very prominent on our site. This is the fire station side, and this is where you can see the warm zone, which is one of the most important spaces of the fire station. And then this side, we have the community court. And so they both are these two volumes that are colliding into the apparatus bay.
So as we go up the building, we start to create, or we designed it in a way that is most functional for the for each program. So here on the 2nd floor of the fire station, it's more pertinent to offices and workspaces, as well as the community court. And in this space, it's also important to note that we designed it to protrude into the apparatus bay, just to show that these spaces and how they relate to each other when you look at it through the apparatus bay. And then as you continue to go up, the spaces become more public and lively. So right here in the center, you can see how the community, the not community court, community, no. Yeah, community court. Sorry, I'm not. The community court starts to connect all of these spaces, not only through having like this central connection, but also visually. So both the community court and the fire station can access this central green space, as well as the gym, offices, and counseling center. And the last floor for the fire station is just living quarters so that they can really have that privacy and disconnect from the rest of the building.
And then you can see there's no windows because they also emphasize that they only use these rooms just for sleeping, and that he had said that sometimes they fight in certain fire stations, they fight for the rooms that have like the blackout curtains, or like just they want the darkest rooms possible.
So here you can see a little bit more of the bedrooms and restrooms, shared restrooms. So really they're just for sleeping. So when we look at the elevation of the structure, you can really start to see our materiality coming into play. So we decided to go with our two main drivers for our materiality was Sugibon wood, which is just burned wood, and also Staffordshire brick, which is also wood that's not wood, brick that's heated at a different temperature that makes it more resistant to weathering. So here we decided to make the apparatus bay the mainly brick, just to emphasize the connection between, or the connection between these two different colliding structures. So that first one was a view from, sorry, could you go back? That first one is the east elevation, and the south elevation, which is like the entrance to the community court. And here is the alleyway condition. I mean, no, wait, that's not the alleyway. Sorry, that's the north facade. And then this is the alleyway condition.
And then in this building section, you can kind of see just like on every floor of the fire station, there is a different function. There's storage, there's a kitchen. So basically the higher you go, the more private it gets. The private sleeping quarters are at the 4th floor, and then the 3rd floor is just the kitchen, and then the lounge room. And then of course the 2nd floor is the warm zone. That's the buffer zone between the fire station and the apparatus bay.
So structurally, we really wanted to emphasize or have the apparatus bay have the most, not the apparatus. Okay, yeah, just kidding. Sorry, the apparatus bay be the main focus for structure. So we paid more respect to that rather than anything else. So then when you look at this structure and as it goes up, you can see that the structure within the apparatus bay is start to be shown within the community court and also the fire station. Looking at how this starts to play out in detail, we made a roof detail of the decking and the apparatus bay and how that starts to look.
But before you guys go too far, could you go back to the axon? Are you telling me that the apparatus bay has a series of a forest of columns coming down into it? And is that cross-laminated timber? Is that heavy timber?
Yes.
Okay.
That is CLT.
Okay. And so that's the structural system that you're using primarily throughout the whole building?
Yes, we do use some shear walls as well through CLT shear walls for the fire exits or the fire stairs.
Okay.
Then we can see the top one is just the difference in slopes for the green roof. So we have two different systems, one for trees and one just for shrubs. So I wanted to show that difference in elevation. And then this is just the foundation. So this is a perspective of the apparatus bay inside. We wanted to show how these structures start to protrude within the apparatus bay and how that creates a really nice composition within it. And then this is a view from the community court going on the elevator to access the courtyard. That really, it's this community court, you start to see how the fire station and the community court are both visually connected to each other, as well as the courtyard.
I think that's what we got.
It's our design.
So what caused you guys to abandon the idea of using 2 sites?
When we thought about it more, once we started to explore it, we were thinking that since this is intended to be this symbol of connectivity and connection by literally separating the 2 programs, it's kind of being counterproductive to that idea. Not only that, but also functionally for firefighters, if they were in like the community court working out or doing whatever superimposed space we decided to put on the bridge, it wouldn't be as functional compared to it just being a building. We were though thinking about expanding the homeless population to the other site, but that's for the sake of this review, we didn't do that.
And another question I have for you is the choice of burned wood some sort of commentary on firefighting, or is there what's the thought about using the burned wood?
Well, I think from the very beginning, we found it very intriguing to almost like, we did really like just the look of charred timber, but even when we proposed the idea to the chief, he even said that it'd be very cool. It's almost like, yeah, it is like, what is the message behind that? And I think that,
that's kind of what I'm looking for, is what's the significance of it, intended or otherwise?
I think it's like attributed both to like the masonry as well, that they're both processed in this really intense and like hot, to say the very least, process that we found really intriguing, and how that relates to the firefighters and their job and their work. So that's why we decided to go with.
Okay, and I guess with that, that's kind of what I would have liked to have seen, as more depth in that kind of thinking, particularly because when I look at the the wall sections and such, it's very straightforward, and there's not a whole lot of exploration into how materials go together or any of that. I mean, it's competent, it works, looks like it came out of graphic standards, and so it's kind of pro forma as opposed to just further exploration into materials and components and how that might express some of these ideas that you talked about at the very beginning. So I consider that a missed opportunity.
Can you go to your first floor?
Yes.
Okay. wait a minute, I'm jumping ahead. I think I should let Elizabeth go first.
Yeah, I think, you know, some of what I agree with Tim's comment that there could have maybe been a little bit more exploration of the potential of the programming on the site of combining those two things, because I think what I see that you all did as your solution is you basically put them into separate buildings, and I think I wish the green bridge was still there in a little bit more clear way. I see that you've got, you know, this green courtyard area, but I have some questions about just like the geometry of your building and how those things are connected. And I think the geometry of the building could more clearly highlight that feature than it is right now. And not to get into too much specific detail, but like I think there's some things that don't quite work, like this elevator that's down a really long hallway. You know, it's sort of like spatially maybe not it could be different. It could be more like that space, for example, is on the floor with that courtyard, but it looks like it's not really connected. So that's sort of getting into a specific detail. But I think, yeah, I think it would have maybe helped to see an exterior perspective. And also, I wish your section went through the center of your building, because I think there's some things that maybe you have in your mind that we're not able to see because there's some missing drawings. So anyway, it would be good if you haven't done those drawings already to do them just for yourself and see how you know, what things come up. And I think that would kind of help flesh out the full presentation. Yeah.
I want to say I think the at least on this first floor plan, I think the idea of the drive-through apparatus bay, I think that's a really great idea in terms of getting people in and out pretty quick. I wish there were maybe a little bit clearer sight line. I would have pulled the building back maybe a little bit on the north bit, because I don't know if you've ever driven up close to a fire station when all of a sudden the doors fly open and the car and then the fire trucks come out. It scares the hell out of you. I love the fact that there's some apron in front of it, so there's some notice of that. You know, that's a real critical kind of a moment within that. I don't see the columns in your apparatus bay, and I would have not perhaps maybe used that. You can still use cross-laminated timber and make that kind of span. Simply because anything you do in the apparatus bay that interferes with anything other than getting in and getting out and doing the business of facilitating an emergency access to a fire is not good. So if I can find a way not to have something there that you might think is great for a design look, but it just is not functional. One of the things I like about this is I love the way that that you put the sort of fire people on the northern side next to the police station, and maybe move the community more towards the 6th Street. I think 6th Street is a historic land district. And I think that there are therefore going to be some design controls that you'll have on that street, 6th Street, that you wouldn't have on 7th. And I think you need to respond to that. And, you know, I want to say this thing about homeless is the way that it's done at the Arc doesn't work very well. What it basically does is on cold nights or bad times, it gives some people the right to come in and sleep on a concrete floor. But it doesn't solve anything. You know, they're gone the next day. But it does allow them to come in. They can be drugged up. They can be intoxicated. It's just a warehouse. What really has to happen now, I think, in most homeless things is they really have to get at some of the root causes of homelessness. So they do have, it's sort of like more of a rehabilitation center. The only thing that happens at the Arc, they make sure you don't have a gun when you walk in. So I think about that space as being sort of more of a flexible space. Maybe there's a first floor belongs, you know, to just that idea of getting off the street. And then there are other areas up above it that, you know, that the courtroom, the, you know, rehab rooms, some things that they can get alternatives to, you know, drugs and alcohol. And a lot of the people that are there have mental health issues or domestic violence issues and things like that. Then as you move up the building, I think it would have been interesting that the two bookmarks of the building, I thought it was interesting the way that you began to twist the building around that, but you've got some real fire issues when you do that. First of all, you've got, in a mixed-use building like this, you've got the apparatus room is a hazardous use. You've got public. You've got different fire classification requiring different firewalls and different modes of egress and things like that within it. So you open yourself up to those kinds of issues. But I think what you got within it, of course, is this sort of courtyard and a very interesting type of building as a response to that. So I think that might be worth sort of solving those fire issues. But I do think, at least on the second floor, you do have the same fire stair problem that I mentioned to Haley, and that is that, you know, you need two fire stairs at that second level, and you only get those two fire stairs again when you put the building back together and allow accessibility from one side to the other. So you got some real issues there. I think in terms of the fire analysis, and since this is the fire department, that'd be a real difficult one when you sort of like don't solve those problems. In general, though, I think it's a really interesting building idea, where you have the bookends and the pass through of the apparatus, and then begin to spin the building around that to create these different resultant spaces. One thing I would have maybe appreciated a little bit more is if there had been more of a reading of that in the actual facade of the building. It seems to be too monolithic. It seems to be too civic. You know, it looks like it looks like the police department. And I think, given the nature of what you've been trying to do, this sort of like community engagement, you know, I question the institutional character of your facades, and would just ask you to think about, you know, how you would respond to that criticism of the sort of institutional nature. I mean, you could say, well, it's a civic institutional building, but not the way you've been trying to design it when you're trying to make it more of a civic engagement building.
Yeah, that's what as the more I look at plans, the less convinced I am of what I'm seeing, and that the movement patterns, the public movement patterns are just weird and kind of not particularly ordered. And in a building that serves the public, you know, there will be a lot of people that go in there once, and it needs to be really clear how to get around, how to move from place to place. And I think right now the program is not controlled by the design, and the geometry is not. The geometry of the building and the program are not resolved to each other. It's not reconciled at this point. And if you guys were to continue working on this project, and I suggest that you do, that's one of the things I would look at is how can I simplify movement patterns in the building so it's real clear and real evident, and just make it easier to move from place to place in the building. It's kind of a hodgepodge right now, I think.
Yeah, I think those
Thank you so much.
Yeah, those are really good comments to address Cassandra and Alfredo. We appreciate your boldness and again, starting out with this really strong idea about your massing and how you can like really do something different. So, but yeah, I agree that there's some development that can take place here. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to our final group of this session, final group for you guys, which is Mike and Max.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. There you go.
All right, let me share my screen really quickly. Okay, hey everybody, we're Mike and Max, and yeah, this is our project. So we want to start off with a thesis, and it's from the perspective of the superimposing of time, scale, and space. Our project focuses on the revitalization of 6th Street by reviving the historic legacy associated with the district. Our project takes a critical regionalism approach to design as we aim to move the building into the future while also keeping the local culture intact. So by taking inspiration from the past, present, and future of the surrounding context, our project attempts to heal the 6th Street district and shift it back to the diverse mercantile area it once was. By exploring ideas of transparency and privacy on multiple scales, as well as the creation of an engagement corridor, our building serves the entirety of the 6th Street district community as it reincorporates historical ideas of inclusivity and a focus on the individual user.
In this next slide, we're actually going to take a look at the identity of 6th Street. We're looking at Main Street businesses, architectural identity, and business gentrification and divide. So the first image is actually showing just kind of like what 6th Street looked like in the past from a mercantile perspective. And this sketch is just kind of like giving you an idea of like just expressive how 6th Street was. And then the second one is looking at the identity of 6th Street from a architectural vernacular perspective. So is the sketch as well. And then the third one is actually looking at this divide that came about later on 6th Street, and kind of like what the I-35 highway has done in terms of gentrification and pushing out the diverse population previously on there. This third slide actually takes a closer look. We take a quantitative look, analyzing the factors of shift present on 6th Street. So we're looking at the U.S. Per capita income, and we're also looking at the U.S. majority demographic, all the way down to Austin economic distribution and per capita income, as well as Austin demographic distribution. So we're looking at just the highest to lowest in those, and this kind of like gives us an idea of how 6th Street has changed over time and why we have gentrification and those issues within that area. So now this is a concept drawing that we're looking at. In terms of resolution, we're looking at how homelessness, gentrification, and I-35, all problems present on 6th Street, could be resolved by an inclusive approach. And this, on the right, you see all these issues being brought together into just into one building that that resolves them accordingly.
Yeah, and so then after that, we continued our site analysis and looked at the surrounding context as it is now. And so we started with an urban analysis, just looking at things like existing buildings, the major access of I-35 and 6th Street right here, and the frontage road right here, and then the other roads and utilities and things like that. And then, computer's freezing. Sorry. Yeah, and then after that, we looked at the site again on a more intimate analysis, just again, focusing on the user and how things like climate and then like land features like the tree canopy and water creek being right there can affect people. And then here's another concept drawing, and this is just showing how elements around the site can like the Capitol View corridor and existing buildings and movement along I-35 and along 6th Street can affect the individual user and affect their overall mood and the promotion of health and wellness too. And so after that, we continued looking at just program analysis. And so we have a spreadsheet here just of just basic sizes, things like that. And we divided it here as the red represents just a fire station program, the yellow represents community core program, and then this orange kind of represents program that could be used to combine and superimpose these two programs. And then here we continue with adjacency matrix. We kind of looked at massing strategies and how our adjacency matrix shows how different programs relate to each other.
So,
and then sorry,
like Matt said, we have two different programs. We have the fire station program and the community core program as well. So these two different programs, we're trying to superimpose them in a way where we started creating these buffer zones, sitting in this engagement zone, lobby, or outdoor area. These programs start suggesting volumes of transparency and opaqueness as architectural solutions fit in for its context. This also lends ideas to sustainable structural solutions that emphasize these transparent and more massive volumes. So in this model, we see just ideas playing with this more massive and light structural approaches. And we're also looking at nesting of more solid masses within a transparent volume.
Yeah, and so here's our actual building. Here's just a site plan, a smaller site plan of just how the building fits more generally into the buildings around it. And then here's our first floor plan.
So with plans, we're looking at access and hybridization of programs while maintaining privacy and fluidity.
Yeah, so in terms of access, one of the major access points is this apparatus bay right here. And so what we did, we'll talk about this in a little bit, but we used the turning radiuses of the fire trucks to kind of create this shape. And we wanted it to be placed on the side of the site that faces the I-35 frontage road, because we believe that has the most access to either 6th Street and to the I-35 in general. And then another major access point along our site is this engagement corridor right here, this central axis. And so we wanted to place it on the 6th Street facade of the site, just so it has the most access to the public. And then it also serves to help hybridize the program of the fire station and the community court.
And the private?
Yeah, and then also we have this private entrance back here. So that can serve as an employee entrance, or say there's a homeless individual that needs help immediately and they don't want to take them through the engagement corridor here. They have easy access to this inpatient treatment right here or the counseling offices.
And in terms of superimposing and hybridizing both the fire station and community court programs on this floor, we understand that it looks isolated with most of the community court programs on the left and the fire station program down over here. However, we wanted to unite them with this. We found opportunity to unite these two programs with this engagement corridor tailored for community use. And also we found that we could enhance this experience of engagement using this transparent facade of curtain walls.
Yeah. And then so for our second floor plan, this is mainly firefighter floor. And so in terms of access, we have these two corridors right here. So this corridor right here serves as a more public corridor to the congregation area for the firefighters and the kitchen, more public program. And this corridor right here is more private, that goes directly to the dorm rooms and creates kind of a sense of privacy.
And then in hybridization, this is also very specific to the firefighters. However, we wanted to achieve a sense of just inclusivity and hybridization using a vertical approach, which we'll see in the sections. We have this open to below area, and we also have this balcony in the kitchen as well. So this was more about the experience in hybridization, to where people on this floor, the firefighters using this floor, are able to engage with these more community tailored programs.
And then, yeah, our third floor plan is more tailored to the administration side of the program. And so for access, again, we utilize these two corridors right here, the public corridor and the more private corridor, which relates to the case manager offices right here and the admin offices. But the third floor also includes this curved corridor right here. And it's kind of enhanced by this use of interior transparency with this glass facade right here. And it actually looks out to the engagement corridor. And then same thing right here where we have the viewing balcony that also looks out to the engagement corridor.
And then this floor was the most hybridized, I would say. We have the case manager offices, and you also have the fire chief offices, and also the courtroom using on this floor. So I think this was the one where most of just this fusion of programs or superimposing of programs found success. And then we're looking at these elevations. So in terms of reviving the historic legacy associated with 6th Street, these elevations reiterate facades of nested, transparent, and opaque volumes. So in this front elevation, we're looking at a juxtaposition of opaque and transparent with the courtroom, the offices, and the counseling offices with these with the apparatus bay, the gym area, and these internal programs. In the south facade, we're looking at this juxtaposition of opaque and transparent in these programs, the living, the office spaces, with this courtroom space, as well as the apparatus bay. And then in this west elevation, we're looking at the juxtaposition of opaque and transparent with the offices, the living, and the counseling spaces with the gym, the apparatus bay, and this courtroom corridor. And very apparent here, we're looking at this juxtaposition in the courtroom and the apparatus bay. So these sections actually, we wanted to look at the, take a close look at the curtain wall system and its response to privacy issues, which were actually resolved by including and introducing these fin systems on the side, especially for these office spaces, dome spaces, and counseling spaces. And also, we did want to create some kind of hierarchy in programs. So for the courtroom and the apparatus bay, where we had much more load.
Yeah, and move on to this. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna talk more about the apparatus bay. And so this was the first thing we made because it's just currently like a spreadsheet. It's the biggest program and it took up most of the site. And so for here, we studied the turning radius of each one of these units. And we used those with access from the I-35 frontage road to create this unique shape for the apparatus bay. So you come off I-35, pull into here, and then you can exit out these bay doors onto there. And then you can either have access to 6th Street or the I-35 or directly to I-35. And so after creating that unique shape for the apparatus bay, it helped us form our engagement corridor. And so the idea behind this engagement corridor, besides helping superimpose and hybridize the program, was just trying to revive the legacy of 6th Street and the focus on the individual user. And so in relation to reviving the legacy of 6th Street, we kind of just wanted to mimic vernacular elements. So big thing is this sidewalk right here. It's the most public facade and it's the most visible to people. So we wanted to continue that language of the bricks all the way through here. So it honestly just looks like an extension of 6th Street. And then in terms of focus on the individual, we use this idea of biophilia, just incorporating lots of green space to help promote health and wellness. So there's grassy passage, trees, and then you can see it more easily in this render.
Yeah, this render is basically just kind of trying to depict how open and just how light this engagement corridor is supposed to be. Again, it's supposed to be inviting. It's supposed to be a space where everyone communes, and you even have these shrubs over here that allows people to engage in activities like yoga and just, you know, to sit outside and maybe read a book. Moving on, most of our details, we're looking at how, like, the transparency of our spaces. So this first, this wall section is basically looking at a cut from the apparatus bay. So again, we see our column beam system supporting just the entire space, and you see the curtain wall system as well. And then in the second one, we're looking at a connection, glass connection to the ground. And then the third one, we actually had a transparent door at the front entrance, so we did decide to show that.
Yeah, and then now we're going to talk more about the firefighter floor. And so it's mainly in reference to just the dorm rooms right here and the congregation area. And so we created modular units for these dorm rooms for the firefighters. They're just super simple, super functional. And yeah, and so we actually have 17 right here, which is one dorm room for each chief unit, or each member in each unit. Makes sense. Each member for each truck, basically. And so in the modular unit, we wanted direct control of light and I guess just thermal comfort. So it's got its own ceiling fan, things like that, and then utilizes these fins to help control sunlight into the room. And then again, referencing here is just the ductwork here, just again, that idea of individual thermal comfort. And then one thing we incorporated with this is, since these spaces are private, and we didn't really want the ductwork exposed because it can seem kind of awkward if there's HVAC ducts on the roof. So we ended up dropping the ceiling and placing individual ducts into there. And then, yeah, this is just a basic feel of the space. And you can see like these vertical fins on the exterior. And then here's a render of what feels like in the dorm room. And so again, just those ideas of the vertical shading fins. Also, it creates thermal comfort and lighting control while also emphasizing that idea of privacy.
And then this is the fin connection to the floor system. And then this is a live-in space for the firefighters. This space actually was one that we had to implement a lot of just thinking about like privacy and how open we wanted the space to be. So we did decide to use a screen wall, a perforated screen wall that allowed light into this space as well. And also, if you look at the plans, you see that there is some kind of access that's not really shown in this render into the dorm rooms as well. And then in the next one, we're looking at just the simple detail.
I just want to mention that the perforated screen wall just helps incorporate those ideas of transparency as well as privacy on a more human scale. And then, yeah, here's the detail.
And there's a simple detail of the screen wall connection as well. And then with this structure, so we wanted to create a structure that mimicked the vernacular ones used on 6th, a vernacular that featured a lot of solid masses while still creating an opportunity for transparency. The structure would allow for a play with light and massive programs as seen in the courtroom and the apparatus bay. So we're looking at like a structure that will allow for stacking of just what seems and what feels like a more massive space on top of what seems like a light space. And we also we decided to use a simple timber column beam system, and we found the tributary areas for that. And also this diagram over here just kind of shows just kind of depicts the strength of the structural members within it.
And then here are just some mechanical plans. Just for the more private side of the building, again, we just wanted those ideas of individual thermal comfort. And then same thing with this, here on the second floor. And then here's our reflected ceiling plans. So what we wanted to do with this is along these corridor areas, we wanted to use recessed lighting just to kind of put that movement through. And then for each of the private spaces, like group therapy and case manager offices here, we wanted just individual lights so you can control it. And then same idea with this, just the recessed lighting in the corridors and then the individual lights. And then for the apparatus bay, I don't know why this picture is right there, but yeah. But yeah, we kind of just, I guess we wanted to mimic kind of this fire station where it seems really functional and have these big fans that also help circulate air out.
And then this is a 6th Street elevation with our building popped into it. Again, we're looking at a way to revive 6th Street. We're looking at a way to use this building to revive what was in the past. And we're looking at how to do that using the experience of the space, looking at the architectural vernacular of it as well. And this render is one render that actually shows this architectural vernacular where we're looking at solid versus transparency. And you see we're looking out on to I-35. And then the last perspective is just showing a building that is approachable for the users or people on 6th Street and also serves as a landmark for 6th Street and for many years to come.
Yeah, that's our project.
I really like the overall gesture of your building. I think the as like a public in its like public location there on 6th Street. I like appreciate the way on your ground floor that you've stepped the building back and tried to give a more generous space along the sidewalk. And then I think the idea of having that space start to bleed into the middle of the building and be something that you engage with throughout the building is a nice gesture. And, you know, I think I do also appreciate that you took the time to figure out how all the fire trucks will actually work in that space. And I think it's smart how that opens up onto the busier side of the street. And I think with just, while like the space plan, I think is really smart on the first floor, the way it's shown in your perspective, I think is a little bit actually counter to what you were saying you wanted to do, which, you know, like you've got objects in that space, and I think it maybe doesn't have to be so planned, you know, like as a landscape space or an open space, you probably don't actually need much there for it to function.
Gotcha.
And the shrubs and things like that, they might actually prevent people from going into what could actually be like a nice space for the public to use. And then the other thing is I kind of wish that I feel like your engagement corridor could do a little bit more, even as like you talked about it being a continuation of the sidewalk. And it would be nice, since you do have the fire trucks opening up onto I-35, if that actually went all the way through your building, right? So you're actually adding this public gesture of you don't have to walk down the sidewalk on I-35, you can now just cut through your building. So I think you've started to have some really nice ideas that you could maybe push a little bit further. And I'm not totally sure about the thing you're saying about respond to the architectural vernacular. I think I appreciate that you were trying to have a, maybe it's more of like the scale or the proportions or something, but I guess that narrative didn't really help me understand your building, so.
Oh, we basically just didn't want to introduce something that wasn't reading the same as everything else on 6th Street.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, I don't think it would read the same as everything else, which is fine maybe.
Right.
But because you've got like it's a modern building, right? You've got the glass fire truck area and things like that, which I think could be really nice, but it's not necessarily a vernacular is how I would think about it.
I guess we're just trying to like extract the qualities just present in it. Again, you see on 6th Street, there's a lot of brick buildings and it's just so massive and just it feels very enclosed. So again, that's why we introduced in a more contemporary style, like the fins and how do we shade those more transparent spaces and create that nesting idea. Yeah.
Maybe you just need a supporting diagram or something that kind of clearly points to what you're kind of comparing in an architectural vernacular to like specifically what you have in your project, because maybe it's there and you could just create a drawing that really clearly shows that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I find the building elevations to be a little too abstract and flat. We could really use some shadow and maybe some better indicators of scale. I get that the idea is that we'd have all this glass, but the reality is being able to support glass that big is going to need more work. And in fact, I think that's where the planning of this project is very good. I think the response to the external site characteristics are strong, the whole relationship to 6th Street, the internal planning of the offices and all that, very logical, very clear. It's almost the opposite of the project that we saw a moment ago. And so, this is it really pulls things together. But where I would like to see more development on this project is in just the architecture. These two sheets that are showing up on the screen is that somehow we saw more scale, more indicators of that this is architecture. As they're just kind of abstract diagrams at this point. And I think they don't, I don't think they sell the idea that is the ideas that are in this project. And there are a lot of good ideas in this project. So I think the perspectives start to deliver on that, especially I like the one from I-35, even though it's not a real view probably, but that's the one that gave me the strongest sense of what this building is or what this building could be, oddly enough. But just simply because it described it. Usually I would get more from the elevations, but not on this project. But I'm intrigued by this project. It's a very different approach from what we've seen on the other two. In fact, all three of them have very different approaches. And in some ways, that makes me nervous that we're seeing one program, one project, but they're so different from each other. And I wonder what we agree on.
Can you go back to the first floor? First of all, I want to say that your instructors gave you a hell of a problem.
Yeah.
This is a really complex problem, and you got thrown into the deep end, and that gave you a really significant challenge, and because it's really hard to do a fire station, much less try to blend all of these things together. I would tell you, after this, you should look at the Portland, the new Portland fire station downtown. That was just been, it's a fairly new one. They sold the air rights to the fire station, And so they occupy, I think, about the first 3 floors of it. And they got the money from the air rights to do all the things that you're trying to do, which I thought was a pretty novel. But you'll see this sort of like in that building, how they sort of mix these things together. I would have recommended, number one, that generally when you get something like this, a problem of this complexity, I think that an architect draws everything they know and then works on what they don't know. And what they don't know is where the design happens. And so, to me, I think what was great about this plan is that you gave the whole northeast quarter, both on 7th Street and on the I-35 frontage road, to the apparatus bay. I wouldn't have necessarily turned them then. I would have brought them in on 7th Street and then just took that, that whole corner, save your fire stairs and your little lobby there at the corner. And that, that whole apron there is just sort of like a working kind of pad, if you will, for the apparatus bay. That's really clear. You know that. The second thing is this little strip along 6th Street. And you've made some the notions about 6th Street, and I think that's really great. 6th Street was the main street in Austin way before Congress because it was the first street up from the river that didn't flood, and it was the mercantile. It's where the cotton exchange was. It's where people from the farms came and dropped off their cotton and got stuff and came out. You get this long linear strip, and you've made it sort of a, I don't know, I think it's a little right now forced and contrived. I think I would have just said, I know I need a long linear rectangle along 6th Street that's responding to 6th Street. And I think that would have been an opportunity, for in community engagement. That's where people park under I-35 and walk down 6th Street to get to the other areas of East 6th Street. Perhaps maybe that's where there's a long glassed corridor there that has things like, I don't know, Blue Santa. You drop off extra food during for the food bank drive, that you engage the people on 6th Street, the sort of like, the fire department does sort of thing. And then the homeless entry doesn't want to be on 7th Street across from the parking from the police station. I would have maybe made an alley from 6th Street to 7th Street along the the western edge of the building, like a pirate's alley in New Orleans. Which is an alley that's big enough for where the homeless come in and come out, where they would access the building. It's sort of a long little corridor. You don't want to walk down the gauntlet of the arc on 7th Street. It's a pretty dangerous thing to do. So by getting it off of the 6th Street and beginning to give it its own place, that's what Pirates Alley was. That there's a number of things that happen there. Lockers for the homeless. That's the new innovation in the arc that the Downtown Alliance is putting in. If you could just think about it, all your worldly possessions get down into one little small locker, but that's your locker. And so there's a way of engagement. So you see what I'm doing is I'm going around the edges of the building, much like you did, and talked about how it engages the community. And then as it begins to move up, what I don't know was how all of those elements come together. The apparatus, the fire department access, the community engagement, the homeless, and it seems to be the middle of your building. And maybe that's where there's an entry where you have it that comes into the middle of your building. And that whole area is the circulation spine, the piece in your building that connects all of these different areas together. That's where fire stair circulation would be. Because it seems like when you go through the building, when I was looking at it, yeah, you've kind of worked it out in a way, but it's very circuitous. And I don't know how the sort of private hallway versus public hallway works, whether I have an access card and how that works during a fire. in terms of being able to get public fire egress out of the building. There's a whole bunch of issues there. But I think if you just look at that diagram of doing this, again, it's sort of like I would take those elements and draw them what you know they want to be. You know, they may be just sort of like rectilinear or cellular as you began to define them. And then the space in between it, the glue that's going to hold them all together, might have been something you designed in section. It might have been something that was full of light and volume and things like that. And you're playing around with that. That's sort of like what you're trying to do, but you're just not being, you're just not, I think, looking at it. You're not embracing it. I don't think you're seeing it as the big idea behind your building.
I just wanted to say one thing that as far as like the what I think both Michael and Tim touched on of kind of like stepping back and looking at the overall picture of what's happening with your building. I think the axon that you put on the first sheet of it in the site is nice because it doesn't have any of the like articulation of the materiality of the facade, and you can kind of like see there the potential of the massing, and it's very clear, and it's almost could be worth like going back to like simplifying of like what is the big idea of the building, and then let that like you've kind of gone to the max of like adding parts and pieces, and then you have to go back and like kind of cohesify, make it more cohesive again. So anyway, I think that's a nice drawing to have to like go back to see kind of where you came from and what the building's trying to be, I think.
Got it.
Well, thank you so much to our 3 reviewers. I thought that was really great feedback for all 3 projects. And I know that we really appreciate you taking the time today to give them that feedback. And to the students, great work. It's really, really a pleasure to see them kind of all come together here at the end. So
Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Ciao.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for the invitation.
all right.
All right.
So we will begin again, students, at 3 o'clock.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you. Thanks.
Bye. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thanks. Hi, Claire. Great to see you.
Hello, good to see you too.
Recognize this wall?
I do. I do actually. I was like, hey, yeah, there it is. Looking good.
Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's great to be here.
So, Claire, you are joining us from Colorado, right?
Yes.
I don't really know any more specifics.
That's okay. I'm in.
Are you? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I'm in Grand Junction, Colorado, which is on the western slope. So it's high desert, about half an hour from Utah.
Great.
And it's
Sounds
getting
beautiful.
cold.
Yeah.
It's our first real winter here.
Yeah, I noticed you all bundled up in the Design One review.
Oh yeah, it's real cold in the mornings. Just like all scarf.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay,
All
looks like
right.
we've got our 3 reviewers already. That's great. All right, students, we'll go ahead and get started so you can turn on your cameras. Well, I just want to first say thank you to our 3 reviewers for joining us today. We are so pleased to have you, and we feel lucky to have just some of the best reviewers in the school. So I'll just give a brief introduction. You probably just heard Claire von Monfrens is in Grand Junction, Colorado. We briefly overlapped in school, and she was always stood out as a star student, and then went on to have great work after with Mel Lawrence. And you're still working for Mel, right?
Yep.
Remotely? Okay, great. And then Marla Smith, who I think, Marla, do you know these students?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them.
Probably more than half. So yes, I've had them through TechCom and or VisCom. And I've had Claire. Hi, Claire. How are you?
Good to see you, Marla.
Well, we're really happy to have Marla as well, because both Andrew and I took her course while we were taking Integrative Studio, and it was so helpful. And, you know, beyond into our careers, it's been really, really valuable to us. So, so we are appreciating her feedback, especially on the drawing side of things.
Yeah, and then the last but not least, we have Vince Snyder, the man, the myth, the legend. You all know.
I was going to wait till 5 o'clock to have a drink, but now I don't know.
But Vince has been on one of our previous reviews, so he's familiar with the project. He's taught both Claire and I in Integrative Studio, taken several classes with him. So we're really happy to have these reviewers with us today. And Marla was able to join us this morning, so she knows kind of the background of the studio. This afternoon, since we actually have 4 groups to get through, so I think we're gonna kind of do away with our traditional introduction. So Claire, it kind of puts you in the rough spot of kind of learning on the fly. But basically, I mean, you know what Comprehensive Studio is. It's a very complex site that we've chosen, very complex program. They're combining a community court and a fire station into a civic building that's on 6th Street across from Easy Tiger. So
Great.
yeah.
Yeah, with that, let's just go ahead and jump in. Judy and Amelia, you'll go first.
Awesome. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Let's go ahead and start sharing. Okay. Great. So
we will start off now with a little introduction. So we'll read out our mission statement first, and then we'll move into the intro of the site. So we, for our firm, we want to create comfort and belonging with inherently intuitive spaces that evolve and age in time to establish roots, reinforcing the fabric and identity of its context. The architecture lets the outside in, outliving its name and its author as it grows into the product of the community. Projects are rooted in such that it encourages age and adaptation. It can continue to grow and evolve and for its inhabitants blooming into sustainability. So that's kind of how we approached the project and the site, and a lot of the restrictions we had with the site. So moving into that, our site is located in downtown Austin, Texas, in a social and cultural and historical district. We initially analyzed the demographics of the area and how they fit into the context of our site. So as seen in the rest of Texas and the United States, there are clear dividing lines in demographics. So Judy, if you want to scroll down a little more. And demographics where one is the majority over the others. However, this demarcation is shifted when looking at the 6th Street district. Many of the buildings have great value to the community since some have been around for nearly a century. Additionally, they have been owned and operated by minorities in the community, which has created a diverse sounding board for the development of the rest of Austin. As 6th Street has developed in recent years, homeless populations have grown under I-35 at the intersection of 6th Street and under other road bridges that cross Waller Creek. They have remained here in part because of its proximity to the current community court building, which offers resources to the homeless and also handles offenses that homeless people are generally cited with. In part because of the shelter I-35 provides and the protection that it also provides from the elements, a community is created of people in similar situations. Also on the other side of the spectrum of 6th Street, it's also developed into a prominent social area with restaurants and bars active during the day and a very prominent nightlife, popular among college students and tourists, where they close off the road completely and allow people to walk on the streets and no cars or traffic is allowed in that area.
I'm sorry, can you guys still see my screen?
I can see your screen, but not the image.
Not the image, okay. I think we're gonna switch over and Amelia's actually gonna share because something odd is happening with my laptop, so. Sorry about that.
Yeah, hold on, stand by.
I'm also looking at your work on Box too, which helps a little bit.
I think what we have on Box is not actually our file. I think everything on concept board is the most updated. Yeah.
Okay.
So Judy just got locked out of Zoom for some reason. Okay. Let me get this situated. Okay, sorry. Let me share screen again. We'll just do that.
Oh, it came up. We're good.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back.
So on our climate, Austin is generally a sunny city with precipitation mainly in the summer and fall, and usually high sunlight all year round. And then
so this is the general site map of the area. You can see that towards the west, there's a more dense, oh my gosh, I don't know what is going on. So if you're already on the concept board, you can see that there's a lot more, oh my gosh. There's a lot more buildings over here to the west of I-35. This is where the historical district of 6th Street is and where a lot of the historical buildings are. And then on the right side of I-35, the buildings start to get more spread out, and that's where the neighborhood of East Austin begins, and that's where a lot of older homes are.
Awesome. And then, so going into our materials and our process, we found that the materials were very important because our site has a lot of brick and stone. And so here's a material render where we show which buildings have stone and which ones are brick, but it's also a historical wealth map because brick was a lot harder to come by and stone was in a larger abundance. And then this is a diagram showing where there's arches on that 6th Street elevation. And so this helped us later construct our 6th Street facade. And then that's an early exercise where we were working in section with arches and working to see how program could fit in different spaces. And you can see the beginnings of the apparatus bay coming up on the left. And then here are some models that we worked on. And you can begin to see some of the forms that we are later implemented in our building. And so our concept for our facade is using 3 different types of brick. One is reclaimed brick that is fully opaque, another that is semi-porous, so non-modular brick with gaps in between, and then a porous brick so that brick has holes. And so these 3 different opacities come together to create a brick patchwork. And so we do this as to show the eclecticism in the city and how we're grouping multiple groups together. And here are some of our conceptual drawings.
Yeah, so the one on the left is a superimposition of an imagined plan section based off of precedent, so we could see the relationships they have. And then the one to the right of that is our adjacency diagram. And this is really important because we needed to see what programs needed to be next to each other, especially to have an efficient fire station and a safe community court.
And so these are some of our bubble diagrams where we started working on where we would be putting program. And so we used more amorphous types of blobs because they helped us organize the space better. And here we drew out the main connections for the case manager offices, and then here for the fire station people. And then here's a plan integration diagram where we show which areas of our building are shared and which ones are specifically just for the community core people and which ones are for the fire station people.
And so when we were investigating the interior spaces, we did some quick sketches to understand how we wanted the building to be experientially. So this is an approach for a firefighter and how he may go to work and move through his daily life at work. And then under here is more of an experiential of a homeless individual going there for court cases or for case manager time or for counseling or for just to use the day rooms. So overall, here is our building in the site map. So you can see that it merges with the context quite well, actually. And then
and we can just go straight into plans.
Yeah. So going into the plans, we have a basement. And so that was a big move for us because that was a big ask of the fire chief. He wanted rooms that essentially could be blacked out and that had a lot of privacy and very quiet and kind of removed, but he needed it as close to the apparatus bay as possible. So this is 1 floor down from the apparatus bay and is right off the stairs that directly access the apparatus bay. So you can see in the floor above it, you can see where those fire stairs come up into a vestibule that would lead into the apparatus bay. The vestibule is a safety thing to prevent cross-contamination between hot zones and cool zones for toxicity and dangerous jobs from the fire station. This also shows where our community court is and a big part of our program, which is a large atrium in this area, which brings light all the way through the building and keeps visual connections throughout. You can see that in section in just a minute. Also, we wanted to keep the case managers fairly close to the community courthouse because that's very, very important for the relationships that homeless people will have with the court and with their resources, with the resources of the court. The third floor is the main floor where the community court employees and the fire station employees will begin to interact. There is special access on the left-hand side for anyone who works in the building, and then more public access on the right-hand side for day rooms and counseling offices for homeless people. And then the top floor is just a smattering of extra offices and then a big training pad for the firefighters, because since we don't have ample site space, since we wanted to keep the historical value of the site by not demolishing any buildings, which was a big deal. We had the option to do that. A lot of groups did, and we decided not to because we really wanted to stick with the historical importance and relevance of the site. So we decided to move the training space on the roof, which was actually suggested by the fire chief himself. So going into the sections, you can start to see these visual relationships going up the building.
Yeah, so in the sections, the arches, the vaults become more evident, and you can see the connections and how the fire station people and community court people interact. And so that's a longitudinal section through our building. And then this is another section cutting through our atrium. So you can see the three large vaults that are at the top kind of overlapping and connecting the space. It's cutting through the courtroom, day room on the right, and then you can see other community court offices on the left. This is more of a fire station section because it cuts through the apparatus bay and has the programs like gym, kitchen area, locker room, and you can see that training pad that we were talking about in plan at the top. And then this is cutting through closer to the I-35 side, and so you can see most of the offices here and how they work in the building.
And then these are some elevations so you can get a feel for how the patchwork would look on each elevation. So this is the north side, and then the east and west sides. They're mainly just to show how the brick would relate to one another and relate to the facade of the structure itself. And then since we did the patchwork brick and the vaults, we had to do very specific details like this vault one.
And so this would be the polycarbonate vault material on the exterior with the brick veneer, and it's all this is a steel construction and it's all connected to steel ribs. This one is just the exterior wall at the floor.
And then this is the apparatus door, garage door, and this one's a really important one because we used a precedent that we found on a building in our research, and it has this brick beam. And we really liked the concept of it because it had the brick wrap around to the inside, and it really emphasized that idea of bringing the outside in, which is something we did throughout the building, also repeating brick throughout the interior. And then these are some of how the windows would work with the brick facade. And then here's our MEP. Just one quick thing on the MEP. A lot of it will follow the vaults throughout, and they will sit in the corners of where the vaults are. So that's why we are able to utilize these vaults very efficiently to have these very experiential hallways and really take advantage of where each vault is in each plan and suppress the MEP, but express the experience.
And in one of the details, we show the interior vault and how the MEP can sit on top of it, hidden. And so that's what this one is right here. And here we can just talk about, and this is just our final render. I don't know if we showed our 6th Street elevation, but this is our final render, and it's come from the current community court building looking onto the 6th Street elevation. And just to look at the other renders, because I think we skipped through them quickly. Mm-hmm. This is our 6th Street elevation. We have the one in the front because it's the fire station one. Mm-hmm. And then this is our interior looking out into the open workspace. And so you can see the brick is still maintained through the interior. This is looking out into the...
into 6th Street, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is a west facing balcony patio area on the space that the community court and the fire station share, and with the kitchen and with the gym. And So it's a really important space because there's actually a live music venue right underneath it. So it'd be really nice to have that whole kind of concept. If it's a long day at work, there's live music at night, everyone can go sit on the patio and unwind. And then further along, we have more interior renders.
And this is just this is the top floor where there's the open workspace on the right. And you can see the offices straight ahead and how the polycarbonate arches take up like this top space. And this is another it's a less developed render, but it's just kind of showing the wide angle view of how our atrium really just looks. So yeah.
And that is our project.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry about all the technical difficulties.
Yeah.
And you're done. Good.
Yeah, God, that's so much information. I think
Claire's.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
Am I muted?
Yeah, no, we're good. We can hear.
Oh, okay. I want to commend you both on a project that feels fundamentally civic, I think. And I'm not sure I quite got that feeling until you showed me the renderings at the end, and those really seemed to communicate sort of like an institutional feel, right? Like in some of those images, I wanted to casually hang out there as a sort of random community member, not necessarily somebody coming for a service. Like they look like really beautiful spaces. I think one question I have for you guys, because of the way the brick is operating and the arches are operating, I was hoping you could talk a little bit more about sort of the brick as either or both an exterior and interior material, and then the arches, like how and where they were deployed.
Yeah, so the brick we really wanted to use in our project because of its prevalence on 6th Street. Most of the buildings use some kind of masonry, typically brick. And so that was really, really crucial to our thesis. We didn't want to interrupt the pattern of 6th Street, and we didn't want our building to feel alien to that. We wanted it to be comfortable, but to evoke some sense of community, but also to be a little different and have its own character and be a place where fire people and community court people and homeless people can recognize as like, that's my building. Mm-hmm. And it's very distinct and it's very purposeful in that sense, because it's not exactly like the site, but it is something of the site. And then Judy can speak more on the vaults.
And the vaults, we use them in like overlapping areas. And so we have like our two main vaults that are over the atrium, but they also like combine with another vault. And so the vaults like will almost union different spaces, but at the same time, we have certain smaller vaults that will like guide you through spaces, and we have them through hallways. So honestly, the vaults are multi-purpose, but we definitely wanted to really stick with the vaults and the brick because we wanted this to feel very from the site and utilize those two formal moves.
And so is the patchwork of brick responding to interior program, or is it an external sort of move?
It's a little of both. It's externally, like we chose brick because of the external factors. We perforate it because of internal factors. We really wanted to have a strong brick building, but we didn't want it to have this kind of cold cave-like feeling to it, something that's dark and very artificially lit, which is why we went with the perforated brick, because we wanted to bring in as much light as possible, but being the sunny climate that Austin is, we wanted to limit that and not have too much exposure on that southern facade, because that is where we'd get a lot of sun, especially in the summer.
So to answer your question, the brick isn't randomly placed, but it's like strategically placed to areas where we would want light, but we didn't want to place an aperture.
And it's also on the inside, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I guess for me, I was just trying to figure out like, I liked the notion of the patchwork idea. I have some questions about, how it gets supported and how it operates in its various ways that I'm sure you've thought about. But I guess I wish I could see a bit more of the quality of light that is occurring because of it and because of these vaults, right? Like I'm imagining in my mind like quite a magical light experience and an experience of, right, the way that the brick is perceived from the inside out, right? You're going to be way more aware of the module because it is perforated. So it has this scalar quality that is like quite small and cellular, whereas from the outside, you're reading it as this patchwork that is monolithic because it's of the same material, but the breakdown in scale is how you're deploying it, right? So you're not necessarily reading the individual bricks in the same way, but from the inside out you are. And I want to see through that screen, like, what is that like? Tell me what it is, you know? And I think in your little sketches, the sort of vignette sketches, I almost feel like there could be a little bit more, like one step further of those sketches for the final version that just shows brick screen with light pouring through. And then this is the quality of space in the dark, dark, dark basement that they really need. And, you know, just like a little bit more about what it feels like to be in there. Cause I like this, the interior perspective with the brick on the other side is super lovely and evocative, but it's like just one version of the brick and the brick seems really important in your project. And I think it has a huge impact on how the light is going to move through the building.
Got it.
I would sort of hop in on that comment. Like there are two sort of drawings that I would have liked to have seen. One would have been like a nighttime, like something that does express the porosity of the brick directly, you know, so I can actually get a real sense of what it feels like, you know, that there's a sense of, okay, this one's really porous, this one is this much porous. And one of those might have been a nighttime view, you know, or where there's some light coming from inside to out. And so you can kind of experience the difference between those two, because I think there's a lot of potential there. And in the elevational diagram, it's, you know, it's very compelling for me to think about, okay, they put a lot of thought into this transparency of the brick. Another drawing that that oddly I wish was there is actually a reflected ceiling plan that shows me how those arches and those ceilings are working as part of the system of the floor plan, you know, because I think it's a little bit what Claire is getting at is that the relationship of the way that the arches are working within the floor plan, I'm sure that you've thought it out just like you were talking about in a systematic way, but there is also some drawings that typically, you know, maybe wouldn't be as informative that with vaults and brick and arches and brick application would be. And then also just for me to understand, like if the brick is actually, in some of the views, the brick is actually applied to the ceiling, almost in a Boda-esque way, you know, like a skin. But that brings up a further question for me is like, how are you treating the brick versus a structural material, which is not, right? In this, it's a skin. So how does that skin transform from the vertical to the arch to the ceiling? So there's I think that the sketches are actually even more clear to me in the way of your relationship than the actual final version of the 3D model. Like, because I think in those hand sketches, you were thinking about, you know, how the ceiling relates to the wall and how the brick moves or is actually capped or transitions from vertical to arch to wall to ceiling. And then when you get into the model a little bit, it's almost becomes a little bit about the modeling versus the actual application of a material in a structural or skin sense. If that makes, does that make sense?
Yeah, that's really helpful.
Like the you have the precedent images of the brick on 6th Street, and all of those, many of those are about the expression of brick either as a load bearing or as a skin, you know, at the very top of that site analysis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's used in a very specific way depending on whether it's load bearing or whether it's a skin, and there's a lot of sort of transitionary points. And then a few of your renderings, it's an applique, you know, like there's not a talk about like what happens when there's a slight arch versus where there's an arch that seems to be bearing weight, or there's a transition to cornice or a transition to an inner ceiling.
Yeah,
What
we have one detail that explains that a little bit.
Yeah.
Had found a precedent that cuts vaults and arches in a facade very cleanly with a steel lintel. And so you see very slightly in this drawing how the steel lintel comes down and attaches to like a bigger steel lintel and then to the structure itself. So we began to address that, but probably not as well, as thorough as we needed to. And there, maybe we skipped over this detail a bit quickly, but for the polycarbonate vaults, we had this detail specifically to show how the brick is like slipping underneath the polycarbonate, and so that like there's that gap, and then it like continues up.
Right, and the interior.
That's not the detail, though, is it? Or
that's the detail, yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm not understanding. Could you repeat that again?
But it's actually, I think the way that I cut it is probably confusing because it's not cutting through the wall, but it's cutting parallel to the facade, to the 6th Street facade. So it shows the polycarbonate vault being cut and brick being cut. And so we were just showing in this detail that the brick is slipping underneath the polycarbonate.
I see. Okay. Okay, the detail that's above that, was there a detail that's above that or is one that's prior? No, I guess it was another one. That's okay.
There's another one, a more comprehensive detail down here. I think maybe.
Yeah, no, I guess there was one, though. I guess I got confused. There was another one that had, it was at a, I think it was at a window. No, not that one. We'll get back to that one at some point. Yeah, this one right here. Whoa, no, not the one. No, which one is
the one underneath it?
Yeah, no.
This one.
This one, yeah. So this one, I mean, in the sense that this one has the potential, I think, of being very important, just because the brick. That's why the brick is turning and going to the inside, and so it's giving the appearance that there's a sort of a totally kind of load-bearing brick wall condition that reinforces that as a reading, as opposed to if you just clipped it on the outside. So that there was only one width of a brick showing, then it's like a total sort of surface applique. And so that's the question of how do you want it to read? Do you want it to read as though it's something has the thickness of a total brick wall, or is it something that's showing no, this is actually really almost paper thin, like it's alluding to the brick. And I think that's important in terms of your sort of point of the detail. Before I got into that, though, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes, so I think Marla was still speaking.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, I guess for me that I like your project very much, and for me it's a question of, and I think it is. I mean, if I were, and I don't remember what you guys called this, but I think patchwork is probably really appropriate. Might even be appropriate in terms of what actually the concept is in and of itself is, how do you get a patchwork of all these, different, constituents in terms of the people using it. I mean, it's a patchwork of program. It's a patchwork of the diversity of users that are, that they're accessing the building. It's all kinds of things. So I think it was very important that you did look at for me, the key is those facades that you were looking at, where those came from. And so then, I think your general approach is very interesting and very, very solid. And there's something that is, I'm not sure if it's, aggravated by our COVID situation, aggravated by, that we're all isolated, and all of those kinds of things, which leads to more of a patchwork of criticism, I guess, in a certain way. But also, I think the thing that is, I've gone through your drawings, and I think part of it was that you said this is really what we mean, and not what was in box. And I think it's it's not drastically different, but it is different. And for me, that's the whole thing, which is that I'm still trying to find my way through. And don't take this as a negative, but it's a little bit like when I was a student, we didn't have any money. Now, I didn't do this, but I knew plenty of my friends that did, which would go to the carpet store and get the samples and just put those together, and they would have a kind of patchwork like that. So I'm actually trying to piece this thing together. And so if you could go to the ground floor plan for a second for me. So for me, this is kind of the, we could go through the project and there's several places that this occurs. But for me, these are a kind of thing which I would almost call near misses. And sometimes the near misses are intentional, and they develop a kind of positive tension structure, structural tension within the project. And you do see that in a great many sort of postmodern historicist buildings. But this one's, I think, I'm trying to figure, well, actually, I'm fairly confident. I could be wrong. I'm fairly confident, though, that there's sort of unintentional slips that, and if they are intentional, I don't know as if they really strengthen the project. Because the thing is, when I look at your elevation, I think your elevation actually is quite well done in the sense that you got large arches, small arches, and even the patchwork themselves, where you decide to cut them, you do it in a sense that would be, if they were in fact load-bearing, structures, they make sense in terms of that they're cut, either at the edge of a support, in the center of a support. It's like there's no weird kind of slippage there. The other thing, though, is that, and I'm going to come back to the plan in a second. The other thing is that in the elevation, and we can go back to it a little bit, but it's pretty much very much a sort of a two-dimensional read, and we'll go back to that in a second, because I do want to point out one aspect that I think is super rich, and what I think maybe the project could use a bit more of. Anyway, I can tell that you all went through. You guys had so much stuff to go through, and I congratulate you on this very, very sort of tough semester with a tough program, exciting program. Tough site, exciting site, all that sort of stuff that you've done. So there's a lot of real accomplishment here, and you should celebrate tonight and feel very, very good about what you've done. Having said that, let's go through and pick up some things that you can actually walk away with and go, okay, how might I take this a little bit further? So for instance, when I walk in here, you got the double doors. You walk in the double door, and then so the center of those double doors meets somewhere within that big giant stair, right? It's not really quite sure where the center of those paired doors sort of meet. It also looks to me as though maybe, and I'm not sure, but I don't know if those double doors are actually, they look to me like they're just slipped ever so bit off of the stairs, the paired doors off to the right, as opposed to the all four doors, right? So I walk in, it's almost, there's a tight wall that's right there, and then there's alignment with the stair along that tight wall. But I'm not really, the strange thing for me is that you've got this really, I think it's going to be a really great space, the courtroom space that's directly behind it. But it's weird that the stair aligns with the center of those doors. So I'm just saying, how you go in should be either I come in through the side, or I come in right down the middle, and then I got to peel around the stair, and that the double doors might be directly behind the stair. But the grand stair, its actual placement is very, very awkward. Okay, and that's something about where it looks like it's precisely located, but I would say precisely located in the wrong place. There's no reason to sort of clean that up. The thing that's really nice, for example, is like where you have a number 7, and that whole sort of core that's there. Again, it's very, what I like about it, do you all see my arrow or not?
No.
I think I have to annotate or something, right? Is that?
Maybe.
I saw Claire's and Marla's arrows.
We're
Anyway,
on the board.
It's on the
okay.
concept board.
Well, right in here. Okay, you see that? I made a big mark. Oh, it went away. Do you see my annotation?
If you're on the website, I think it would show up, but I don't know.
Okay,
Or you
well, I
can
guess it's
annotate
not
in
working.
Zoom.
I see Claire's little green arrow down at the bottom. No, oh, there's, yeah, and of course there's two Claires to add to our further confusion, which is Claire with an I and Claire without an I. Okay, so anyway, where your room 7 is, which is the restrooms, and then you have the alignment of the stairs and the elevators. And what's really nice about that is that there's this sort of thick zone. I mean, it's not a little thin wall that's separating those two zones. It's a sort of thick zone. But then you've got a stair down at the bottom that, in order for it to fit, has to hook and go the other direction. You know, and I'm saying, it's like, yeah, it's one of those things which is it a big deal? Well, it kind of is, because it really, I think, destroys the larger reading of room 2. I don't know a quick fix at this particular point, but I'm just saying it's those kinds of things, those kinds of slippages that I think destroy the potential clarity that is very clear. I mean, what's nice is that on the outside, you've got those two giant sort of vaults, and we can go to your patchwork elevation, maybe, since I think we're pretty, I think we can remember this one pretty easily. Yeah, this guy right here, right? So you've got, look at that. I mean, you've got the stair. I'm sorry, you got the vault that is that's located above those 4 doors. The thing is that what I'm not quite sure. Yeah, the thing is exactly. Okay. So again, the thing is here is that when I look at the doors, I see that sort of slippage, and it's just like, you know, it looks like it's almost underneath that big barrel vault, that it's anchored there, but it's not. And then I look at, well, what are the edges of those other doors? And sort of like, well, one edge slips past the one vault, the other one slips past it looks like it's almost right at the center of the other vault. You know what I'm saying? It's like you've got these really strong geometries that it looks like that it could sort of, you know, to use the Rhino terminology, you know, that you could snap to it. And so there's these minor kind of slippages that are here that, again, it's sort of like trying to figure out what your intention is. And again, it's so close that it's developing a sort of tension, and I'm not sure that you want that tension. One more example is if I go to the far left, and there's a little white thing that's sort of blocking the window here. Can you slide? There you go. Okay, so what I couldn't tell is that I think that on the inside of where the trucks are, right where that corner is, isn't there something that's curved there or not? Or am I just reading something else in my elevation?
Inside the, right here?
A little bit higher, right where the glass meets the brick, up in that corner. Is there something that's like, how does that, you know, how does what's inside actually hit that corner? The elevation I'm looking at that was on box shows, it looks like there's something that's curved that's there on the inside.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the garage door coming down. I just don't think we modeled it in this one because, but I think it's correct where we have the curve. That's the correct.
Okay, yeah, and so what I'm saying is that there is a curve there, and so it's really saying that you can't have that be a straight piece across there, right?
Yeah.
Like that needs to be curved there to sort of, I mean, it's really about a dialogue between what's outside and what's inside. And the last thing I'll say is when we look up at the top and we see where the people sitting outside, again, in the other rendering that you have, although here it reads not as good as that one, but it still reads, where the people are sitting outside, there's a really beautiful sort of slippage of the 2 arches. It's very, you know, it's very, very 3D, you know? And so for me, that's like, wow, that's really good. Like, can I have some more of that, please? You know what I mean? It's sort of that it really is like what's on the outside, what's pulled the inside at the same time that it's fragmented, but together, like in elevation, it reads as a whole. Separately, though, I mean, it's simultaneously fragmented as well as whole at the same time. And that's a very sort of exciting sort of spatial 3D and 2D. And that would be the thing. And I think that the kinds of questions that Clara was asking about, and also Marla, I think, with regard to the sort of vaults on the inside and how those match up to the spaces, I think it's all sort of tied to that. I was having also trouble when I was going through your sections to figure out actually where they're sort of cut. I appreciate in plan that you're actually showing with the orange lines that you were showing, the cuts and the directions. I just didn't have time to zoom in, and I don't know if the numbers and the letters are in there that I could actually go to the sheet that actually says what it is, and we don't have a whole lot of time to do that. But I'm just saying that there is difficulty for me to knowing what this really is. But I have a very good sense, and so I feel very, very positive about it. But it is, I mean, in the end, the point of the drawings is that one is able to understand, I think, quite quickly. So you might want to think about in terms of like where when you put this sheet together, and this is going to be something that you're going to go in and use, to get future employment with, to think about those images relative to one another, so that it's very easily understood, what are not only the 2D, but also the 3D ramifications of your project. Okay, but very nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. There's a lot to talk about with this project. I definitely appreciate the thoughtfulness behind it, and the ambition and kind of the inventiveness with the details, and so there's a lot to talk about here, but we also have a lot to talk about with our other projects as well. So, thank you very much, Amelia and Judy.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work.
Yeah, and thank you to the reviewers for the great feedback.
Yeah, y'all, it was really good.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
helpful.
Yeah, and so now we are going to hand it over to Chris and Dennis, who are one of them is actually on the West Coast and one's in College Station.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm Dennis.
Yeah.
Partner Chris.
Hey.
Okay, I'm going to be sharing. So I guess we want to start with our mission statement and project thesis for our company, or for our.
So at Sanchez Piscatory Architecture, our mission is to advance contemporary architecture with sleek yet intriguing designs while maintaining the character of each site. We strive for functional and inviting architecture that engages each user.
And by now you guys are familiar with the program, so I'll go into the thesis. Austin New Community Court and Firehouse number 1 on 6th Street will be built in the spirit of Austin and will serve it when in need and in passing. The modern realization of these important public functions in tandem is unique and welcomes an appreciation for their work. Ourselves to design a building that is both monumental and inviting, allowing anyone to admire the professions and spirit of the city. We were inspired by Austin's diverse community to create a unique building that stands out in order to fit in. Our building is user-oriented throughout, encouraging to those working every day and inspiring to visitors. Our materials are beautiful and dependable, making a timeless design building that will serve for years to come. Spark is proud to have contributed in pushing the boundaries of city infrastructure through modern contemporary architecture.
So we'll start with looking at kind of like the concepts of our overall design. When you look at the drawing on the right, it's kind of like a muddied scale figure that has two colors that are merging together, and that's meant to represent kind of like the user's the importance of the user's engagement in creating the space itself. And then Dennis can explain on the left.
Yeah, so we noticed that both of the programs, especially their location in downtown, they have a lot of users and the site is quite small. So this drawing is to show that there's possibilities to have harmony between these two programs while also being as efficient with the space as possible.
So one thing that really drove the concepts of our project was this telescopic analysis that we did over fire stations across the United States. We started by looking at which places are susceptible to fires and what type of fires they fight. So when you look across the US, you see in California, they're fighting a lot of wildfires, so their fire stations are large. Whereas on the East Coast, they kind of nestle their buildings into the city grids. As we go down towards Texas, we see like less wildfires, but there's still more land that catches on fire. So we see more towards like a monumental look at designing a firehouse. So when we dive into Austin itself, and we see that there's we see a lot of cozy firehouses, but they all represent kind of like the area in Austin that they are. So ultimately, from the telescopic analysis, we want to build a fire station that's monumental, that really stands for downtown Austin. And that brings us into the site itself, which is on 6th Street and I-35 frontage, as you already know from the previous group. And our building is nestled right there on that little block. And you can zoom in a little bit. You can really see its proximity to both all three, Waller Creek, 6th Street, and the bridge of I-35. And its proximity to these three locations is really important because we have to design for every facade rather than like a single facade. We have to be inviting towards the west, south, and eastern facades. So that also drove the design of our building, which leads us into the plans.
Also for this drawing, being in downtown, you have the Capitol View Corridor, of course. And one of the things we wanted for the fire station was a training tower to be monumental. So that's actually right here on the corner, right, getting cut off by the Capitol View Corridor.
For a training tower. When you look at the ground floor plan, you notice that it's almost entirely for the fire station. So we really stress the importance of the fire station's time need and how fast they have to get to the apparatus bay and how like time sensitive their job is. So we really catered this first floor in order to make it super efficient in terms of circulation. So as you can see, there's a corridor running down the middle that connects the dorm rooms for the firefighters to the apparatus bay for ease of circulation. Also on the first floor, though, is this food truck cafe that's on the west side that really hopes to bring in the natural aspect of Waller Creek into the building, and it kind of like revitalizes that western alley side that can really bring in a lot of the community, especially from 6th Street, from Waller Creek. And then also the double height lobby for the community court is also in that. As we move into the second floor, you can see most of the community court programs on this floor, and the community court is located on the opposite side of the entrance, as it's meant to bring people together. So when someone's going into the community court, it's really hard to find your way around, especially like when you're with authority. So we really hope to force almost some interaction between the workers of the community court and the people using the building. And as we also, as you can see in the top right corner, or the northeast corner, you can see the firehouse gym, as well as the training tower that emerges through all these stories. As we go on to the third floor, we superimposed a program for the homeless, and we decided to include temporary homeless housing, as well as a counseling office and an outdoor garden. So we really hope to bring a community forth that really helps the homeless population, rather than just helping them and then putting them back under the bridge. We really want to better their lives.
And make them part of the community, essentially.
So through the past few floors, you've seen the emergence of the training tower. And that's both meant to be functional for the firefighters as they use the training tower to climb stairs, practice ladders, practice tying knots, a bunch of different functions. But it's also meant to represent the monumentality of this building in the city and kind of like display its prominence through this fire training tower. And for the roof plan, you can mostly just see the terracing that goes on based on the dueling masses that are the floor plans. And then this last little drawing is the dorm room for the temporary homeless housing. It's meant to be really comfortable and really, really easy for them. And that brings us into our elevation sections, which Dennis will take away.
Yes. So looking here at the south and east elevations, these would be the views you can get at the intersection of 6th Street and I-35 frontage. On the 6th Street side, you have the apparatus bays displayed as long as with the fire station signage. So this is more for the fire station, and we imagine that the community core entrance would be more on the west elevation, where they would come in through 6th Street. And this is actually set back. It's the only part of our structural grid that we edited. So this is pushed back to allow people to come in straight into this food truck cafe. And then also on the 3rd floor, you can see the fires using the training tower as well as the outdoor garden for the homeless resources. Just looking at the 6th Street elevation really quick, just shows the proximity to Waller Creek, to the food truck cafe, as well as I-35. And I think this side is a good place to view the monumentality of the training tower. Going into this section, this would be cutting through the fire truck side on the east side. And as you go through the lobby, you can go straight to the back where the firefighters' dorms are. The training tower is on this side. Then cutting through, you see the double height courtroom space, as well as the homeless resources on the top left. Oh, I just got a message from Chris that his internet went out. But I guess he'll be joining as soon as he can. You can still see the concept board, so I'll keep him on FaceTime and we can continue. For this section, this is emphasizing the food truck cafe terracing, as well as this hallway, which is the access for the fire dorm straight to the apparatus bay. Looking at our original ideas for the sketch models, we went with like a kind of kit of parts approach because we wanted to use the space as efficiently as possible. So just getting the right size for whatever program is needed and seeing how well we can fit those together. Also this idea of dueling masses, and we also really like the courtyard idea. So tower, courtyard, and that's how we kind of brought our ideas together for this project. Going into the renders here, you can notice our wood-cladded facade, which is kind of an homage to the firefighters, as well as the outdoor signage, which is very important for this building, because we wanted the firefighters to feel like it's their fire station, even though it's in downtown and there's many programs going on there. And then this is the render that Chris made. Chris, are you back? No. Okay, so this is for the food truck cafe. With the future restoration of Waller Creek, I would imagine you can enter straight from Waller Creek into this cafe, as well as being an extension of 6th Street. And then a big reason we wanted to make an out public courtyard is that the two programs, especially the fire stations, very private. So you don't want people just randomly walking in there, and this cafe allows the public to use this building as well. These mini renders are just showing the two sides. So this would be the court lobby, and then as soon as you go up, you have views to the center. We have the ribbon windows on the outside because we want to emphasize privacy for both the court and the firefighters, especially for the sleeping arrangements like dorms. And then we have these floor-to-ceiling windows on the inside for the users of the building to interact with the public and with each other. On the firehouse side, when you go through the lobby, you have a view of the apparatus bay. And then this is just what the ribbon windows would look like, for example, in the training tower. I like this drawing a lot. I think it emphasizes a lot of the concepts of our building, which is pure form and utilization of space. So apparatus bay right in the middle, and then kind of dueling masses going around, court on this side, fire on this side, and just that separation we found was really important to make these programs work together in the same building. The structural grid is just 25-foot grid. And then many of times, the double height spaces that we have are the apparatus bay and the courtroom. So once we decide on those two things, the rest of the hallways just kind of wrap around those. We really like this form as well because it's adaptable and versatile. So this building is going to be here for a while and it's in a prime location. So we don't plan on it, being taken down, but instead you can reuse the spaces as you need. Probably the main thing with the MEP plans is these fans we have in the apparatus bay. So, they can just open the doors and they don't need AC in there. But everything else just follows the hallways. Easy. And then we can just go over just the quick details. This is for the courtroom. We have a ceiling that's acoustic. The garage doors, which are going to be glass and wood framed. And I like this side table for the homeless resource center built into the columns. And also in the fire dorms, we have these.
Back, by the way.
Hi, Chris. Anything to add, Chris?
I don't know. I didn't hear most of that, but I'm sure you all. We're good.
Yeah, I think I got what I wanted to say.
One quick question, just for clarification: the wood on the outside, how is it applied? Is it it's vertical, but I was looking at some of the details and it almost looked like a sticky stone, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's one detail that shows it. If you go down to the details.
Which one was it? No, not these.
Not those. That one. It's just like a cladding support, and then the timber is kind of attached to each of the supports.
Is it lap siding, like it laps vertically?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the? I'm not. Stay on that detail for a second. I'm just trying to read it. So, and part of it is the line weight doesn't really sort of make sense to me. So you had the mass timber column. Where's the? So what's that? I wish I could. I guess my annotation. Let me see if I can get my annotation to work here.
Mine wasn't working either, Vince. It's like I can draw on it, but then it goes away.
Right.
Oh wait, no, there it worked.
I see Claire. Yeah.
Mine just worked. Try again, Vince. It might work, man.
Okay. So like this, what's this line?
I think that's leftover.
So there's the master column, and then there's like the interior gypsum board.
Yeah, but I mean, is it okay? But this is a column that I'm looking at. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's this? Is that the drywall finish here?
Are you talking about the left side?
No, I'm trying to figure. I don't know what these two lines are, and I don't know what those two lines are.
Okay, so it's like, I guess it's like there's an insulation between the timber cladding and the column, as well as.
This is just an.
So, yeah, I guess it's just a column.
So what's holding the windowsill up? Like right here. What's that sitting on?
This is sitting on the column, right?
Like the column stops there and breaks, but the column isn't as wide as
can't. Yeah. The
Yeah,
column can't stop. The column can't stop.
All right.
Oh,
yeah. It could be wood framing that stops, but
so you cannot do it.
Yeah, wood framing.
Just say the detail doesn't make any sense. That's
yes.
Yeah.
That's
Okay. All right.
Well, and I think it might go to sort of a question I have for you guys, because I think there seems to be a little bit of confusion in your project about wood as an aesthetic wrapper and wood as structure of building. And I think that detail is sort of part of it, right? It's like, is the wood an exposed conscious structural decision because you're going to see it? And in some places I do, but then I also see this wrapper on the outside that is sometimes visible at the windows and sometimes at the jambs. And I think that's just a clarity issue on on your end, like trying to figure out what the wood means to you, right? Like where is it important that you see it? Where is it important that you not? And then I was hoping we could go to that section perspective that you were talking about. Yeah, this one. So a couple of things here, right? It's like you've got this wood, I'm assuming a wood framed building, but when we get to the place where we've got to go really big spans, it's concrete. Is that true? Am I reading that correctly?
It is meant to be wood, and it's wood in all the other ones, but something happened with the rhino file, and it happened to be concrete in this one.
Okay, so okay. So it's not concrete. That's okay, I think. But wait, zoom back.
If you look at I'm sorry. If you look
No,
at like here, you can see that the columns would be wood.
Right. I guess that's what I'm looking for, is like the material sort of narrative. So, and then in the big one, I guess, to me, right, and even looking at these in the section perspective and in the plan, the vehicles look so tight, and you know that they're going to curse your name every day that they open the door into the column. So why not make some giant structural move to make sure that they never have to curse your name, right? Like, it just seems like low-hanging fruit. You've got this huge amount of space up there. So why not do an enormous structural spanning strategy rather than having columns in the middle of your space where all the vehicles go? Is sort of one thing. And then the other big question, or this drawing really bugs me actually, because like, what time of day is it, right? Like, what this drawing says to me is that there's going to be a lot of artificial lighting in your project, and that's not necessarily bad, right? There's artificial lighting in all projects, but like, what is the quality of space in some of these rooms? Like, it looks like a white box that's magically glowing, you know, and even the windows aren't casting light into the space. And I get that, right, when you're cutting a section perspective, it creates a strange lighting condition because the sun is never going to shine into your building that way. But that's where you have to, as the author of this drawing, like, work to convince me that you've thought through those things, right? Like, do any of those rooms up here, do they get natural light? Maybe they do, but this drawing says that maybe they don't. And so I feel a little bit worried. So anyway, that's sort of like both representational and strategic about the project. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the tower. Can you go to the plans for a second? So I think it's a really cool idea to like integrate this tower object into your plan that is both like sort of super central for training purposes, and also seems to be a really important part of the exterior communication of your building. But it totally dissolves, right? Like, and I think it's here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Keep going. Yeah. So I guess to me, like, making a tower like that runs straight up and down in your project is an opportunity to think about what it feels like to be aware of that as you move through the building, right? And you even mentioned that it can be really confusing, for example, to come to the community court. Well, if like that tower straight up and down was a material that you read on the inside that was unlike other materials and had, you know, the sort of structural slabs were pulled away and light was coming down, so that at least like there was sort of this moment of clarity around, yes, I saw this thing on the outside and now I'm inside and I'm sort of orienting. When you talked about coming to the community court as a not confusing experience, I was trying to figure out how I would get there, right? Like, how do I get there?
You just come up the lobby and you follow this hallway, and you can see the other side of the hallway through the glass. There's also a reception here.
Right. And I guess that's sort of the point maybe, right? Is like, this person is critical for me to get there. And it's not that it being circuitous is a problem, but there's something about, like, if that's a really important wayfinding path or something, like, you know, you get to use your decision-making process to make that visible, right? So like if I'm at the reception desk and she points over here and she says, that's the room that you're going to, like, what is it made out of? What am I seeing? Is that continuous here? Like, get this out of here, make this a nice entry. What is that threshold like? Am I smelling the bathrooms as I come? You know, there's a lot of like efficient functional things that you've done that I think potentially could be massaged into a position of helping reinforce your ideas and make your project clearer as you move through it. And then I think, like, if this is the tower, let it be the tower, or like, let it poke out a little bit, or let these things kind of pull back and you read the structural column around it, or something that lets that be a bit clearer, I think.
Yeah, I really do think that there's a lot of formal opportunities there, Claire, like you're saying, like the tower, there's the apparatus bay with the big span. You have that outdoor, you have an outdoor garden right at the top. So you have sort of all of these formal things that I think work really well potentially, but the connection between them, either visually or programmatically, is not taken advantage of. It seems like you came up with these sort of driving ideas, and then you started to stick the rest of the program in a little bit, and it obfuscated the overall potential of those pieces for me, because I got excited a little bit about the whole idea of like sort of moving underneath and through and up and out, and I was like, okay, so the fenestration feels, like you were saying, Claire, really tight, you know, and closed, but then you get this sort of interior protected outdoor courtyard. But I do feel like all the points that Claire making are, you know, makes sense. Like you want to have people feel welcomed up in there and have points of reference, you know, and they're kind of there already. I just feel like they haven't been taken advantage of.
Yeah, one more thought on the structural part. I think in the gridded plans, like that feels pretty clear to me. There's sort of this courtyard that is eroding the mass of your project as it moves down and it gets smaller, right? Which is sort of an interesting, like, funnel idea. But then, you know, the occupation of that upper story, right? Like it's facing north, right? On the sort of biggest open side. Is that true?
So we just have this, and this is also like they could do training here, and then yeah, it goes down and gets smaller.
Yeah, but I think it's an opportunity to let the grid continue, right? Like Austin's super hot, shade is really nice. So like you just freaking complete that thing, let it be complete, and like let them hang crazy stuff that they can use to train, or like becomes a huge jungle gym up here, but the structure gets to keep going and kind of complete that volume that lets the wood and everything feel more like a wrapper around a structure that is always separate and clear, rather than, I feel like the tension right now is that the structure is so often absorbed into the walls and into the other materials that it is a little bit clear, but or unclear. And then in the rendering, sometimes it looks like you want to read those beams and columns, and sometimes you feel less sure about it. So I think that's sort of something that I think could use a little bit of like diagramming further, right? Like you made the structural diagrams, but then make the wood wrapper diagram and make the, you know, light diagram as the light is kind of pouring through your building, and all of those things I think would just help you reinforce for yourself what the different roles are of those pieces.
Can I just ask you to clarify what the suggestion was there? Is it to put building here on this third story to
Not building. Well, and this is, you know, mostly from a sort of form standpoint, but like let the structural part keep going, I think. And that would take a lot of effort to resolve all of those details. But, you know, that way you've got this, now I'm drawing the beams and stuff, right? That are hypothetically running throughout your project. And then if I'm standing here, you know, maybe this has the wood screen over it and it becomes the roof that is shade. And so I'm not hot because the sun is beaming me like hardcore and making my training really miserable. Or wait, that's north. Sorry, the sun is beaming me right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think if you're going to have that structural grid, like the first place to start would just be to let it be fully complete. And then you start eroding parts and pieces of it. And part of it is the courtyard and part of it is the space for the vehicles, right? And those are the two main voids. And then you go from there. Yeah, the structure for me is just straddling a line a little bit about wanting to be sort of exposed and complete and wanting to be totally concealed and hidden.
That was a really interesting idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's really, I think it's really a question of, you know, you've got lots of problems that you're trying to solve. Very, very complex program, right? And you've got some initial ideas about how to approach it. Could you maybe remind me again about what your general, besides being, I mean, I heard the word monumental, but besides being monumental, what's the concept of your building?
We wanted to do a harmony between the two programs without like compromising anything for either program. Just a way to allow both of them to be able to use this space. And
yeah, but that's a condition that everybody wants in the project, right? That's not really a concept. That's a condition. What's your concept, do you think? You guys have a concept?
Yes. I would say it's probably the dueling masses in the courtyard.
I'm sorry, so it's the what?
The dueling masses, which is basically our hallways that wrap around the courtyard.
And can you show me a drawing that represents that?
Models.
Yeah, I mean, these were the ideas, but for our building, I would say you can see it in either the roof plan or just the plans itself.
Well, let's go to the ground floor plan, and could you show me where that happens?
So the fire station has its sort of own circulation going in a circle here. And then when you get to the second floor, it's more apparent how the building goes around the courtyard.
Around which courtyard?
The food truck cafe, and this is the terrace on the second floor. Like this L is one of our moves, and then there's also this L on top.
Yeah, I guess you know, I mean, again, I'm not quite sure in terms of that you know, for whatever it's worth, those aren't. Let me give you another example. Maybe you know, something. I mean, I could take a completely different reading. So let's go to the ground floor plan for a second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So in one case, you know, I guess because it's, I mean, I like the fact that it's, you know, that it's heavy timber and all of the, you know, properties associated with that with regard to fire issues. And it, in a sense, becomes a literal kind of forest because you're using the wood and you decide that you're going to have this, you know, this dense grid. And so it could be that again, you're starting off with the sort of dense, you know, the dense grid and those kinds of constraints. And then the question is where, you know, is that how might one, in other words, you have the potential of there being a three-dimensional cage, and then think about, you know, how do I erode that cage within the forest? In other words, something that is, you know, very much related to, I don't know, East Texas, even around Bastrop, is the way in which one makes space in those landscapes is that those are really about a notion of sort of excavations within those forest conditions, right? So, but your excavations, and this goes back to Claire's point, is that your excavations seem to be really quite indifferent to the grid instead of them essentially marking a removal, you know, or displacement of that structure to make those spaces. So, for example, the thing about this ground floor plan is that it, like a forest, is really dense, and you mentioned that. And the thing is, you've got that corridor that's going, say, from where the trucks are, back to the dorm rooms. That's like this, again, that's reading as though it's almost a path that's sort of being carved through there. I mean, it might be something where this would be somewhere where instead of it being buried within the orthogonal nature of what it is that you established, those, like, as a concept, the paths could be much more sort of direct, and they might end up being diagonal. If you had your stair tower, rather than being something that again is sort of lost within this grid, and because you wanted it to be monumental, that it was something that, and unlike at the top where there's this sort of inexplicable angle that's clipped out of it, you actually took that whole tower and you rotated it, you broke it from the grid, and then it would disrupt, it would read within that figure of the grid as its own kind of figure. And so the kinds of things that you see as being really important, like that tower, like where the trucks are, and I would say even I would rework the entry to the courtyard down below, that these are those sort of programmatic disruptions that need to be prioritized within your program, and that those would be readable within the plans. I mean, for me, the problem is that what's important to you is not emphasized in the plans. I mean, I can't read that from the plans. I have to have you tell me that those are important. They don't, they should pop from the plan. I guess that's my point. I mean, it's like you had to tell me that you wanted your building, or that the idea about the work that you produce is, I'm trying to think of the words that I think you said sleek and intriguing. And yet when I look at your renderings, they actually look just like the opposite. They're like rustic, right? You picked a rendering technique that actually makes this thing appear rustic, which actually I like the fact that it appears rustic. It looks to me, when I was a kid, there was a place we used to go to, which was called Fort Cody, which was this really fake commercial, sort of a fort. But it really is this sort of rustic nature, of the way that's handled it. And actually that is seen, as sort, I mean, if you want something to read as monumental, something that's reading rustic, in the middle of downtown Austin with all the slick, as opposed to sleek, the slick buildings that are downtown, you're going to get the attention there, but it is saying something like that those other elements need to sort of break free from that and be yet highly distinctible within it. So let me just give you one more example. Let's go to your section that's cutting through the tower. Okay. This is very telling, which is that tower should had this very strong vertical, right? It's this thing that's punching down again through all this sort of, timber and this sort of regularity. And yet where you chose to pick it or to cut it is not through where the stair goes, which actually has, I mean, as you're in any stair tower, there's this verticality on the interior spatially, right? So you're not reading that at all. These are these little compartmentalized pieces. And then also you see that you've got that tower and you've got it rendered as dark. And then right at the ground level, you've stopped it. And so the tower, even in the reading that you have here, doesn't read all the way down to the ground, sort of piercing through there. So all I'm saying is that you really need to be much more in command of what it is that you want and to reflect upon, that is whatever that you're doing from a design standpoint. Is it really reinforcing, what your intentions are? Because your renderings right now, as well as the, all the moves that you're doing, the things that you're talking about are there, but they're really kind of embedded within that. And I think you just, you really want to, I guess I really want to have that sort of prioritization sort of pop. I'll give you one other example. Can we go to your, I guess it'd be your south facade?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bingo. Okay. So there you've got these three doors that are there. And I mean, yeah, and I'm sure there's maybe other classmates that put the 3 doors on 6th Street. I don't know. That's not really, I mean, we could talk about whether or not like what that really does, but let's just talk about your own intention here, which is that this is supposed to be that sort of monumental facade. And you've got those little, I mean, relative to the entire height of your building, you've got these little doors that are in essence running horizontal, right? And you really want to have them be in dialogue with that tower. So those they should have a vertical reading, and even say, okay, well, there's actually other, stuff that's above it. I don't know what's above it because there's no windows that are in there, which seems strange to me, but let's just say that whatever that program is above that shouldn't have window. What is that? Let's go right above the
that would be
what's there?
Apparatus is double height, so that's just the apparatus ceiling.
Well, so there's no reason why you couldn't have glazing go up.
Yeah.
Right. So it's sort of like, well, why aren't those vertical and therefore in dialogue? And then the last thing would be on that facade is that you really want to have a reading that lets me know, wait, there's something really important on the corner. So on the upper right-hand corner is the tower, and then diagonally through that down to lower left is going to tell me that there's a very important entrance that's there. It's not a little side door that I'm going to go in, and use the restroom. It's actually, I mean, it's significant. And so there seems to be an element that's, the number one that you have there, there needs to be something like that over. I mean, I would let I would actually might even, well, let me see. I don't know. I mean, the tower to me is, I don't know, maybe it does belong right now where you have living dining. I might even think about putting it, in that corner. And then you have your entryway, which is on the other diagonal, right? So you're creating the sort of tension between all, one diagonal versus the other. I mean, in terms of, instead of loading everything on the south side. So to put the tower right now where you have living dining, that would be the tower. And then it would come down, and it would actually, when it comes down at the bottom, by the way, it's a tower and it's got a stair in it. You'd like to have that stair dumped directly to the outside. And by the way, while I'm looking at it, your doors are going to want to swing out at the community court lobby. You're going to have, I guess, people coming down those stairs for fire exit, right? We got to, of all things, we got to have the fire station, even though that's the court, we got to have it all working, right? So as well as the other entries doors that you have as well. Those need to swing in the direction of egress out.
Hey, sorry to cut you off here.
That's right. I'm done.
We got to keep rolling, but I think a good discussion talking about making really clear what your intentions are through your drawings, and kind of how the clarity of the drawings can communicate what you're trying to do. So I think that's a point well taken, and thank you, Chris and Dennis. And
feedback, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to Danae and Tinashe. Claire put their concept board link in the chat. You guys can follow along.
Okay, thanks, guys. I just want to point out, because you've got this, you've got the grid, you've got the idea all set up, right? There's the grid, and it just is that it's very easy for you once you have that grid to put those put those figures within it that are seen counter to it to get at the monumentality that you want to get at.
Yeah, thank you.
You're all set up and ready to go. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Can and now, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me. Okay.
So I'm Danae.
And I'm Tinashe.
And this is our project. So when we got the assignment with the programs, we decided to create a space where the firefighters and the people who work at the community court could kind of come and relax from the stresses of their jobs, since both those jobs involve going out into the community and seeing kind of bad and traumatic situations. So we wanted to create kind of an oasis sort of building that you'd go into and they would be able to relax and kind of forget that stress for a little bit. And the way that we decided to do this was by using primarily biophilic elements, so lots of plants and natural materials and things like that. So Tinashe, did you want to?
Yeah, so like Danae said, one of the big focuses of our project was biophilia. We basically had three big main conceptual ideas that we were exploring with this project. Number one being like biophilia, like Danae mentioned. Number two being, if you look at the concept drawing, like the integration of two disparate programs, the firefighter place and the community court, of course, which have two wildly different programs, but are both sort of binded together by the idea that they're both really high stress intensive program. And then our last conceptual idea was sort of just to create a building that was pretty welcoming, especially to people interacting with the community court. Because typically when you think of people experiencing homelessness, their experiences with, the judicial system aren't generally positive ones. And so we sort of wanted to do what we could using architecture to create a more friendly building, if I could say that. So starting off with the elements of biophilia, you sort of see how we're incorporating like trees and nature. Oh wait, sorry, I forget you're sharing screen, Danae. Could you go to the two, those two exterior renders right there, where we're sort of incorporating trees and greenery and spaces where people can sort of just relax. There are a couple studies that we looked at when we were devising our strategy of biophilia. One of them is a study that was done in 1984 by R.S. Ulrich. And it sort of showed that it was more based on a hospital, but it was showing that patients in a hospital who had access to natural light recovered on average like 10 to 20% faster. In addition to that, there were evidence that the presence of nature lowered blood pressure, it decreased stress levels, and improved cognitive function. So just, that was sort of the idea we wanted to roll with in incorporating the nature. And then from a material perspective, one of the things you see on the exterior, which we'll also talk a little more about later, is we have this wood cladding system that's sort of paired with this limestone, and in certain areas, just like a rammed earth, which you'll see later. And then Danae.
Yeah, so as Tanasha was saying, there's we use like natural materials like wood and stone and obviously plants to create a more lush environment within the city. And we also use lighting. So in basically every single room of the building, you get either a window like on the wall, or you get these skylights that bring light in and allow people to kind of stay connected to the outside world in that way. And then also just incorporating plants within the rooms that aren't directly connected to like the courtyard or the green spaces. So these, so this courtroom has this like wooden ceiling that has plants on top of it that kind of drop down into the space so that you're still getting that biophilic element. And then same thing with the third floor, which is primarily for the firefighters. In the hallway, there are skylights that bring light in, and then also have these kind of plant hangers that also give the biophilic elements. And then, yeah, and we just tried to find ways to kind of incorporate it throughout the building. So there's like planters, there's the skylights, and then underneath the stair, there's another planter that you can see in this render over here that kind of bring in those elements. So, Tinashe.
Yeah, so just briefly on that interior render, as you can see, like Danae said, we have sort of our ways of incorporating the nature inside the space. In addition, we wanted to sort of continuing that theme of like nature. One of the materials we wanted to use on the inside, not only for aesthetic reasons, but we sort of felt like the organic nature of rammed earth sort of paired well with our wood and our greenery. And then going off to the plans, in terms of how we like formally came up with our building, like I said earlier, we wanted to create a building that was sort of the antithesis of your typical judicial building. So, you think usually pretty brutal buildings with not a lot of light, usually not, nice places to be inside. So if you go to the ground floor, you sort of see that we decided to the way we have our apparatus bay, first of all, is we have the trucks come in from the frontage road, and you sort of see we've altered the curb over there so that they can get in without impeding traffic on the frontage road, and they all exit on 6th Street. In terms of the community court, you enter through here, and we have open seating, which you sort of saw in the render earlier. We have a monumental stair that leads up to the 2nd floor. And then we sort of programmatically reserved most of the lower levels for the community court, and sort of arranged the more, like, you get increasing privacy as you go up the building. So as you sort of see here on the ground floor, we have these 2 flexible spaces, which could be used as courtrooms or large gathering spaces. And then we have private offices and administrative space on the 2nd floor. If you could go to that one today. A little more of the same, where we have 2 more sort of large flexible spaces, a community center, and then smaller flexible spaces. And sort of the community court and the fire station are sort of separated. So like the fire station does not really have access. I mean, they could come here in theory, but you're not going to have random people wandering into any spaces that are occupied by the firefighters. And you sort of see this like circulation core right here is, because we have to have our 2 fire stairs, it's buffered by this area of refuge here, so that in the event of a fire, you do have egress this way, but in typical usage, it's only used by the firefighters to go, up and down the building as fast as they need to be. And then on the final floor, we have just common area for the firefighters, and then 18 residential units as per the request of Chief Hayden when we spoke to him. As you can see, the rooms are pretty small, and they have like very tiny windows. Just because when we spoke to Chief Hayden, one of the things he mentioned was that typically when they only sleep in these rooms, really. They're not really there to, to lounge around. Usually if they want to do that, they'll hang out in the apparatus bay, or in this case, the common area that we provided them. And then lastly, or not lastly, sorry, just a couple perspectives of the full massing of the building. If you want to go to the perspectives, Danae. And then our structural strategy, if you want to zoom in on that. Apologies, we didn't get to finish our structural plan, so we just had to provide the render, but sort of what you see is that we're using a glulam column, cross-laminated timber slabs, and steel girders, these curved steel girders, and it's a sort of an irregular column grid. And it's prevalent on the first 2 floors. You can sort of see that the girders wrap around the shapes of the rooms in the plan, so that they're sort of embedded within the walls there. And then on the top floor, we have these cross-laminated timber shear walls that just rest atop the rest of the structure. I believe that's everything.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is your floor plans have a very specific kind of language, and relative, and this is something that that I do quite frequently. Always to check in my own work. If I look at the sections, right? Look at the sections. Do I necessarily connect the sections to the plans? I mean, do they look like they're the same building? I guess what I'm saying is that on one hand, you can generate your plans, generating a kind of spatial condition. And then the question is, first of all, what are those conditions that are being developed, and why? Like, why is that advantageous, and why is that advantageous within within the city, for example? Because this is a condition which we do have a city block or city blocks. That there's a city fabric, and they tend to go. We tend to fill up those blocks. This is not, in other words, the sort of language that's downtown Austin with its grid is not the same thing as, say, you know, Northwest or you know, I-35 North language, which is largely, you know, either you know, strip center kind of reading. I mean, even around 50, you know, it starts, I guess, around 50th Street, somewhere around there. You know, those are where you start to have parking lots, you know, and there's like almost like of a sea of a parking lot, and then there's the you know, the Olive Garden ship that sits in it, you know, as an object in which one parks around. This is, of course, a different condition. In fact, you have the I-35, which I guess is running in a almost a similar kind of direction in terms of north-south. So you're going to be in some sort of dialogue with that. And much of the parking here is also, you know, underneath that I-35. So there's a linear condition that's there, but it is spatially, you know, quite a bit different. So in other words, your plans seem to be kind of, well, let's just say anatomical. And the you know, the sections actually read fairly normative. It almost seems as though that there's a straightforward you know, extrusion. And I guess I would just push you as designers to think about what's those spatial conditions that you're doing. And so why, you know, why are you setting something up? What are those edge conditions by doing that? Like, I mean, these are, you know, there's the potential when you're using convex and concave shapes. So they do different things, of course. So the pieces that bulge out, the convex shape, those push shape away. I mean, I'm sorry, those push space away. I mean, you don't, you know, it's like saying, you know, get off my building, okay? And then the other spaces though that you're creating, which are concave, those are essentially those are holding space, and they're inviting you to basically, you know, occupy that space. It's a protective thing. So one is somewhat aggressive in that it's pushing you off, and the other ones are sort of holding you as a space. And those can be used, you know, those types of spaces quite powerfully. Whereas your sections aren't exhibiting, you know, those kinds of conditions. And of course they could, which is that, you know, the ceilings may, if you want, you know, they may press down, and it may be that as one is going vertically, you know, through your project, you could sort of like feel a sort of pressure of you know, of pushing down. And it's like a balloon that, you know, when you you know, when you made balloon animals, you sort of squeeze on the balloon, and then it you know, that, I mean, the air never the shape does. The air never, you know, or sorry, the space never goes away. You know, it's like thermodynamics, you know, there's no energy lost. You press on it, the space is going to go somewhere else. So the first thing I think about is that what's the initial conditions? What are the conditions that are therefore having an effect on that space? What are they pushing that space out towards? And how is that advantageous, and how do I use that? But I guess I would really want to think about it in terms of how are those spaces then being reinforced in sections. I'll just give you one other example, which is that if I take a turtle, yeah, and let's just say it's dead. I'm gonna make, well, maybe I'm making it for soup, but it's dead. And I'm going to run it through a bandsaw vertically, right? I know what that section looks like, and I can see that shell. There's going to be some slight curvature on the bottom side. Of course, then I take a horizontal section through there, and I'm looking at the plan. I can tell that those are of the same entity, right? There's a volumetric reading that's there. So I guess the first thing I would do is just to make you aware of that, and to think about that. And
right. I think having multiple section cuts, like you said, probably showing some of the more concave versus convex conditions probably could have helped a lot in that regard.
Yeah, and I think to talk a little bit more about that, I think on that second and third level plan, like, I think what's really interesting is that you've got this kind of wild geometry that you're using, right? Like it's pretty wild in terms of the sort of curvilinear geometry, but then you still have really regular hallways. And so I think like if you zoom in on that third level for a second, and even on the second level, you guys seem a little bit afraid to just say, okay, like, you know, this space gets to be bigger, and like, why is this a corner here? You know, like let it be more generous. Like you kind of have mapped out this hallway on a space that doesn't necessarily need one. And I think I've really appreciated the narrative around creating sort of a refuge, right, for both communities, but not necessarily having them all over each other, because both of their sort of situations are really stressful. I think that's really commendable. And I also really enjoyed the emphasis on natural light being like all spaces will have some, depending on where it's coming from. I think that's also really important. But I think then one thing that I think you're doing, but you might not know it, is the way that, you know, natural light, when it hits a curved surface, is a completely different reading than when it hits a corner, right? So on a corner, it will read as a sharp edge, a sharp contrast, whereas around a curve, it is a diffuse sort of continual breaking of light. And so I think there's an opportunity like to say that, you know, there will only be diffuse edges in this part of the building, and then in other parts there will be corners, or like to be a little bit more intentional about, like, you know, moments where there are, and it's not to say there can't be corners, right? That's not what I'm saying, but just like the intentionality around the sort of free-flowing curvilinear nature, and then the more rigid edges that will be red because there's natural light in your building. I also, if you'll go to the first floor for a second, or the ground floor.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, it says north.
Yeah, okay. This is a great opportunity. I've wanted to talk about this on the past two projects as well. This is the main entry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's really challenging. I think in a lot of projects, you've done this like wild, formal, wonderful, rich spatial environment kind of thing. And then there's just two double doors to come in, right? Like, and there's nothing wrong with two double doors to come in, but like usually the way that you signify entrance, right, is like an overhang, and there's shadow so that you feel protected while you're standing there. If it's in the downpour, you know, you're like putting your umbrella away and then you're coming in. Or it's facing south, right? So it's a shady spot and you're not just like thrown out into the beaming sun. So I think there's opportunities, and to piggyback on what Vince was saying, right? Like if this were, I'm not saying it is, but if that shape were the entry, right? Like this is more of a welcoming kind of shape than this moment here, where you're just straight up walking through a really flat facade. And I think there's an opportunity where the ground floor could have peeled away from the levels above to create more of a shape. Even if the upper level were doing that, right? You have these sort of laminated floors. And even if you stick with kind of, I think what Vince was talking about with the sections too, is that they're very flat, and the spatial richness of your project seems to come from the plan maneuvers. But then I think you have more freedom, right? To like let them not be so married to each other from one to the next, and to use that to signify entrance and protection, and, you know, a change in the light pattern on the exterior. Yeah, and I think that sort of can keep going, right? Like we could keep talking about all the entrances in the project in that way, but like I think that's a really sort of interesting part. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was the plants on the inside. While I like the idea very much, I think it feels a bit like plant wallpaper right? Or like plant paint, where you're like, plants here, plants all over here. And not that that's bad, but I think the narrative could be stronger if you said, you know, every room will have a view to a landscaped area, or you know, so that you're fully like conscious and always aware of your relationship to the ever-changing sort of exterior environment. I think it's really hard to keep that stuff alive. It's totally possible, but I think that it's much more likely that those plants would be successful in an exterior environment. And so having a way to like make that the tenet of your project, right? Which you kind of did, like saying like the sort of relationship to nature and to the exterior is like fundamental to what you guys are trying to do.
Right. Yeah.
But then like force yourself to do that in a way that will be sustainable over time, right? And it will grow and it will change, and like the landscape will just keep looking better and better while the building looks worse and worse, right? Like that's the difference between our jobs and landscape architecture's jobs. Like they photograph their projects, you know, 10 years down the road, and we photograph ours like the day before it opens to the public, because that's when it looks the best. So there's also this time element, I think, where, you know, the relationship between the building and the landscape is always going to change because one will continue doing its thing and one will continue doing its thing, and they will have this ongoing dialogue as time moves on. And I think that's strengthened when you kind of let plants do their exterior plant thing. And maybe that's a series of small courtyards, or maybe it's, you know, more of this sort of roof garden thing that you're doing, where there's a lot more mini edges that kind of pull in your rippling facade, right? Where it's not just straight up and down, but like little miniature kind of planter box areas on the perimeter or something. But I think, right, like a way to wrap that in and not give that up, but let it be more powerful by letting them be outside, I think would be good.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
I'll just follow up with that. I know we're on a time crunch, so I'll try to be as efficient as possible. I think you guys are really close in terms of like marrying your narrative to the actual way that you're realizing your program and going in with the sort of more anthropomorphic shapes. I believe that all of the comments, at least for me, speak towards integrating all of those and kind of letting go of the sort of traditional things. Like Claire was saying, you have way too much circulation, and the way that you're making entry as a traditional door when you have something that is a non-traditional form, which is really sort of what you're trying to go for. Same thing with vents and a concave and a convex. So my general feeling, and I'm going to start from your very beginning concept that you talked about a little bit in terms of bringing the community together. And your initial diagram, you had a little bubble diagram, right, where the stair was kind of the center of everything,
right?
You know, and everything kind of branched off from there. So I was like, all right, this is it, you know. And then I saw that you did have that sort of speaking to that monumental stair that's working. And so I'm going to talk from that point of view in terms of like really focusing on what you want to do, which is bring this community together, but also give them their sort of unique. So as a way to consolidate what you're talking about, so let's talk about the sectional qualities that Vince was saying. Is like, instead of having one stair that kind of slides up, to me, that center space right there, that image that you're showing, like if that was a more vertical cut, you know, and that brought light in, and that created and almost combined with that central green space. So you're kind of like putting all your eggs, you're consolidating, you're getting section, green space, plants, biophilia. It's the one thing that everybody's circulating around and always looking back towards, you know, instead of breaking it up into these little things. Because I agree with the comment of the plants as sort of additive. And I understand why you did that, because there's sort of this traditional way that a building goes together, and then you kind of put plants in it. It's like at Whole Foods where they hang that big green thing at the escalator, you know, and you're like, I'm going up and I'm going down into green. But I really think that you're close. And some of the drawing and diagramming that Claire was doing on the entryway makes total sense. Like you could very easily Like if I came in and I'm not even going to draw on anything, like instead of having like an entryway that was, you know, just a door going into something, like if you started to wrap things around it themselves, like they don't meet, you know, they actually, those walls start to embrace almost like your like your circulation begins to let those things slide and connect instead of separate, if that makes sense.
No, yeah.
So I can really see, I mean, I think you're really close. Like, I think you're really close. I think the only thing that's getting in your way is like traditional architectural representation. That makes sense. Like, if you're going to push it, you know, just break a hole in the wall, break a hole in the roof, bring the light in, have some plants there, and have everybody circulate around that space.
No, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
We had a lot more curvy form before, and then like you said, we did rein it in quite a bit. And now I'm sort of wishing we went back to the sort of leaning a little bit more into it. Yeah.
But it's a balance, you know, so I think your representation is good. You know, it gives us a lot to talk about in terms of the clarity of what you've shown us. And so that helps a lot. So like Vince can say, oh, your sections are stacking a little bit. It would be, you know, they're not quite coalescing with your floor plans, which were more articulated. Your renderings are very helpful. You know, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the thought that you put into it. And I do think that it would actually be a refuge in many ways for the people coming in, and also the potential to treat both categories of user as sort of equal in different ways. You know, it's not like, oh, you have to come to community court, so you're not going to get the cool stuff. You know, you're going to go over here and go to the side, whereas you're a firefighter, so you get to have this whole private separate entrance. So there is some way to combine those two and raise the level.
Let me just ask, because I think it is very, you know, very close in that sense. I do want, because we talked with the first couple ones, which is that we were asking you all, you know, what your concepts were, and y'all broke it down to, you know, into 3 pieces, which aren't quite yet a concept, and that's the thing, like you almost have it. So let me just give it to you, which would be, it's really sort of like how you answer it. So, I mean, I think you're quite correct, which is that you have high tension programs, right? That you're trying to figure out how they resolve themselves. But you've got, you said, but resolve through, you know, high tension programs that are resolved through refuge. That's your concept. You know, you can take the 3, like the welcoming and the, you know, you can sort of toss those and just make it into, you know, you've got this thing, which these 2 high tension programs, and they're resolved through refuge. And then it's like going through the plans and the sections and going, where does that exist? I mean, that's really, you know, what are those spaces that we're developing? And I just want to say that, for instance, like when I am looking at your ground floor plan, you know, that like the corner where the fire truck is, yeah, you're just, you know, you just ever so slightly got a little rounded thing on it. And I think you're too sort of stuck on the language itself and asking yourself, okay, what, you know, what does that need to be? And then how might that actually change what it is that I'm doing? And so that really wants to be a corner. And as soon as you make that into a corner, then all of a sudden, then you look, you know, you can look at other words, like you can look at the other, like the northwest corner and say, wait a second, that's a conference room. And it really sort of is like pushing out, I'm not using the space. Maybe that goes to a square, as you know, goes to a 90-degree corner as well. And after I've done that, then all the stuff that you've got that is flowing in between actually becomes even more activated. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It becomes more powerful. It becomes more an exception. It becomes more about where I can then start to deploy the sort of spaces of refuge. So that's good in terms of, like, yeah, you almost, but it's sort of like, you know, and you just ask yourself, okay, where do I have this? So anyway, I appreciate the depth and clarity of your drawings as well. One last thing is, and I know you can go through and fix this, but you want to go through on the sheets and make sure that they're not all north section. I was trying to figure out what level was what level.
Right. Yeah. I noticed that last second. Yeah. I think it's just the plans though. Everything else should have the correct sheet number and.
Okay. Maybe you've got that fixed. And the last thing is, I'm just a little bit curious about that stair that dumps into the where the fire trucks are, in terms of I guess that's just an access stair. I don't know if it's actually an egress stair. There's a question of what the direction of flow is, where the door swings, if it can actually dump into, if it's an egress stair, probably can't dump into the same place as the trucks. Just things like that. The other reason I'm saying that is because I know accreditation is very important to you all, and the accreditation teams come through, and those are the things. Actually, that's what we got dinged on last time. So I'm just trying to help Uli out and make sure that we don't have any of those same kind of.
Yeah, thanks, Vince. That's a good point. So yeah, we have, I know reviewers, we have asked a lot of you today. We still have another project to go, and we hope you can stay with us to look at it. But if you have plans or something, we understand, but we do have a lot of students. So this was kind of just the nature of what happens with our studio. We're always kind of running up against this time crunch, but
I didn't know how you were going to get through all these people in this amount of time, especially after all this work. You guys deserve more than 25 minutes.
Yeah,
so
that's so hard.
Yeah, I'm definitely here.
20 students in our studio. So, well, thank you. If you're able to stay, that would be so appreciated. And students as well, we'd love to just say a few words at the end. So please stick around for the last presentation.
Thank you guys.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Great work. So we'll go ahead and move to our last group, George and Rich.
Hey everyone. We will we'll try to keep it as short as possible. Let everyone get to their 5 p.m. happy hour.
I don't think that's going to happen. But
Yeah, I was gonna say make it 6. I mean, I will. I'm an hour ahead of you guys. So.
I guess we're all in. Well, yeah, that's true. Well, the other thing is I can always turn my camera off. Okay.
It sounds like Claire's saying she has a whole other hour to spend.
Yeah, I have a whole other hour before it's whiskey time, so bring it on.
So we'll dive right into it. I'm Rish. My partner is George, and there he is. And we'll get right into our project. Our mission statement is stated as GJRV, which is our studio name moniker. Seeks to solve the problems of today. Seeks to solve the problems of tomorrow today. Through the combination of spatial design and program organization, our aim is to design architecture that gives to the individual while standing as an important beacon in the overarching patchwork of society. And so when we look at the entire purpose of the project, I'm sure you guys have gotten a good background, what the program is, where it's situated, things like that. So I'll sort of briefly touch on that. But I feel like one of the main purposes for our design was to combine the community court and fire station in a sort of superfluous way that doesn't feel like it's polarized in 2 different parts of the site, or addressing 2 different parts of the community in various ways. But so we wanted to combine that in a very superfluous way, and also serve the people of Austin as a civic building at the end of the day. So the entire purpose to be humble yet inviting and characteristic, situated on 6th Street and situated next to a busy intersection next to I-35. There's a lot going on there, so we wanted to make sure that the building itself fits in like a puzzle piece, but therefore also has its own character and language. So George will talk about the concept going forward there.
Yeah, so early in the procedure and like kind of iterations, we began with our concept drawings. So one of which is kind of this idea of overlapping an intersection, taking the idea of these 2 programs that can stand very individually as their own kind of buildings, but then the idea of intersecting those and superimposing those, almost kind of weaving them, like almost kind of creating a pattern like fabric between the 2 of them, which is what we try to appeal to in both of our concept drawings. One visioned here, kind of showing more of a pattern like fabric style. And then this one again, looking at the kind of overlapping and interwoven nature, and then also the way in which different things can be framed, and how you may be seeing through several layers, or how the framing may depict exactly what you see. And this carries on into some of the elements inside the building. So here our stair itself is actually kind of like a woven piece of, it's a woven kind of structure. So the plane of the stair weaves into the handrail, both at the top and the bottom of the stair. So it becomes one kind of unified piece. At the back here that you get a glimpse of here a little bit is kind of this woven wall idea, where the wall kind of moves and bends, taking something that is very kind of ordered and rigid in terms of like square grid-like pieces of structure, and then kind of utilizing that to create a curvilinear surface in a way, with seating positions, and then apertures open into that the fire apparatus bay behind. Again, we look at the kind of like this overlap and intersection. So the window frames in a way themselves start to intersect with the building itself. And that's what's kind of depicted here, where it enables people to kind of sit on those or stand on those from the interior and get different kind of perspectives than a typical window condition might. Again, another look at kind of a window condition that's from the interior of the building. And then we can look at our structure. So this is something where a lot of our kind of concept is reinforced with this overlapping and intersecting. So it essentially takes the fire station and the community court as two different entities and their own structural grids that then intersect and combine to create this kind of complex area of overlap. And this overlap is an element that is kind of envisioned and is very apparent inside from the interior. So you can see kind of like a more massive kind of style of where these columns and things are inside of the building. So you get a sense of this overlap from the experience itself. Again, we see that here where a lot of this kind of structure is exposed and it's more evident to the people viewing the building itself. So we move on to plans here. And another concept that we developed through this idea of like the overlap and intersection was also complexity through simplicity, which is something we wanted to touch on. So just looking at our site plan, we can see a bit of context here for 6th Street and I-35 frontage road. And then we move into our first floor plan. So the idea is that even though both of these programs are very complex themselves, and the overall idea of combining two programs is relatively simple, that there is an intricacy from that simplicity. So it starts to look at how the spaces kind of start to interact with each other, how the apparatus bay interacts with its own kind of fire station area, how the community court acts as its own entity on the first floor plan. And then as we move upwards, it starts to kind of combine. And there's this overlooking moment where you can look down into the apparatus bay from above, and then connection through into the area of the fire station for any kind of people that have the authority to pass between the two. And then again, moving to the third floor, we see more of the living space and living area for the fire station. So this is where the dorm rooms are, and they have their kitchen and lounge, etc., for their own kind of needs and deals. And then again, we're looking at the sections that go through these plans. The idea of this kind of simplicity is again yet apparent because of the idea of the building itself is quite complex. You know, the kind of combination of these programs is complex, and the resolution of that is you can take it simply, but also it is again complex. But these sections kind of emphasize the simplicity of the organization of the building in terms of its kind of very kind of simple floor levels. So here is where the overlap would be for that overlook that then looks down into the apparatus bay below. So this is a large open space up above with the kind of grandiose staircase that inhabits the entryway and the kind of atrium with a skylight above. So again, that's kind of emphasized in these sections, looking up at the third floor here for the living areas, and then this overlook again down into the apparatus bay, and then over here looking at some of the lounge spaces and stuff that is occupiable from the community court. Again, here we see the skylight that looks down into this space, the top area of where the atrium kind of space is and the staircase, and then how that opens up into this community court center upstairs. And then finally, a larger section of where this apparatus bay is. And then in the background, you can see where that kind of overlook area is where people can occupy that space and get a sense of this overlapping intersection, especially with the structure itself, that then looks down into that space. So here's a rendering of that from the apparatus bay. You see this large kind of glazed area that then looks down upon and into this apparatus bay with the overabundance of structure where those two kind of systems start to overlap and intersect with each other, which leads back to our concepts in that regard.
As we start to look at the couple of the study models we did at the beginning, we came up with this concept where you'll see two different languages going on in the study models, one being very simplistic and orderly, and the other one being a little bit more chaotic and abstract. And so from that, we derived the concept of chaos in order. And as you see, going down into like the wall sections and the renders, these ideas of how do we create a certain order, although like the windows are very abstract and sporadically placed. There's a couple overlaps and intersections like George was talking about where there's dialogue between programs and material overlapping, whether it's brick on wood or wood on brick. There's a little bit of chaos going on throughout the building. And so it was sort of our task, or one of the concepts we wanted to follow, to create a bit of order in that. And you'll see a little bit more of that in the wall sections below with the elevations, like I was saying, and like George was explaining with the overlaps, you'll see the mass timber structure itself being fairly standard. And as you look at the elevation, once again, looking, you'll see the wood starts to overlap with the brick. And you'll see a bit of a contradiction as well between not only the program on the interior with the apparatus bay render to the left over there, but also the material on the elevation. You'll see contradicts itself in different areas of the building. And one of the previous renders also shows a possibility for signage and things like that, as it is one of the most prominent areas for I-35 passerbys. And so we continue to take a look at the MEP diagrams and whatnot on the right, and basic structural flow of the MEP intake outtake, and the couple of the details on the right as well, really getting into how that contradiction happens between the materials and how those the mass timber starts to create a dialogue with the brick as well as like the foundation, things like that. These apertures as well with this steel framing, that's sort of this unit that we created that is its own thing and can be inserted as the structure goes up as well. Doesn't really necessarily need a lot more work like a standard window frame would. And we can dive into the details as the questions and whatever come in more. And then just on the right side, you'll see a couple more of the iterational things like a storyboard, some concept sketches, some concept wall sections, and finally a mind map that shows how we derive this sort of chaos in order. Very chaotic mind map, but somehow it made a building at the end. So there we go.
Yeah, so in general, our purpose is to kind of attempt to fluidly merge these two programs in a way that many may read as quite simple, but in itself is quite complex to do. On the whole, the project seeks to stand for the people themselves, allowing a greater interaction between the people of the city who are occupying this building and working here, such as the firefighters and the community court staff, and as well as those that are seeking the help themselves. So whether it's people who have a fire or the homeless population that is seeking help within this community center, the idea is to increase this interaction between those two kind of different sides of the serve and served. And it helps to mediate the gap between those needing help and those providing it, becoming a place of civic importance to the adjoining neighborhoods and beyond. And then we can open up for any questions and critiques if you guys like.
Can you talk a bit more about the structure in the overlapping zone?
Yeah, so it's a little tricky to see in the structural grid here. It might be a little bit easier to look at in the render below. This one, for instance, or the one from the actual apparatus bay itself. So essentially the way in which the building operates is two separate kind of volumes that then intersect with each other, each having their own structural system. And the idea is that in this kind of moment of where the program itself overlaps, where people can kind of have a visual connection between the fire station and apparatus bay and the kind of upstairs kind of community court area with seating and areas to kind of relax and as well as huddle rooms and things like that. The idea is that the structure itself speaks to that concept that is evident in the program, so that where these two kind of volumes intersect is where this kind of structure starts to overlap itself. And then there's an overabundance of kind of like these structural columns and the beams overhead. And that's where the two volumes themselves are intersecting and kind of starting to interact with each other.
And does that happen on all levels, or is it just on the second one mainly?
It's mainly just on the second, because the third level is mainly only occupiable from the fire station side, because that's where the firefighters and things have their dormitory rooms and living areas. And on the first floor, the space is there and needed the kind of where it overhangs, that space underneath is occupiable for that apparatus bay, for where the fire trucks and everything are parking. And then it has the woven wall that begins to divide those two, which has apertures within it that open up and give another visual connection between the apparatus bay and the community court like atrium area.
Can you go to that section, George? That might show it better.
Yeah. So here. So this is where the kind of structure starts to kind of intersect with each other. And then underneath, the woven wall kind of thickens and pushes and pulls itself laterally this way to create kind of like a strange kind of woven curvilinear almost face to it with seating areas and then also punched windows. But this is where the structure starts to overlap, and that gives a visual clue and connection between the kind of open area of the community center here and the apparatus bay that's operating here.
Let me ask you guys a question. Was it, are you intending that the volumetric organization of the plans of the building are they intended to be read from the outside or are they intended to give a different reading? And if so, why? And if not, why?
I think the initial form of the building, as you see in the structural diagram to the left, George, the red and blue are the main masses, I guess you could say. Yeah. And so driving from that, there's the part of the wood that goes over, kind of snakes around and comes down. The brick seems like it's the more sturdy or the more grounded volume. So I don't think we intended that the volumes interior read the same as what you would read from the outside. But
it's more, I think the exterior is more evident of the idea of this intersection. It doesn't necessarily depict the specific volumes that are intersecting structurally, but it does depict the contradiction of these two materials with the white brick and the wooden facade, and also the volumes and how one kind of starts to be kind of almost eaten or kind of resides on top of and around the other one.
Yeah, I think that's the point. I mean, in terms of that, and I think it's quite doable. I just want to explore it a little bit. So it's interesting that I think you did a good job of you have the image that says Austin on it, and I mean it actually looks a little bit. And I like the fact that the imagery that you're projecting is it looks like a place to go get ice cream rather than the fire trucks, and that's I'm fine with that. But it's as though there's this this piece that is then protected at the same time, sort of held out to the city in terms of that corner, and then but it's not doing that sort of spatially. There's some sort of strange. It's almost like a hidden desk drawer that slid into the space. And I guess what I'm saying is that for me, I don't see that occurring elsewhere in the project. Those are one of the kinds of things like when you discover that there's those kinds of readings, not to invent a completely different kind of reading, but to continue with that, like what exactly does it present? What is it transformed into? And then how does that then affect the interior readings and interrelationships? So for example, if you go to your early sketches, and I'm looking again, if you go to your early, okay, can you, let's see, which one? I guess look at floor one. So floor one would be, I mean, a sort of standard architectural approach here. would be that there would be in the lower left-hand corner where you have the number 100, there would be another stair there, right, running parallel to the wall that's on the street, right? I mean, in other words, what you're saying is that I have an overall volume. Let me see if I can get this guy to work. Okay, so I've got the overall volume here, and and it comes down to, it comes like this, and then all of this here, all of that's excavated, but there's a rule that you're establishing, which is that here's a stair, and then here would be a stair, and then there's this other volume that's within it. So it's simple and complex at the same time. And you're talking about that simple and complex simultaneously, and sort of get those kinds of readings. You could have something also, and also there's those kinds of things, same things happening sectionally, but whatever the thing would be in section, as things go by and then they step in and they become this sort of L-type pieces that sort of push in, what we see quite frequently is like, say, an inversion of that, somewhere else. It's sort of, there, you sort of have the basic volume that you're starting with, and then one's trying to understand what are the series of operations that, again, are not quite different. Like, how are those operations related to one another, and what are the types of spaces that they're generating? So this one, what it generated was that you're able to be up here and then sort of look down into this very sort of tall space, right? So, and again, if there's something that's working, then one goes back through your program and say, okay, is there some other way that works? So, for instance, in the very center of your building, you've got, it looks like there's a big skylight or something in the very center. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so that then sort of that's a completely different operation, right? That's just sort of a vertical, excavation that goes through there and doesn't have those same kind of spatial complexities that that you had in plan. And I'm just saying now, I mean, we can do this now because you guys have everything all drawn up and everything put down to kind of detail that we can start to think about that. But I'm just saying, in terms of getting that sort of clarity, because I think this sort of sectional move that you did is the solution in terms of to get these two very complex structures to sort of fit together. Whereas when I look at the plan, particularly when I look at the roof plan, which I think is really more indicative of how the building reads from the outside, it reads in a completely different way and in a less, it almost reads as though the L-shaped piece, if we can go to the roof plan for just a second, yeah, the L-shaped piece, and let me clear, where's my clear? Okay, so this guy here, reads again as something that holds this thing. What we can't tell from here is that this is actually shooting back into here. I guess I'd be interested to know, or into that space and what that potential connection might be. But again, this is sort of but then you're using L-shaped pieces, right, as a potential kind of language then, and that hold other pieces, and that might be something that might happen over here, for example. You know what I'm saying? It's just being it's just being more consistent with the language from a volumetric standpoint. And the last thing that I'll say, and then I'll leave you all alone, is that I really appreciate that the whole class, the conditions that you all have had to work under this semester. I realize it's very, very difficult. One of the major things being a lot less access to information with regard to the detailing. The detailing looks, a bit cartoony at this point. And it's probably, I'm guessing, and I just want to alert you to this, but I'm guessing that they're taken from, a manufactured distribution, company, the drawings, as opposed from, AIA standards or, a sort of more architectural tectonic way of representing your CLTs. And all I'm saying, the only reason I'm saying that is you guys are going to take these into a firm, and I realize that it's a kind of a pain at this point, but you really don't want to have those in your details where, I mean, where you're showing it like with the wood grain. I mean, you really want to go back and see how those would look like in technical drawings.
For sure, yeah. Good point. I think with your point about the L, well, that's something we definitely started off with as a language. You know, even looking at like Unite with Corb and how he used those L's to do the little overlap and the intersection of two puzzle. We had the similar language idea starting off, and then as we started to incorporate balconies, the skylight and the woven wall things like that, I think that language got a little bit more chaotic as a concept. But that's a great point you made. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I think I was gonna sort of say similar things to Vince about just the exterior versus interior clarity of what you're trying to achieve. And I think potentially it's a little bit intentional, right? That there is a clarity on the exterior of the building that is not present on the interior, because even in the early drawings that you showed about interweaving fabric and things like that, where the line gets a lot blurrier. I think that when I asked about the how the structure is sort of expressing that idea on the inside, I was asking because I wasn't really seeing it. So I think there's this really clear from the exterior, it's like coded for us, right, from a material standpoint. And I think on the interior, the place where those things overlap and intersect is sectionally, maybe spatially important, but isn't important that I read the volume of the thing on the inside. Does that make sense? Like it's more of a zone of sort of nebulous overlap, and only really at that second story than it is as this vertical sort of coming together of two things. And at first I wanted the white volume, the ground level program to be way more visible on the inside, like let the material be also the interior material and like be fully aware of this thing that you even said, right, is sort of being like parasitically attacked by this larger wood clad volume. But I'm not sure that's really what you guys were going for, right? Like this volumetric reading on the inside. So I think I'm going to leave that behind. But I think one thing I did want to talk about was the openings that you guys have made in the building. And I quite like the idea of these chaotic windows in the wood cladding. But what I fundamentally reject in my being somehow is that they would be the same in the brick. Like I want them to be different. Or I want the whole building to be wood and have these windows, right? Like on the one facade where so if you go up a little bit. Yeah, so on this one, right, like the brick feels really different, and there are these like large holes where things come in and out that are large, and it's like has this really clear sort of relationship. But then when you turn the corner, I think it gets a little bit confused, like the chaos of the windows and the wood cladding come into the brick. And I think fundamentally both of those materials have dimensional constraints around the windows, right? So if you're talking about chaos and order, like one of the ordering factors will be fundamentally the material constraints of what you're working with. So your brick openings will probably be, anominally 8-inch dimension and have constraints around their height and how they fit in there. And they might be, also kind of shifting around, but I guess I would encourage you guys to think about how the materiality of what you're doing can help you make decisions about those things, right? Like, what's the width of the wood? Is it 4 inches? Or like, how does that relate to the module of the brick? Does it or does it not? And then how would that impact your openings, right? And I think it is in some capacity. You've got some order in how you've proportioned them. But I think I get confused in my mind about the materiality of the brick volume and how it wants to be. And I can't quite tell what you guys want it to be. And I think that's okay. But that would be like the next sort of version that I would want to see is, and I honestly think that a physical model of this thing would answer that question for you in no time. Like you'd be forced to address the physical intersection of the wood volume with the brick volume and the, you know, the way that that reads when it goes inside or the way that it doesn't read at all. It, you know, sort of dematerializes. But I think even just a quick, sort of like your quick initial ones, I would do one more that is your final building, because I really had a hard time finding the edges of the pieces you were talking about and that overlapping zone, if that makes sense. I really like the idea, but I was struggling to locate it in the plans. I mean, and it could also just be a series of diagrams of your plans that are tiny that have that zone highlighted so I can follow it through. But I got a little bit lost in there, I think. And then let's see, the other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit was the interior wood treatment. So in the rendering with the stair, yeah, I guess there are definitely real building parameters and constraints that you have to deal with, but I'm a bit bummed out by the way in which the wood just gets sort of absorbed into the mysterious white, you know, like what is the actual hierarchy of those things and why would it have to absorb the structure into it? Because if it's because of running mechanical or electrical, like it doesn't work because you've got a cross system, so it can't get anywhere unless you're poking holes through it. So why not let the structure be free and fully expressed, and then let your other system run on top of it, whatever that is. So I think, you know, moments like this, right, are like a little bit unsatisfying in terms of how the wood is operating and how it ends up reading in your project. Which all of that is like detail oriented, but I think you can let that be clearer. And I think the structural parts coming together would be clearer if they were completely free rather than sticking to other things. And then one other thing that I wanted to talk about was the courtyard. So in the plan, the courtyard faces what? Like what is this?
That's other buildings that are north of the site.
Okay, is there anything here?
I think there's like a wall.
Fence or a wall, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my feeling about that would be like, you guys have to own that surface because it fundamentally frames what you're looking at and how it will feel to be in there. And you've got 3 other sides, right, that you're controlling, and you get to sort of sculpt that. And either you're saying like, that building is beautiful and I want to look at it all day as part of this experience, or like, that building is not beautiful and we have no idea what will be there in the future, so I'm going to build a really beautiful wall as part of the proposal for this sort of walled courtyard. Because I think because it faces a property line, right, rather than facing a street or an alley, you don't have any control of what's coming in the future. And so thinking about that as a fundamental room in your project, I think would be really helpful. And let's see, I think, or I'll stop talking, Marla can talk.
Sure. So I did want to start out with just saying, I thought your presentation was really effective. I appreciate the sort of weaving in of plan, idea, and perspective to describe your overall sort of concept. That's very helpful, especially for review purposes, because I can see 3-dimensional and then 2-dimensional and then 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional kind of refer back and forth, which is very helpful. So I thought that was really clear and effective. And your overall presentation in terms of the way that you thought about the building and created the building has also been very helpful in terms of taking a look at it and sort of testing, you know, what you've been saying. So I think a lot of the comments have been coming from that kind of clarity. the thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit is very similar sort of to what's been touched on before, but the clarity of your overall concept of those two overlapping programs and structures, and then coming together in this sort of center space is a strong idea. However, when it comes together, I think that a little bit it isn't resolved. Like it comes together and you're kind of like, okay, that's it. Whereas your diagrams, the sort of beautiful overlapping diagrams, have a lot of texture and transparency. I think that in some ways that Claire is saying that you have to own the courtyard. I think you have to own that overlap. And I think one of the comments about, like, you know, the way the structure goes through, like, I think there should be some tension in there. Like there should be some, you know, maybe there is a little bit of a feeling of there's not everything is resolved, but I also think that if you took a look even in plans, so we're looking at your plan right now, like that entry lobby, atrium, and the stair that goes up, and then there's sort of this space over here to the side, so over here, and then there's another little sort of knockback for the bathroom. Like this is a lot of space, and even though it's very sort of generous, and in the three-dimensional view, like your 3D view looking up, it's quite nice, but it also feels a little bit like there could be a little bit more control of what's going on here. Also, this woven wall, I'm still not quite convinced about like how that guy is working in terms of being a weaving. I understand it's going in and out and kind of going back and forth, but I'm not really sure that that gesture is as effective or that you have quite control over that space. So can you go to the second level where the stair lands? And let me get rid of my attractive documentation. There we go. I also have a little bit of a feeling of that up here as well. So even though it arrives in that central space seems to work pretty well. And I also think the overlook over here works pretty well, like especially in the 3D views. This space over here seems really nebulous to me. And that there should be some resolution of how, like, it almost seems like these little huddle rooms and counseling rooms and therapy offices and restrooms have just sort of been stacked up against the wall, you know, a little bit, and this leftover space is there. And so I'm just suggesting that the simplicity of your overlap in your plan works well, but the space that results in it, I think you have more aegis there. Like you could take more control of it, like the courtyard or something like that. And that some of the things that would be clarifying drawings, a little bit about what Claire was saying as well, is that like the relationship of the beams in that main space to the drywall to the finish. A lot of those are kind of detail stuff, you know, and Vince was commenting on the fact that your details aren't quite resolved. I think a lot of what you could probably help in the resolution of these areas would be like a really nice look at your wall section, or even one small detail, like how the window sits in the CMU wall, which I think that's what your brick is CMU. And that those actual minute looks and careful looks at how that intersection happens, how that sort of theoretical intersection happens at a detail level would help resolve a lot of that. And also I just, you know, can you go to your third floor where you have the, yeah. And so I also think that there's a, like, I really appreciate the rigor with which you've applied, you know, sort of the L with the piece into it, but also you get this really long dorm hallway, you know, and that there is maybe some way that you could go in and loosen up a little bit and maybe have like a study space in there or something where it's not just this dorm. You know, so there's a rigor that you have that I think is really successful, and it comes through in your presentation and in your plans and in your representation. But I think sometimes it gets in your way, like if you would loosen up a little bit. But overall, I think it's a really effective project, well organized. And one final picky comment about the details in the wall sections, and it's a pet peeve of mine, is the way the leaders are called out is very distracting, and where they're pointing is not necessarily where you would point. So I would take Vince's comments to heart in terms of, you know, really look at some detail drawings, and then go in and sort of adjust your representation, because I think there's a lot of potential there for success, but it just needs a little bit of work. So nice job.
Yeah, thanks so much for sticking with us, reviewers. Yeah, what I appreciate about this project is that I know you all spent a lot of time thinking about your concept, and as you can see from the discussion, it's really rich for exploration and testing through your drawings. So. Yeah, and we really appreciate the reviewers sticking around with us, helping us out, getting all of our students really good reviews. So we thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much to all the reviewers. It was great feedback. Thank you.
Yep, thank you all. Congratulations, you guys.
Yeah, congratulations. We're all exhausted together.
Yes. That's the last day of the last day. Well, almost the last. But yeah, a lot of work. I mean, comprehensive studio is just intensive. So, take a lot of pride in what you've done, and take a couple of days and breathe and be like, oh, look back on where you started and where you got to. So it's a great studio.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much. And students, let's meet for just promise, 2 minutes.
No more than an hour.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks,
Claire.
Thanks, Vince. Thanks, Marla. Thanks, Claire.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so you did it. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to keep you guys much longer. We know you're all very tired. The number one most important assignment we're going to give you right now is to sleep, and that does affect your grade. So if you don't go to sleep in the next few hours. But yeah, I mean, overall, we're really, really proud of the work. This is a very tough studio. The program, just comprehensive alone is a difficult studio, but the fact that, we're in a global pandemic, we have to do this all online, the very complicated site, very complicated program. So we really commend all of you on engaging with that and kind of sticking with us. And I think we got a lot of really good work out of it. So yeah, we've had a lot of fun with you guys. So
yeah, we really have, and just couldn't be prouder. So thank you so much. I mean, I know the only person I've ever met in person is Cassandra, because we ran into each other, but I really have enjoyed getting to know you over the course of the semester. I really feel like we have the best group of students ever. So, and I do want to say, we really want to keep in touch. Let us know, if you're going off the PRP, let us know how it's going, or if you're sticking around, and, if you ever, need a recommendation, or just, are starting to look for jobs or whatever, reach out to us, because we definitely want to, hear from you and kind of see where all of your talent leads you. So
yeah, it's going to be really weird to see you guys in person one day. You guys are going to be disappointed at how short I am in real life.
No, but really, thank you so much. And how much sleep is an A? Tinashe, if you sleep for
10 hours.
10 hours, that's going to really help. I'm just kidding. We would love to have a little end of the semester celebration. We want to give you guys space and time to sleep and do stuff, but we're thinking next weekend we could just have essentially a tea time over Zoom, and just kind of, I don't know, you guys can all get together, we can get together and play a game or something, just totally fun. So if you guys are down with that, I think I had it originally on the syllabus for next Saturday. So anyway, I'll send out an email about that. The other thing is we just want to offer this. This is not, not at all, it's totally optional, sorry. But after some of our studios, the professors offered exit interviews where you could just like meet with the professor and talk about kind of like key takeaways, or just like ideas for future, I don't know, like exploration in terms of architecture, whatever you want to talk about. And I always appreciated that. So we're offering that. And I'll send out another email. We'll probably do that like in the evening again, similar to how we did the presentation run-throughs, just because of our work schedules. But if you want, we would be delighted to talk to you. So any last thoughts or comments from anyone else? Just want to go to sleep. Okay.
All right.
Thank you so
That's
much.
it.
We will.
Thank you guys. Thanks for a great semester.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun and celebrate. Okay.
All right.
Take care. Bye.